The building turned the ruins. A wave of panic was risen around. The crowd asked anxiety when it came an ambulance. Someone is already in a hurry to dial an emergency service. Thoughts about the inevitable end absorb a man. Life seemed to be a solid number of failures that brought him here. Even if there is a chance to start everything again, he is sure happiness will remain unattainable. The heart seeks simple, to live carelessly as ordinary people. The maid reports Ms. Lyra about the appearance of a boy. The girl stretched on the bed, saying with the relief and joy that finally met her most expensive boy, Zen Belta. The hero fate turned into this world in the form of a baby. Leaning on his knee, a man with pain in his voice exclaims, "I was destined to die. Why am I still alive?" At this point, someone from behind is not right for him. The stranger thanked the boy for their efforts, calling the leader between the world of the living and the dead. The soul he had once passed his earthly path, despite all the difficulties and trials that have been pursued since childhood. In the end, it will be crushed by the iron beam. But it is not necessary to be a hurry. The revival in the new body is already waiting for him. Along with the second chance, unique abilities are given, because now it is special among others. First of all, memory will remain intact. In the new world, the knowledge of the local language will already be with it. In addition, they promise to give protection for the reincarnated soul. The hero immediately asked for a little time, too much unknown at the same time. Finally, the most valuable gift. Not just generosity, but a real find is a unique skill of evaluation vision. The unique eye created for him, allowed to evaluate everything that got into the field of view. Amazing ability, because no secret will remain hidden. The stranger urged not to be ashamed, thanked for his attention, and solemnly said, "From this moment, a new life of the hero emerged." The world lottery suddenly appeared behind, a spectacle that seemed even more strange. The hero sought to unravel this secret, but there was nothing left but to put up with a new reality. Fate calls. Let it be as it will be. A small spherical ball suddenly rolled out of the car. She glowed with gold. The conductor assured, "It is this world that will bring good luck." The young man did not realize the hidden meaning of the herd, but the time was no longer left. The fingers were barely audible, and the hero flew into a giant tunnel instantly. The conductor for goodbye wished a happy new life. A bright smile that shone the face of a mysterious stranger was forever etched in the young man's memory. Now, in the body of a baby, clamped in his mother's arms, the hero feels a deep look of a liar that does not make his eyes out of it. It is like an enchanted. The woman notices a strange attentiveness in the baby's look. Does he really recognize her? In his thoughts, the boy without a shadow gives the answer. Before him, his mom. Raising his hand, Mr. Gilbert emphasizes what a good baby. The maid appeals to him to behave more restrained than this morning, not to scare the baby. The man replies briefly that he already knows it. Before the eyes, a maternal figure, a crew captain, who firmly managed every step of her baby. The guy's mention of the peculiarities of this world and unusual abilities has not long come from the head of the hero. At the same moment, the ability of the eye was thought, so I wanted to try what it was capable of. In vain, trying to understand how it works, he suggested that there is probably a spell here. But despite all the efforts, it was not possible to say the magic words, so he focused on thinking about the assessment of eye. Numerous windows began to appear in front of the baby one by one. He has everything laid out on the shelves, as if a viewing window in the game. Everything is needed at hand, even if it is difficult to understand what is for what. However, it seems that no characteristics do not do. The gaze fell on the figure of luck, as much as 200 points. But the advantage, or misfortune, is difficult to judge. The past full of defeat has given no idea. Other characteristics looked even more miserable. Magic only hundreds, protection, 10, strength, 10, agility, 10, endurance, also 10. It seems that fate was in no hurry to smile. Suddenly, someone tried to go to the room. Two children, a girl Mariana and a boy named T-Bold, were just starting their history. The housewife, by a gesture, ordered the children to be quieter, because Mr. Zenbelt was dozing. Mariana confessed that she had long dreamed of meeting him because she was waiting for this moment for more than one day. Theo has promised that they would be cautious. The mother allowed them to climb up. Smiling, the girl acknowledged, "The guy is so sweet that her heart fell in love with him again." The young man's gaze lingered on the baby. Silver hair and violet eyes reminded him of his mother. Zenbelda has exhausted, and he asked to stop so closely. Suddenly, the hot palm grabbed the feasibility of the head. The guy's cheeks at once flared, surprise and embarrassment at once. Mariana, without restraining the impulse, exclaimed loudly that she was also seeking it, and the maid shed angrily in response. The girl announced, now her sister will take care of him. Theo supported this idea. Zika resembled a doll, just as Mariana loves. She planted the boy next to the toys, but he threw himself in a way. Zika is still a guy. In the head of the hero swarmed thoughts about how much inexhaustible energy his opponents had. They are unlikely to be limited to one attack. No doubt we'll try to get it out of the game more. With a sincere apology for the noise, Mariana promised her brother, as soon as he grows up, go together for family walks and create many warm memories. Smiling, she confessed to a sincere love for Zik and thanked him for being born. According to the observations of the lyre, the children were beautifully paid with each other. Gilbert supported this opinion. Zika had the feeling that he was extremely lucky with his new family. The presence in this place fills it with joy. The woman announced the awakening that should come tomorrow. She suggested that his presence was associated with Willie. The hero remained in full confusion. He never understood the meaning of her words. Gilbert's feeling was raging. He confessed that he was not his own. Lyra nodded, agreeing and assured everything was fine with Willie. Mariana was impatiently wondered if Uncle Williball was here, expressing a fervent desire to meet him. At this point, he remembered how he said, the world was going to go for the eyes. The true model of reliability is Willibald. It will just finish one mission, as it immediately goes to the new one. His insightful look is able to evaluate the situation at first. Theo did not restrain her and wondered why Zik had not yet been able to wake up. Perhaps the same thing happens to him? The surprise flashed in Zika's eyes when he looked at his mother in a question. She explained, Gert is his brother, who is now studying at the academy. For aristocrats, the awakening ceremony was mandatory. There should be mastered magic, and if the abilities are not revealed, persistently hone the skill in the martial arts. Theo alarmingly asks, what if it suddenly shows a particularly valuable property? It was for this reason that Gert was taken to the academy for another 5-year-old baby. They did not even allow to say goodbye to home. The guy's heart is shrinking from the idea that Zika can also be taken away. All this is because of appraisers who are used to report without finding out the truth. Hilbert emphasized his hand. With a touch of regret in his voice, he admitted that he had not been able to protect him. But this time nothing will interfere. No mistakes will happen. Finally, it encouraged her not to lose faith in her own strength. The awareness comes that they are taken with extraordinary shake to the academy from the diapers, and among them it is the carrier of exceptional abilities. If you do not invent the plan, loneliness will again become an integral part of being. The moment it seemed that life was finally smiling, but the illusion was misleading. The baby wanders in his own thoughts, not understanding where to go on. Dark night, Zalen's servant Beads rested next to the hero. The look is directed in the dark. He feverishly thought about how to hide his special abilities. You need to get rid of them by tomorrow. There is no other way out. And how to do it. The idea of the academy is frightened. There most likely will turn into a rabbit. In addition, life here is quite suitable and does not want to leave everything. All you have to do is seek help from God. Suddenly, an unknown appeared and asked the boy if he was calling him. Zika was engulfed by unexpected fear. He wondered who he is. In response, he heard that the guy was activating the assistants, so he appeared. The evaluation view remains unobtrusive to him. Its owner has amazing opportunities. It is able to immediately recognize any abilities in this place. The creature advises not to reveal its characteristics to others. Among his skills is another advantage, the ability to hide his own status. An extremely useful thing, but only mastered it yet. The confusion wraps the young man because he does not understand how to proceed. The assistant advises to master attributes and new skills. This will open tomorrow. At the same time, the hero has 1,000 defense points obtained through blessing for reincarnation. It is proposed to activate several skills with these changes, such as hide status. The hero agreed without hesitation. The assistant immediately warned, 1,000 points, a remarkable amount that should be saved for a more important moment. It seemed that there was no other way. There was no choice. The family for him, above all. The fear of losing the nearest unexpected shadow hangs over every step. The creature confidently assured that everything was well understood. The door of the house opened towards Mr. Willibald. Finally, the long way was over, and he said with relief that he had returned home. The popularity of her brother did not go out, and this was not left behind by Gilbert. The door of the room opened, and inside they met Lyra and Beltfra. With a slight smile, Willie noted that a lot of time has passed since their last meeting. The girl was sincerely glad that everything was fine with his health. He, in turn, did not resist the compliment, noted that the daughter-in-law remained the same. Gilbert exclaimed the boy's name with dissatisfaction, and Willie hurried to justify. They say he just greeted, so he was not a place here. Lyra confessed that she was full of happiness, and Willie sincerely congratulated her on her son's birth, noticing that it would not be unhappy not to visit. The baby was in the warm embrace of a man who gladly greeted him, calling his uncle Willie Bolt. With a sincere smile, he noted that the boy is very similar to his mother. The same sweet and pretty. Lyra in response jokingly noted that all children had such an attractive appearance, although she agreed that Zik really inherited her features. Rating a soothing confidence, the man turned to the boy. It is not necessary to be afraid, nothing painful would happen. Carefully asking not to worry, he applied the eye of the evaluation, directing a careful look at the boy. Suddenly, windows with a variety of characteristics broke out everywhere. In the alarming silence, Zika expected his sentence. Gilbert's questions concerned the properties of the boy, whether he is inherent in his simple elements, fire, wind, earth, water, and light. Willie replied that there were no higher manifestations in the child. The boy's father confirmed it. The relief swept the Zeke when he realized that everything had passed without the slightest complications. Carefully evaluating every little thing, he decided to leave several items for the species, not to cause suspicion. The most valuable finds were carefully hid, not wanting to advertise the true scale of the prey. In a careful look, Willie immediately flashed. This child has so much in common with the daughter-in-law. The happy glitter of the girl's eyes infect everyone around. Gilbert, hugging his beloved wife, said with gratitude, "The Lord heard our prayers and gave true joy." The wife was gentle, and Ziki, meanwhile, gladly noted to herself, wit and caution allowed to hide the abilities unnoticed, making the family truly happy. After looking carefully, Willie summed up, magical power remained stable, quite normal. Sigbelt finally felt relief. From now on, a peaceful dream will become a habit. This life seems much more pleasant than the previous one. Suddenly, a magical glow broke around the baby. In delight and surprise, Gilbert said to his brother, asking what was happening. In response, words about what their son was happy with. The horror froze on the face of Father Zika. Everyone was anxiety. Did he not notice something strange? Has he already discovered his wings? Truly divine, like a favorite of heaven, a fate. Special, with magical power that exceeds even its own essence. The hero looks. The situation is much worse than it seems. The baby's uncle stated that the situation had already become serious. It is necessary to inform the appropriate authorities. The Ministry of Magic will not stay away and will definitely respond. Awareness of its own mistake did not mix the bitterness in the heart of Zika. So much effort was made, and the calculations were made. However, despair does not take the mountain. It is not going to give up. Willibald with enthusiasm notes to the brother that their child is extraordinary. In a young heart, powerful magic rages, much more powerful than everything they knew. The power of the baby even exceeds the gift with which Willibald himself once came. He may be in front of him with a child with a high level. Zik sighed gloomily. Dowers. Good luck does not smile. Is this a finish? Willie shares the amazing news. The chief entrusted them with a special child. According to legends, such people are able to become gods themselves. They are called rare or unusual among ordinary. The man notes that it would be more appropriate if he went to the academy. However, Gilbert strongly denies. Zik suspects that he simply does not want to part with them. The situation is suddenly changed by the liar. It also categorically disagrees with such an idea, vigorously interfering with the conversation. Smiling happily, the mother whispers about the great grace of heaven who came to her son. The child is a real treasure, chosen by God. The husband, holding his breath, cannot take a passionate look from his wife. The girl confidently believes their boy will grow up with a true husband, unwavering and strong. In her gentle smile, sincerity glowed when she gently took her husband and asked for one thing: to protect Zika. The embarrassment ran through his face. The request of his wife was suddenly caught. The seriousness suddenly blinked his gaze when he promised to protect their little Zickbolt. Noticing that all the complexity was only in the announcement of the child's strength, Willie supported his brother's opinion. Without this, it would not be possible to dream her magical ability. First, you need to invent something about awakening. What abilities did he get and who really is? Gilbert wondered if it was possible to mask magical power. The older brother denied, not quite so. It is not necessary to reveal all the secrets of your power. It is better to keep something in the shadow. The wonderful idea. So the boy will be protected, and the authorities will not cling to him. In addition, trust in him is boundless. According to Gilbert, everything should work out. The baby will not even check for special features. They will simply report that there are none. Among men, we finally managed to find a way out of the situation. For the first time in his life, the hero felt his own need, and it suddenly excited him. Lyra explained that this means Zek Stangvitar. Willie nodded in response, confirming her words, and added that it would be a secret to only 5 chosen. Why 5? For Gilbert it remained a mystery, because there were only 3. Meanwhile, Villa Bold turned to the door and threw a call from the outside. Mariana and Thea Bold suddenly appeared on the threshold. For Hilbert, it became a real discovery that both of this time were here. Willie wondered how long they eavesdropped down, and strictly noted that to interfere with the conversation of adults, it is quite bad. Mariana assured that it was she who pulled Theo into the eavesdrop. Instead, Theo insisted, her sister was not guilty of anything. It is all her own idea. Willie watched the girls justify each other and asked if they were actually worried about Zika. Mariana apologized, explaining that her excitement was aroused for Zika. She did not want him to be taken away. Mom noted that even in alarming situations it is impossible to behave in this way. It is a pleasure to realize that relatives are so fervently worried about their brother. Willie's father will not be allowed to hurt him. At that moment, both brother and sister felt true happiness. Zik seemed to be incredible that fate gave him such relatives. His heart was full of gratitude. Willie intervened in the conversation, turning to the girls persistently. Everything that has just happened should remain a secret. No one should know about it. In case of disobedience, they will be punished. A serious expression of a man's face leaves no doubt. Trembling and horror froze on the girls' faces when they agreed. And the protagonist never stopped. What this guy makes such a spooky impression. Willie boasted his brother that his children were always holding the word. The father only nodded affirmatively, confirming every word he said. Sitting at the side, the man proudly said what kind of children he had. Then his uncle began to tell everyone around the features of the protagonist. This is exactly what the guy saved from power interference. He does not know who to thank for such a gift of fate. The feeling of happiness overflows the soul. The present life seems like a true blessing. A few months have passed since in his past life was a failure. Finally, true happiness became his companion, and even the creature was quietly agreed with him. In addition, it was noted that the hero was incredibly fortunate to preserve memories from the past life. This is why you managed to stay at home. However, the balance of the hero was -444. Zik suggested that all this was carefully planned. In one of the past hypostases, death has crashed him in an accident, after which fate gave her new life in another world, unique, special. Once on the verge of being in oblivion, now the guy is confused and does not know how to proceed. There is no doubt left, chosen by God himself. The vigilant look caught. The creature did not open anything unexpected. With an ironic smile, the hero thanked for the news that was familiar to him. From the very beginning, he was destined to stand out. In the soul, the belief, this world is set against him. The creature nodded as a sign of consent, hearing the boy's request, no longer screaming. The young man carefully reminded of yesterday's conversation and asked what it was about. The assistant was only silent in response. This time, no word. From the experience, the guy understood. He would not reveal any secret. Interested, the creature asked about the appointment of this huge number of books. An explanation came to the answer. Before her, a textbook of witchcraft for beginners. The maid's surprise had no limits. How happened that such a little boy is interested in magical volumes? She selected several books for him to begin with. It appealed to him. Interest increased even more when the pages as if they were revealed by him, and the content of books became quite clear to him. It remains only to master the art of witchcraft. Recently, the young hero has opened numerous mysteries of magic, and every new experience has filled him with confidence in his own. There are 12 magical elements in the world. Among them are 6 high levels: flames, thunder, ice, light, oblivion. The other 6 belong to the elements of the lower class: fire, wind, earth, water, sun, and darkness. Only those who have at least several of these appropriate attributes are capable of mastering magic. Even in combination, these forces give new power every time. Fiction. A real magical world, like fairy tale pages. The inconsistency of attributes. No miracles will happen. However, in the case of full compliance, a real miracle is born. Each magician receives a unique, only magic. For beginners, magic with light attribute is most commonly opened. Born to accelerate the darkness, this light shines brightest at night. It becomes especially mysterious under the moonlight. In the past, it was the fireflies that paved the way in darkness. The fire, burned with a zik, filled the room with a warm glow. A vivid memories of his former life, he thought to him. Then such miracles seemed like a real magic. But the experience of the past gave a valuable lesson. Such witchcraft has great benefit. The unrestrained passion covers the hero. A passionate desire to master even more knowledge does not rest. Magic lures it, calls for it to dive into the depths of the unknown. Energy is raging from the inside, and the goal is to succeed that it will blind everyone like bright sunlight. The bright witchcraft cut the glow with the whole house. The light pierced every corner. Finally, a dreamy success. But temporary blindness became the price. However, the young men would not hurt to think and be careful next time. Interest in it is a real fire of desire to learn more. Gilbert comes to the room, asking why light is still burning here. Seeing Zika, he wondered in surprise that this baby brought here. The maid asked her well-being, but she assured that she got better. Having considered the photo, the woman sighed and confessed that she was very sad for Gert. The door suddenly dissolved. Gilbert believed in the room, notifying his wife of fascinating news. Zickbalt got to his feet. Gilbert glowed on the face of Gilbert. The maid carefully turns to Mr. Gilbert, hinting at his rudeness. However, the husband completely ignores her words. Instead, she with delight shows his wife that their son is already standing on his legs. Lyra, in response, is a joyful note that it is a real miracle. Fear of Zikist's chest. However, magic comes to the rescue, and a wave of rest washes off the alarm. Father's words are supported by support. Holding up confidently. That's how it should be. Gilbert's vicious look distinguishes in Zika the first signs of independence. A little more, and the guy will be able to do without assistance. The unwavering confidence flows in his words. The hero, however, asks to refrain from such statements. He is too early for such changes. A void upset the mother. There was no other way out. He was strongly approaching the bed. She was already waiting. The insight came. There is no time to delay. You should move forward. Every step was given with difficulty. The body seemed to be heard yet, as if some of it had grown properly. But the mother did not hide pride. It is great that her son has already managed to take these few steps to her independently. Carefully lifting the baby to his arms, Gilbert did not restrain the delight. Amazing. He learned to walk. In fact, an extraordinary baby. Meanwhile, the boy was silently begging to stop these passionate exclamations. He did all this for him. The neck was already painful. It seemed to be about to break. Suddenly on the threshold, a butterfly Hans appeared and strictly asked why Mr. Gilbert was avoiding his duties. Please return to the office and end the work firmly and uncompromising. The man tried to justify himself, they say. His son just made his first steps, but Hans stood persistently on his own back to the office. In the end, his father gave way. The liar insisted that the man left Zika on the spot and hurried to work. Hans noted with indignation. At least the boss brought the matter to the end, and even then they went. Gilbert silently apologized, explaining. Everything happened so unexpectedly that he himself was lost. I would not leave a book for Zika unanswered. Anna willingly agreed, adding that she had chosen a few more new volumes for the boy. The dreams of the hero were spinning around how to grow up and finally master magic so that such painful moments never occur. Noticing her son tired, The woman advised him to lie down. He appealed to him, and he agreed. Lyris gently holds his son's hair on his son, saying that he will soon be a year old. Soon he will turn into a real boy, and after that, and into a man. She is overwhelmed by joy, because this little joy is near her. Joy literally shines in her eyes. However, something in his mother's behavior seems unusual. A mysterious change does not leave his attention. The heart of the liar is full of a passionate desire. Let her son grow free, far from the vanish of local authorities. There are difficult tests ahead of him, but his mother has no shadows. The boy will handle everything. Can it be different when it is her most expensive child, a real special treasure? I am sure that the courage and strength in it will blossom more abundant than anyone around. Tears rolled across her cheeks when she assured she would always stay next to him. In her heart, she cherished sincere hope that all his dreams would certainly come true. At this point, Zeke watched his mother, not understanding the causes of her tears. Hugging her son, his mother begged him to find happiness. In her words, bitter remorse swelled. But the next moment, the voice trembling. Mrs. Lyra lost her creature. On this terrible spectacle, Anna, throwing a book down, put her throat, calling her mistress. She ran up quickly to the bed, anxiously calling the lady to wake up. At the table at the academy, the young man sits thoughtfully when a stranger with the news approaches him. A letter was received from his father. The young man asks to leave him alone, but the foreigner, without heeding, insists. The message contains really important news. The sad news of the death of the mother stunned the baby. The expression of deep shock has frozen on her face. The funeral day seemed rainy. On his father's hands, Zeke sadly escaped his mother's coffin. In the look of regret, full of tears and unrestrained anger, the pain and anxiety for his younger brother have frozen. The corridor was traveling by Gilbert's brothers, exchanging surprised views, and Gilbert himself confessed how unexpected everything was. It was impossible to predict such a turn. His short-cut satellite nodded lightly, confirming in words that it was a great shock for him. Willie noted that the funeral is far from the most joyful event in life. Looking at his brother, he suggested a little rest. He only briefly replied that everything was fine with him. However, Willie insisted and asked if his brother managed to sleep at least once after the death of the daughter-in-law. Gilbert's silence weighed more than any words. The expression of the face eloquently issued true feelings. He made it clear that he wants to protect his children from danger above all. The toddler gathered in the room near Anna, and Mariana plunged into tears, sobbing carelessly. At that moment, Zeke seemed to be seriously ill, and he did not even notice it. Only when he came to the world did he stay without it. The pain of the loss exploded in a small heart. Memories of the tenderness and beauty of the mother were not rest. I would never think that something was wrong with her. Possessing the ability to look through the shell, the Zik would instantly unravel its condition, and may be saved from the illness. The tears rolled through the hero's cheeks, and the bitter sense of their own helplessness squeezed the heart with iron grips. No answer. Why all that? Suddenly, the feasibility was seized and quickly moved. Alberto, noticing this, asked where he was going, but in response she said that Hurt should come. He suggested that he immediately go to his mother immediately, because he loved her incredibly. In the corridor, a confident step of Gert was heard, and the maid, barely managed, hurried after him. Having met her brother, the feasible warmth smiled and confessed from all her heart how to see him. But in response, there was a restrained remark. Now, they say, not to greetings. The guy burst into the room, squeezing the weapon in his hand, raising her boldly, getting ready to strike a younger brother. In all that happened, he blamed the Zekvist without a shadow. At that moment, Zeke was comfortable in Anna's arms. The hero stared at his brother, not getting rid of him. The reason for such fierce was incomprehensible. Gert exploded with thunder arrows. Anna without hesitation rushed forward and covered Zika with her body. Mariana was stunned by what she saw. Uncle rapidly rushed to stop the use of herbs. Mariana urged to call someone for help immediately. Theo noted that healing magic was needed, and added that he should call an uncle and dad. Court and reproach addressed his uncle. Why did he bloom the way? The mother was killed through Siag belt. The man explained that her health was crashed after the baby was born. This was what led to a tragic end. The reason should not be found in the Zik. None of Alberto's speeches convinced Hurt. The arrow behind the arrow flew into battle again. Willie resolutely intervened. called Alberto to stop, and Herta forced the pointing gesture to stop near the glass wall. Noticing the smart reaction of his nephew, Willie smiled approvingly. Meanwhile, Gilbert flew into the room with an impatient question. What's going on? Willibald's charming touch returned to Anna's health in Zika's eyes. The little one came to life. The joy was lit in the eyes of the man. In warm words, Gilbert noted the efforts of Mariana and Theo. Inquiring to Anna and Zika's well-being, he heard in response that everything was fine with them. The injury was insignificant. Willibald said confidently that he could not do without the isolation of Goethe is too much threat to Zik's life. The young boy already had to demolish too much trials at such an early age. Uncle suggested that the children choose. Stay or move on. Mariana agreed to stay without hesitation. With sincere regret for her own carelessness, Anna apologized. Willie noted that the wounds were quite serious and insisted on vacation. But instead of complaints, the girl only assured, everything is fine with her. The main thing is that the young master stays healthy. The attention of everyone immediately focused on Gert. Anger burned in his gaze, ready to explode every second. Surprised by turning to her brother, Mariana wondered why he did so. Zika remained still a child. There is no guilt on it. The brother turned to his sister, asking if she did not sometimes get crazy. It was impossible to know. The girl wondered if the baby was really able to harm her mother. At the same time, Gert asked to calm down. The guy did not in any way influence. He confidently stated that he would take the life of Zika. In the despair of Mariana pleaded her father to defend Zika from the insidious Gert. To defend Zika for her is a matter of honor, even if the enemy is a brother. And she expects the same act from her father. The picture opposite caused an alarming sadness in Will. Silent sadness enveloped his thoughts. The guy decided to go to his brother for advice to find out what he thinks about it. The outbreak of anger flashed in the look of Gert, when she rested all present with a sharp, prickly vision. An unchanging favorite of all from birth. Such an image of a young boy has erupted before his eyes, and he felt like a stranger, like a world. Loneliness has always accompanied him, just like his mother. Mother's love was torn from under his nose. Sigbelt took him the most expensive. Gert will never forgive him this betrayal, because from the very heart it sounded, "You are a real monster." Just as the Zik opened his eyes, Mariana and Theo rushed to him, hugged firmly, expressing their genuine anxiety and care. Having cheered about Zika's well-being, Willie noted that everything looked quiet. Recent events emerged in memory. Brother Gert visited, recently farewelled to his mother, and through all this stretched a depressing atmosphere of hostility. In his gaze, a real hatred was blazing. The impression that he is good to kill the opponent in place. The apology of the Theo and Mariana made it sincerely. Painfully confessed that they could not protect him and came too late. The uncle is taken carefully to examine the baby's body. Hurt is no longer allowed to guy. The awareness is covered by Zika. If it were not for the timely appearance of his uncle, his life could be broken. Mariana gives the word. This will not happen again. Willow's warm movement held his palm on the head of the niece, encouraging to sleep. She depleted all her strength, trying to heal her brother. The feasible also needed rest. Theo states that Zik is not guilty of anything. Willibald sincerely thanks the children for saving Zika, and assures that this will not happen again. Only light, happy memories should remain in his childhood. Willi assured these words that he would try to help. At this point, Zika swept a strange powerlessness. Awareness of his own inability to act pressed on him. Uncle suggested that the children relax, but Theo assured that they would remain near the Zik. While the toddlers were quietly resting, Willibald was astonished at the distance, plunging into thinking that unexpectedly interrupted his brother's voice. Gilbert appeared in the room. Wally immediately asked the news about Kurt, but in response he received a cold objection. No details, they say. He wants to hear anything. It seemed that all his attention was drawn to Zika as a true obsessive idea. Uncle replied that he could be understood. The fate gave him such a father. Great luck. Gilbert now does not imagine how to treat him, and I would never think that Goethe was capable of such. Willie Bold also agreed, remembering how everything was destroyed. Moreover, he almost caused a disaster to his brother. Suspicions were hung over the academy. Everything seems very strange here. Gilbert also agreed with this. Ever since Gertain began his studies, his behavior has changed dramatically, has become some unnatural. Apparently, there is something prohibited there. That is why parents are not even allowed inside. The determination of his father glowed in his eyes. The question had to be resolved immediately, right here. He already reached out to the door, but suddenly legs, and the man fell to the floor. Forces relentlessly left the body. Willie turned to his brother, gently offering a little rest. To the said, he added that from now on the care of children lies on his shoulders. Outrage overwhelms this man. The desire to know the whole truth has become a true obsessive idea for him. The brother was apologizing, sincere words full of pity and forgiveness. On the roof, covered by reflections, Wilbald acknowledges that the situation has become confused. The brother is exhausted, and the clear decision is never. With confidence in his voice, the man assured that he would handle the task. They chose not those with whom you can joke. Subsequently, the injuries will certainly regret their choice. Let everything hurt now and seem unbearably difficult. These trials only harden, and then they will come out of it stronger than ever. Theo with Marie, Alberto, brother Gilbert, his father with his uncle, each of them, and nearby and Zeke, have suffered many trials in their lives. Everything around has changed dramatically. The hero sought to grow, hardened the power of reason and spirit, mastered every existing magic and thoroughly studied all their combinations, leaving no secret from the first and the last. To achieve outstanding accomplishments, and yet, to give your mom joy and pride. The hero is definitely waiting for the path to incredible power. 4 years have passed. The corridor was feasible when he suddenly heard someone sounded his name. Turning, he asked what happened. The 5-year-old Zikbol with delight confessed to his brother, who seeks to go with him. ZK suddenly appeals to Theo with a request, to take him with him. The said brother is genuine surprise. It seems that he did not expect such an initiative. The unbreakable hero confidently states that he knows that Theo belongs to the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, he goes to work out now. The older brother, stunned, is amazed at where the ZK has excavated such information. The apology is heard to the brother, but thanks to the eye assessment, the full picture is well visible. Theo is a newcomer among adventurers who belongs to F rang. All testifies that he has chosen this path recently. The status indicators confirm the recent start of his adventure career. ZK again appealed to his brother to take him with him, and instead met a categorical refusal. His brother was holding back the idea that Zeke was still too young for such adventures. The miracle of magic broke out in the hands of Zek, and he confidently stated, is now quite ready to fight. The defenders of the world almost lost, observing magical skill at such a young age, moreover, at such a high level. To his surprise, a simple answer was made. They say, the secret only in constant training at home. The frantic desire for power pushed him to study magic, but no efforts were made. The level remained unchanged. In memory, a moment of desperate attempt to master magic appears. He has invested all the power he had in this desire, but he never achieved any result. Probably a fatal mistake was made somewhere. The deputy noted that the level is too low, it is waste of too much energy, no benefit to create magic. Although it is still in the process of becoming, the ability to use your special eye is already available. A level icon appeared on the horizon. Then everything is simple. It grows only through the victory over the monsters. There is simply no other way for development. That is, true power is born only in fierce, relentless battles. Theo considers it quite natural phenomenon. To become stronger, you need to gain experience in battles. However, the experience himself is lacking for growth. The brother will not understand why the shoe was too hurried. The answer is a sincere desire to become stronger. Weakness is an obstacle that prevents protecting those who are expensive. The gloomy reflections overshadowed the guy's mood, so the desire to become stronger gripped him. Grousing in his memoirs, Theo took his look at his brother and saw that exciting moment when Herta pleaded with him. The anguish swept the heart again. The guy asks Hans to harness the crew. They will go together. A cheerful, like a baby, Zik thanked his brother without hiding joy. However, he immediately warned, this is the first and last time, you should not count on such concessions again. In addition, he strictly ordered, for a moment, not to take a step. The hero only nodded in response and obeyed. The characters go on a journey by a boat, swimming through the mysterious forest. The Theo warns that this place is showered by monsters, and today they need to track white rabbits, creatures of insidious and extremely dangerous. It will be more difficult to win than it seems at first glance. So, as these monsters appear, the Zeke will have to be alert and stay with his comrades. The training day does not promise the appearance of terrible monsters. Everything will be calm, without much surprises. However, participants still expect good luck. Theo recalls how Mariana stubbornly did not want to let him go with her. Since the hero was injured, she does not look away from him for a moment. Somehow, he noted that he was too expensive for her. But such care is increasingly reminiscent of excessive care. According to Zeke, he has no objections. In the end, the sister feels the same sincere love as his brother. Having thanks to the boy, the feasibility was warned. It is only necessary to go away. Marie will deprive his life without hesitation. Finally, when he is in the right place, Theo has sincerely thanks Hansoff and asks to return in the evening to pick them up. In addition, the guy asks to keep their trip to the secret. However, Hans carefully points out that his father should still be aware. Theo assures that he will tell everything in person, but a little later. Walking a removing crew, Theo proposed to visit Nicholas immediately. It is he who trusts him above all. The Theo promised to introduce to a friend personally, and, reaching out his hand to his brother, urged to move together. In the head of Zika, there was an opinion. His brother will probably like if they hold hands. The senior has always been for the younger support. Carefully taking the Theo behind his palm, the young man in memory survived the moment when the little one once also hesitantly reached for his hand. A soft smile blossomed on her mouth and, full of confidence, promised the hero to take on his defense today. She assured that it was time to trust her completely. Going on a journey, the characters first found themselves near the ancient fountain. Then they moved the bridge that stretched next to a loud waterfall, and eventually the Zik widely dissolved the mysterious gates. An unexpected message was rise. They have already got. The white forest stretched everywhere around. Widely opened eyes and the mouth of Zika gave his surprise. He was swallowing every detail of this amazing landscape. Admired by the beauty of the terrain, the guy did not restrain the admiration. Here is really incredibly beautiful. Tybalt in response explained that this land is imbued with special magic, so all the plants around have a wonderfully white appearance. There are many different monsters around, a real paradise for beginner adventurers. In anticipation of the danger, the guy reminded his brother again, "Do not leave me from a step." The voice of Nicholas cut silence, turning to the feasibility study. He joked that he so suddenly called him to hunt that he was surprised. Beginners have increased significantly lately. Not someone else's people have appeared here? The gaze slid on Zika, and immediately the question came, who is this baby? The boy was kindly introduced, adding that he was a younger brother Theo and genuinely happy. The polite manners of the guy immediately gave him an old friend's brother, and Nicholas immediately realized it. In warm movements, the man ran on the boy's head, assuring that together they would cope perfectly. The Theo cast a reproaching view of Nicholas, reminding not of rude. Meanwhile, Zik secretly activated the Eye of the Grades to learn more about his new acquaintance. His name is Nikolai Baden. Among the adventurers, he was assigned rank D, at his disposal. 2 elements, water and light, although both belong to the lower class of abilities. It is not difficult to see the bunny at the age of 3 years, but the skill with the sword of the guy is very. The level of characteristics fully corresponds to the rank of rank D. All the skills are equally developed. Meanwhile, Nikolai, having raised his eyebrows, asked why, in fact, their plans changed through his brother. Theo only nodded, a little sorry for the inconvenience. The Zik instead suggested getting hunting to tighten your experience and raise levels. Zik voiced his proposal. Because of his fault, their ideas were changed. But the desire to improve did not leave the guy. He asked friends a little support to make every effort to study. Nikolai in response suggested that he demonstrate his skills. Immediately fell into the eye how much this boy was abandoned by everyone. So the man with sympathy confessed that he liked. Zeke decided not to give hope. Careful behavior could help if this man is really useful to him. Putting his baby on his shoulders, Nicholas had fun announced the beginning of the hunt. On this with anxiety, he exclaimed that the thread could fall. Nicholas just smiled and advised him not to take care of the boy too much. In his thoughts, the hero noted that this person really seems weird. Scaling the forest shadow, the baby asked his brother, "Did he really have to sit and chat? Do they plan to ambush among these trees?" Nikolai spoke about the crazy medical accounts of Theodopia. His family is far from the most modest aristocracy, real misery. In this small family circle, he remained with his sister, who was a serious illness. Immediately it became clear. The deputy directly insisted that Julius would do something absurd and absolutely unacceptable. After brief hesitation, Nicholas confesses that he barely raised the ends with the ends until the Theo has reached for help. In response, the interlocutor modestly remembers. In fact, he only paid him several fencing lessons. Finally, Zik realized why the man seemed so friendly. He sincerely apologized for his ignorance and suggested that he give him all the money he earned if he was useful. Finally managed to overcome the illusion embodied in the form of a hurt brother. The white radiance enveloped him with Sarah, and, opening her eyes, the girl looked around in surprise. There was a white rabbit with a horn nearby. Zcast with a gesture asked him to wait a little. Today's task is to raise at least the 3rd level and master the art of using the eye assessment directly in battle. Having carried out an attentive review of the white rabbit, the guy realized his strongest sides were the element of flames and baptism, but the most vulnerable, darkness and fire. For a long time, without hesitation, the guy found the rabbit a weak place, just under the corner. Nikolai suggested to take the distraction of the rabbit so that he did not run away. These creatures are surprisingly rapid. Zik noted that he would open fire from this position. Hearing this, Nicholas slightly skeptically noted the long distance to the target. The hero began to explain, not ordinary rabbits before them. The ray of light broke out in the hands of the hero, and the rabbit immediately fell to the vanquished on the first attempt. Turning to Theo, the man said with a noticeable pride that his brother kissed the goal on his first attempt. The level is only initial, and shoots as if a real embarrassed adventure. The young man looked away and, as if in passing, added that they were accustomed to this craft. The hero instantly released a powerful fiery volley, and Theo and Nicholas froze with surprise. The guy with delight noted that he had an extraordinary abilities from the baby. Nikolai added that their family is truly impressive. After reading his characteristics, the hero noticed that he had not increased from 1 rabbit. So, there are several more. He asked his brother Theo to question whether rabbits remained here. Stepping forward, he lifted the storm of the wind, which picked up the dust around. He warned loudly. Many enemies gather in the northwest. However, through the noise of the air, there was still some alarming presence. Grabbing the baby in his arms, Nicholas rapidly rushed forward in the pursuit of adventures. The feasible, in the meantime, pleasedly called to stop and not run on. Winting one for a few rabbits, the hero finally reached the 2nd level. He glowed joyfully, telling his brother about his new higher level. The brother's words were knocked down by the Theo from the Panthelic. Observing, Nikolai explained. The baby tried to convey that he had already become much stronger. Forgetting that only the levels were accessible, he did not get the Zik immediately. The statistics of the hero have grown significantly. A little more, and the feasibility study will even leave Nicholas behind. The smile on the face of the man was praised. The guy really tried. They worked side by side without laying their hands and eventually won 8 rabbits at a time. Satisfied with the achievement, the man suggested that the Theo join the training with them. The strength of this guy is probably not inferior to the power of Zika. Theo, sighing, confesses that he has not met their father yet. In the head of Nicholas again and again, the surprise in front of this family is surprised. It seems to be surprised by her endlessly. The hero captures. As a Theo, with every moment it is more difficult to cunning. It is time to move the conversation to another channel. The desire to conquer the 3rd level remained for a long time. Now Zik was grateful to Nicholas, because the knowledge gained today has become a real discovery for him. Suddenly a flock of goblins jumped out of the forest hut. Without moving, the Theo rushed forward and ordered Zika to stay behind. However, the goblins raced past without even paying attention to them. The incomprehensible scene caught Nicholas by surprise. Something flashed past him with a quick impulse. Theo assured that only goblins live in this white forest and are not afraid of anyone, because they are owners here. However, today, these creatures fled from an unknown danger, and it seemed extremely strange. It was at this moment that he was illuminated by an unexpected guess. The innumerable size of the tree swept in the air right above their heads. Without hesitation, Nicholas rushed to defend Zika and feverishly ordered everyone to flee. Zik and Nicholas were far from the feasibility study, looking around. The words did not have time to speak, as the goblins rushed around. The man distrustfully suggested that they fled. The angry cry of Theo erupts into the air. It was a trap to divide them. Nicholas sarcastically points out that, although they often behave not too reasonably, they sometimes manage to do something really cunning. Theo, sighing, recognizes. In fact, he has enough problems. In front of him, like a night ghost, a giant monster emerged. The birth of a silent forest. The guy rushed to Nicholas with the words, "Grasp the Zika and run without delay. Otherwise all of us here stumbles on death." The huge monster was the king of Goblin himself, too powerful to find himself here. How did he manage to leave the quiet forest so inaudibly and penetrate into the snowy spaces? His presence in this place was absolutely inappropriate. The feeling of lightness on the body surprised the Theo about the absence of armor. Did the armor in the quiet forest get lost somewhere in the quiet forest? Through a broken barrier, it was possible to escape. Happiness today was clearly on his side. Something like a monster was already growing in front. The treacherous goblins slipped out of the shadows. The outbreak of danger was forced the Theo to evade the powerful blow of King Goblin, although he tried to shout Zek and Nicholas. It becomes obvious. There is no chance to defeat the enemy, under no circumstances. The only hope is to distract him, to win a few precious seconds for escape. There is no choice. You will have to go into battle, because the promise given to the Zyke obliges to stand to the end and protect it. Nicholas is quickly aware that it is impossible to defeat all opponents. There are too many enemies. There is nowhere to retreat. The cry of Zika is heard. He will rush to help. The spontaneous flash of light helped the boy to handle 3 goblins immediately. Nikolai did not hide astonishment. Unfamiliar technique was striking. In seconds, several enemies were left behind. Zik still looked exhausted. Despite the fact that he had already reached the 3rd level, he was still lacking. His statistics were growing, but the body did not have time to adapt to new opportunities. But the fragile body is good to betray at any moment. The next attack can make him faint. Even when left in the senses, it is unlikely that you can move. There is only one shot in the stock. Will this last jerk impress all enemies with one blow? The battle with the king quickly proves the Theo that this opponent is not easy. But suddenly, in the heat of the fight, his gaze turned something unexpected. Florence suddenly emerged from the ground. The incomprehensible feeling envelops it. It does not understand what it was. Strange entertainment pierced the guy through, leaving the invisible trace. Brothers' screams come to Zika, and at the same moment the air breaks the explosion. Without even thinking, Nicholas has time to cover the boy with himself. The man confessed that the forces were almost on the verge, and the problems were too serious. The next in this circle, the trials were to become. ZQ'sed eye. The most vulnerable place of this monster is the center of the head, just under the helmet. Victory is quite likely if you direct all your power to this point. Whatever the danger, we will lay out the full. This monster will still regret that she has dared to touch his relatives. Therefore, the help of Tifo is our duty. Memories of the day when Goethe attacked the Zika, and Teo never managed to stop him, did not rest even at night. Throughout this time, the soul was torn by rage because of its own weakness. So far, Zika's desire has become more understandable. The hand grabs his palm firmly. He will not give way in any circumstances. Not today, and never. Waking up, the Theo has realized that this is not the finale. He tried on the armor. The formidable voice of Theo forbade the monster to even approach his brother. A young man named Nikolai. A strong light curtain created by a man has taken all a powerful blow on herself. The voice of Nicholas thundered over the crowd. He warned that King Goblin was about to break through the protective barrier, and desperately shouted the boy's name. The weapon in the hands of Theoso was twisted by a frantic whirlwind, and the next moment the ability to accelerate Thrifty pushed him forward. Using the alleged arrow, the hero struck a monster. The monster was injured. Nicholas exclaimed that Theo was doing well. Grabbing at the damaged place, the monster weakened, and the guy fell to the ground. Suddenly, the monster resolutely dropped the mask and rolled up, until the moon rolled around. The man could not squeeze how he remained alive after such a blow. At this point, Zik realized that his assumption was confirmed. He addressed Nicholas with an unexpected request, to throw him directly to the head of the monster. Although the reason for such a strange application remained incomprehensible to the man, the guy quickly explained. The most vulnerable place of the monster is the forehead. Due to his power, the hero will overcome the enemy. Trusted not to lose his family, with sincere hope, Alexei turned to Nicholas. In response, the man nodded with sympathy, looking carefully at the boy's view. Carefully lifting the find, he comfortably enveloped her with a protective barrier, confidently spoke of his faith in her. A moment later, The mysterious thing flew forward. He launched it. Humorous, the hero realizes. The chance has appeared, and it is not necessary to give up anymore. The concentrated determination gives birth to a shining arrow of light, ready to become a weapon in a decisive duel. After the sharp edge of the sword, the skull of the monster was released. The fiery copies rose in his hand, and suddenly everything was flooded around. King Goblin fell to the ground, exhausted with a final defeat. Nikolai declared relief the end of the battle. Zika's thoughts flashed. He did it all. The boy collapsed down, and the dull consciousness slowly left him. Instant reaction. Nicholas rushed forward to pick up the little one. Fortunately, the Theo, quickly reacting, managed to pick up his brother and soften his fall. He warmed up with hugs, holding back the trembling, which did not subside. Zik was aware of whether everything was fine. A light smile appeared on his face when he replied that he was all right with him, and then constantly asked for forgiveness for the cause of his pain again. Zik, with warmth in his voice, said that everything was fine. Everything is due to his brother. It was because of him that he managed to defend himself from that monster. Sincere thanks to the children's voice when the boy thanked the eldest. At first, a surprised shadow flashed on the Tekvidi's face, and in a moment a sincere smile illuminated him. Hugging his brother, he said that now the salvation was common. Both became a reliable support. Nicholas tried to use healing, but in vain. The magical power left him, leaving no trace. Zik thanked the stranger, but in response he heard, "This is your victory over the goblins, not mine." The question raised the question. Who really is? What is the incomprehensible magic he mastered? How did he manage to calculate the vulnerable place of the king of demons? Could you really believe that such talents are inherent in their whole family? The answer of the feasible was in vaguely. The time for the truth has not yet come. All this was conceived for Zika's safety. With a smile, Nicholas assured that he understands everything to the smallest detail. Zika's interest in his well-being was not response. It is not necessary to worry, because his wounds always heal surprisingly quickly. There were so many thoughts in the head that he inevitably sought to discuss with them. The child overcame such a terrible monster. It painfully struck his pride, reducing his self-esteem to the bitter border, which is ashamed. Today, Theo finds the strength to thank him. Nikolai appealed to Zika to talk about the last technique he used. It turned out to be a fiery spear. The monster turned ashes. It is even difficult to imagine all the power of this girl. Zik felt a sincere pleasure that Nicholas was able to interest. In addition, the fear that the King of Goblin has almost paralyzed the hero. It was an extremely strange feeling. It was subconsciously returned to the long-known role of failure. The assistant suddenly appeared and reported that Zika has now started a completely different life, and the past should be forgotten. In one day, his strength increased strikingly. It is not possible to speak about the accident of the arrival of this monster. It was thanks to him that such a breakthrough. The peculiarity of it is a great thing. This is what gave them a chance to survive. The entire team opens the opportunity to finally believe in their own strength. God chooses a special grace. They are given the opportunity to become stronger, to feel liked. As a child, Zik has heard a mysterious phrase from Uncle Willibald more than once, and the true meaning of it could not grasp it. Only human pain and suffering will have a whole life nearby. The hope of getting a force that would protect loved ones from any suffering ripened. It was about it. The real power was needed by Zik. Success in the cart, the man is questioned by a friend why such silence prevails. He only sighs and answers. It is impossible to change anything. You do nothing without protection. With bitter regret recognizes that everything happened that way, and gives the word to become stronger. A sudden blow swept everything in its path rapidly. The cart, along with the horse and passengers, flips to the side. The presence of King Goblins went away all. His huge figure suggested such a horror that he had to flee without examination. No one could understand why he appeared in that place. One of the guys wondered what happened to the load, to which the other threw him back. "Our lives are more expensive." And both rushed. A wounded kitten suddenly fell out of the cage of these guys. The eyes were wide open. The King of Goblin himself came in front of him, and without the slightest hesitation of his feet, led him away, forcing him to run away. A few months passed, as Zik, along with the whole family, got to see how he caresses white rabbits. Having made the decision to raise his level gradually, the hero admired to hunt on white rabbits. This case brought him great pleasure and kept attention. Suddenly, Mariana rushed to the boy quickly and hugged him firmly. Taking it in her hands, she proudly noted how courageous and strong he became. A little more effort, and it will certainly become the most glorious of the characters. She hugged him firmly, calling her favorite brother. And in response, he just smiled cunningly and assured that he simply did not exist. Satisfied with her son, Gilbert is interested in Villa, whether he is really so similar to him. In response, Willie notes, magic. The guy controls perfectly, and this is just the first step on his big way. The idea flashed. Ordinary magic will be enough to stay satisfied. Meanwhile, Zik is surprised to note his sister's incredible vigor. The Gilbert, who has just learned about it, is equally amazed. All these little discoveries really testify to good progress. Group Otanj Tim. Mariana noticed that there is still a place to grow in skill. King Goblin had just been overthrown, but no one was aware of it. This news had to be kept in strict secret. Gilbert reports that the news of the remains found by the monster. What really happened, he is unknown, and the investigation has already been started. From now on, Alberto will follow the events, and Gilbert sincerely hopes that new complications will no longer occur. The instant decision of his father was stunned by Zeke. Everything happened too quickly, the monster disappeared, and no one was suspected. Meanwhile, Mariana hugged her younger brother even harder, squeezing him in his arms, though he tried unsuccessfully to escape from her hands. Suddenly the hero's gaze fell on a suspicious movement in the bushes. Something seemed to have attracted his attention. Running from his sister's hugs, the guy rushed rapidly to the other way, assuring that he had to check something. Marie tried to stop him, but suddenly, someone's hand laid the boy on his shoulder, and a calm voice asked to wait. A father stood in front of her. He told his daughter that in the White Forest the boy did not threaten anything, and he will be able to run carelessly there, enjoying his freedom. In the memory of the girl, Lightning has memories of the moment when Gert's stream rushed at the little Zika. The youth froze, persistently denying everything she heard, and claimed that she had no right to leave him. Full of determination, she decided to follow him. Having realized that her daughter could not reassure, Gilbert heard Willie recalls. Since then, Gerda thought to shorten the age of the Zeke. She has not departed from him for a moment. Uncle, concerning the state of the feasibility study, asked his well-being. He assured that everything was fine with him. It seems that Zika is waiting for a happy and carefree life. Even if there is a sorrow, young years make it possible to survive any bad weather. Ahead, getting acquainted with the vast and interesting world. It remains only to protect him from afar, because he will never know how this world is arranged in four walls. Pointing to the invisible border, Villabali made it clear. Zika was not advised to go further. Otherwise, they would be waiting for a grueling search for a guy in the depths of the forest. Following the call of his own instincts, Zik soon found himself where it was necessary. A magical creature, a sacred tiger, appeared on the way. A representative of a rare and almost missing species, he combined the powerful forces of thunder and ice cold. Zeke turns to the beast and asks not to be afraid of him. True sympathy is read in his youth. He recently learned that this species is on the verge of extinction. Wouldn't it take care of such rare creatures? What made him stay completely alone? Zek guesses that the wound was given when King Goblin burst into the hall. The escape was expensive. The wounds were deep, life-threatening. Now he needs help. The young man, gathering the remnants of strength, approached the beast, and here the sharp fangs are absorbed in his hand. The pain pierced the hero, but the desire to help took the mountain. Gathering with forces, he applied treatment to the wounded tiger. He ran a guy on his head with a slight movement, and then said he had healed him. The surprise ran through the muzzle of the beast, after which he carefully began to lick the bite. The hero assured that from now on everything would be fine. The soft wool of the animal resembled a plush, and behavior was naive and trusting, like a small child. The awareness came to Zeke. The baby trembled with fear, which means that something was wrong with him. At this point, all bitter memories floated in the memory of the tiger, and the heart was a familiar anxiety. Tears shouted in the boy's eyes. Noticing this, the hero gently wrapped his little to himself. In a quiet voice, she assured that everything was fine, and added, as happy, that fate brought them together. A spark broke out in the eyes of the tiger. The beast confessed to the hero in a genuine passion of his actions and promised to remain a loyal friend from now on. On the ground, a circle, decorated with bizarre patterns, dumped, and the tiger immediately rushed to the guy, hugging him with his paws. The guy looked around confusedly, trying to understand what was happening. At this point, an assistant appeared nearby and reported, "The contract was concluded. The value of this ritual remains a mystery to the hero." The advisor explains, "A blood contract has just been concluded between him and the sacred tiger." Mention of blood causes a child's true surprise. The creation explains, having concluded a contract, it exchanged blood with the animal and thus attracted it to itself. The hero, knocked down from the panther, tries to understand at least something from herd. Isn't this accidental tongue to the blood cause his connection with the creature? Suddenly, from the back to Zika, someone's arms were tight. Marie appeared in front of him. With anxiety in her voice, she asked her brother not to go anywhere alone. Suddenly, the girl paid attention. He became more difficult, as if something had changed in it. Before her eyes, a tiger in her brother's hands suddenly painted. Frightened to the beasts, the girl cried, calling the beast a monster. Gilbert is wondering if they brought with them a black cat. In response, Zik notes that the animal is not black, but white. Once upon a time he had to meet this cat in loneliness in the White Forest, and since then he decided to take it with him. The look of his father was a surprise immediately. In these parts of black cats there was no time. The hero hastened to ashore, he said, after the magic barrier disappeared here. To reveal the truth that it was a sacred tiger before him, he did not risk. When he heard such, his father is unlikely to agree to give the animal. Therefore, the young man preferred silence, and an unspoken agreement was concluded between them. In the head of the hero, thoughts are split about how to convince his father. You need to invent something really convincing. Finally, gathering all the determination, the hero appeals to his father to leave the cat. Marie was wary of warning. Keeping a monster at home is too dangerous. In response, Zik denied the beast when he found him, was wounded. He confessed that he would be able to understand him. The girl warned, "The animal can bite and bring infection." Zik only confidently stated he would teach the beast to obedience. Listening with the eyes closed, the Gilbert stopped in place. On the one hand, the words of the daughter, full of disagreements. On the other, the request of the son to leave him alone. Honorable, the man turned to his son. He was interested in awareness of the report on those who were tamed. The hero confirmed his knowledge with confidence. Having realized how fervent the desire of the son was, the man allowed to leave the kitten. Marie already wanted to deny, but her father stopped her, calling for a chance to give a chance. A fluffy pet and a child, full of gratitude, bowed his head to his father. The man wondered, where did the wounds remain on the tiger? But immediately he realized, the young rescuer used healing magic, so he did not slow down to express his son's sincere admiration. Suddenly from Mariana's mouth broke the name of her brother. The girl confidently stated that she still did not agree to put up with this monster. Given his age and care for safety, she decided to watch over both. The young man cannot understand that prompts his sister to act so strange. Returning home, Zik plunged into his affairs, but Marie kept his side, watching his every step. The tiger went to the trick, trying to seem a sweet, innocent kitten. However, the girl did not succumb. Despite his charming appearance, in her heart lived in memory, in front of her, a terrible monster. In the open air, Zik assures that they are strengthened by freedom and magic, and this place is great for training. Marie is comfortable with a tree and watches. Meanwhile, the Zik is tuning to start, but the beast breaks the gust. She is wondering why such haste. He confesses that he has recently recovered after a serious illness, and now has to train carefully. He has a goal: to become stronger to protect everyone who is dear to him. The beast wondered if it was for the family. The young man answered in the affirmative. The tiger rushed to hug the boy, called him a good heart, and advised to give a smile to the world more often. With anxiety in Marie's eyes, she monitors the events that unfold in front of her. The girl notes that he remained so small, so leaving him alone is a real danger. Since then, anxiety has not left her for a moment. Trying not to alarming thoughts, she hurried to discard them. Everything is sure to get better. It makes no sense to get hung up on the bad. You just have to follow them. The gaze stopped at the beast, ran Marie, as soon as he noticed it. Zack desperately tried to stop him. Evening silence wraps the room when the young man, resting on the bed, is satisfied. The day has fallen for glory. Usually, before bedtime, the sister visited him, but today it did not happen. In his place, the hero did not move. Suddenly, The silence of the room was broken. The door opened slowly. Marie came into the room, and the surprised hero immediately asked what had happened. It seemed to him that the girl had to sleep. She just smiled at this and replied that she came to visit him. For the first time in many years, there was a desire to fall asleep near him. Turning to his brother for permission, she noticed an unexpected surprise on his face. Looking in the ceiling near his sister on the bed, the hero remained confused. Incomprehensible, as it turned that way. In the middle of the white forest, managed to save the wounded tiger, and his father suddenly agreed to let him leave him at home. Initially, the anxiety snapped in her heart. The predator could be a danger to others. Unfortunately, these fears were not in vain. I could never even imagine that he would be near him in bed. The idea of improving their magical abilities seemed something unattainable. All you have to do is turn to God and patience. As soon as he can raise his level, the hunter's path to the monster will open. Only by hunting the monsters will he gain enough experience to grow. However, the indicators still remain too weak. It will take a little more to add strength before you start mastering magic. At this point, he appeals to his sister, so that he remains a little more in his dream. With incredible speed, the sister embraces. The debut use of this ability did not herald instant success, but the miracle has happened. Training and tests in the White Forest have finally bear the desired fruits. Someone's shadow came behind the behind. First thought it was a sister, and turning around, the guy saw a tiger. He strictly warned, if Marie wakes up, anger is inevitable. The young man reassured his hand on the head of the beast, quietly assuring that it is not necessary to worry. When the girl will open his eyes, he will certainly be nearby. After the recent disease, Tigrov should stay here where safety and peace. Having ordered to stay and protect his younger sister, he rapidly activated the acceleration and disappeared without a trace. For a moment, when he heard the name of Zika from his sister, Tiger stopped and then went to bed, twisted on the spot, and the head was rushing somewhere in an unknown direction. Opening the window, he jumped out. The young man was already in the White Forest. The forces of his body have not yet recovered so much to take advantage of acceleration. He will have to rest a little. Time is catastrophically lacking. In despair, he rushes into training, seeking at least to strengthen his strength. With increasing level, the volume of magic that is capable of use increases. It is worth trying and finding out where its limit goes. Applying the ability to create an icy block, the young man was overflowing with joy. Another technique replenished the piggy bank of his skills. Inspired by a new achievement, thought to try again. Then there is a powerful technique, a formidable demon thunder. He was faced with a dark figure, whose outline reminded his brother. The confusion flooded the mind. Everything that happened around seemed to him a complete mystery. The demon rushed with the attack, but the hero asked him to stop this aggression. In one accurate shot, Zik dissolved the demon in the air, and the ominous figure was immediately faded. The legs were smoky. The guy was settled on the ground, embarrassed by misunderstanding from the experienced. He almost died. The echo of the thunder instantly returned to the memory of the moment, and the alarming cold of fear squeezed his thoughts. Barely smiled legs carried a small bottom. He fell, barely touching the ground. The awareness of the danger of this magic that sparkled on the palm of the palm of the palm of the hand. At the same moment, a helper, full of anxiety, hurried to call the owner. The magical energy came to an end. The forces left it, and the eyelids were heavy. The body was exhausted. Consciousness melts. That's the fainting sought unnoticed. We need to relax and get together. In a half-ash more, Zik mentioned the promise, to return home before the sister wakes up. The shrill feeling of guilt squeezed the heart. Again, the weakness overcame it, and another failure became a sentence for its own pride. It was remembered how the tiger asked him carefully, was there a place of fear in his heart? Next to the mother, the heart suggested a special affection for someone else. At the same time, brother, Gert, burns through him. He considers the hero who is guilty of his mother's death. An unforgettable look, full of reproach, is still soul. Compassion to itself overflows the soul. Fear compresses every thought. And it seems that there is nothing more pathetic now. The guy who barely holds on his feet and is about to faint, white rabbits are rapidly worn. The fatigue swept it from head to heels, but suddenly a familiar figure appears in the crowd, running towards him. In the morning, everyone is fussing, looking for Mr. Sigbelt. Anna expresses the determination to examine the right wing. Theo explains that he used the natural wind, neither it nor the beast at home. It is necessary to expand the searches. It could not go far. Marie trembles with excitement and cannot understand the cause of which the bun went. The guests came. It was this monster to abducted Seigbelt. The maid is shared with Mariana news. There was a man who saw the host of the owner. The curiosity of the girl knows no boundaries. She specifies whether he was a witness. However, it receives a negative answer. A tiger rapidly jumped out of the window of the owner and dissolved in the direction of the White Forest. For a while it seemed only to be a delusions, because that deep night everything would be resting in the silence of sleep. The girl suggested that the monster had taken the Zika. Without hesitation for a minute, she went in the direction of the White Forest. The Theo, concerned about, warned her of danger and insisted that he went there for her. Going through the gate, his gaze fell on something distant, which was almost lost on the horizon. The beast is hard to carry a Zika, barely holding on his feet. Mariana calls the boy anxiously and runs up to a creature that carries him, trying to understand whether everything is fine with him. The exhausted beast eventually falls from fatigue. The girl's palm gently slides the wool of the exhausted beast, and now it becomes clear. It is this animal that brought the boy to this shelter. Mariana gently lifts from and puts her fingers on his wrist, in search of a pulse. Lightweight respiratory movements indicate that the boy is alive, though he does not come to his senses. The girl's head rages. What to do next? The girl's gaze snatches a beast who has already rose his paws. He is quietly closer, carefully inhaling her smell, touching his nose to the palm. The monster's act is deeply moving the girl. Her heart is filled with confidence. Everything will definitely end well, because she should save both the boy and the beast. By a decisive hugging both, the heroine makes this decision. Zika eyelids slowly rise, and a wave of incomprehensible warmth wraps it. Before the look, a sister Maria appears, who gently holds her arms near his head, and her hair is raging in the air like a gold waterfall. Slightly bowing her head, the girl notices how the guy woke up, and his eyes shone with happiness. Tears of joy shine on his face. Zik looks at her and is interested in what happened. Mariana's embrace, filled with worry, returns the boy to reality. She confesses how worried about him. Zika forgives shyly. Suddenly in the air, a strict appeal to the full name. The look of the boy comes across the figure of his father who has just entered the room. The joy of the father from the fact that the son remained alive is mixed with reproach. Why, as Mariana said, is one in the White Forest at night? The guy does not deny, so it was. Marie turns to her brother with excitement, trying to find out whether everything was really forced by the boy. The hero confidently replies, the guy made this decision on his own. The sister, full of anxiety, is interested in why the shoe went so far. The guy is lost in search of an answer, because he cannot confess to his native ability to teleportation and possession of powerful magic. It will only give them excitement and unnecessary worries. In the head of the protagonist, new thoughts are sworn in what to say to his family. In the meantime, the father silently watches him, immersed in his own reflections on this difficult situation. In Sumer to a mess, the father decides not to distract from the committed. The boy is waiting for a 2-week house arrest, and in addition, he receives a supervisor who will watch every step of the hero. Zik, with a dissatisfied face, makes a decision, though he tries to hold back emotions, assuring that he understood everything. The father's eye stops on his son. His name sounds like an invitation to a serious conversation. The father tells the boy with warmth, who considers him special, because everyone puts huge hopes for him. In the depths of the heart, he is convinced that the hero will definitely find a good reason for such an act. The father does not stop there and then teaches his son. Having taken his hand gently, he assures that although Zik has mysteries, there is no reason to worry. This unexpected frankness of the father is amazing the boy. Father's words fill the hero's heart with confidence. In this family, everyone is endowed with true power, so there is no point in fighting fears in solitude. You can always rely on your relatives. From the parental sincerity, Zika is even deeper, and tears of gratitude shine in his eyes. In memory, the frame floats behind. Relatives in a fierce battle, each of them striking the unbreakable body stamina and the unwavering of the spirit. So many times the young man witnessed this force, and now convinces, even if his own opportunities seem limited, loved ones are not in danger. From this thought, the boy in the eyes of tears. Morian's gaze stops on boy tears. The hero is no longer able to restrain himself. He reveals his secret. He absolutely wanted to train in witchcraft, but he feared that the manifestation of true power would be unclear to others. Tears roll on the cheeks of Zika. He confesses in a trembling voice how much he was afraid to survive again. The guy apologizes to all present. His sister cannot stand and also blur in tears, and the amazed father finally realizes, in front of him, a hero, in whose memory there is still a live tragedy that beaten the liar. Marie hugs Tyke, indignantly denying his brother's words. She swore passionately that this will no longer happen. The hero squeezes, looking for comfort in his sister's arms, while his father watches the children with an expression of guilt on his face. The father agrees with the words of Marie. Everyone will remain alive. Lowering on his knees, he hugs children and swears that he will not give them to anyone. On his own bed, the hero lies with the beast nearby. He wraps his thoughts because tears have never fallen out of his eyes so much before. Even his older brother called for help. Zika's gaze stops on his own hand, and the idea that now everything is much easier warmly warms the soul. Awareness. The desire to become stronger arose not only for the sake of relatives, but also thanks to them. For the first time, confidence is born. It is no longer necessary to overcome the doubts alone. You can trust loved ones and tell them about their fears. The hero extends his hand to the beast, thanking him for his return home. It is unknown what could happen to a boy in a white thicket, so that not this meeting. Sincere warmly permeates the thoughts of the beast. The rescue of Zika becomes for him the cause of the heart, because love pushes him to this act. In response, the giant beast carelessly on his back, putting his stomach for grateful scratching, as if I trust, you are my friend. It is pleased to scratch the animal with a tummy, radiating sincere gratitude. The hero looks carefully at his new friend and suddenly realizes that he still does not call him. The guy for his short-sighted guy assumes, regretting that he had never thought about it before. The surprise occurs on the muzzle to check. The hero, carefully moving his finger near the nose of the beast, explains that because everyone turns to the owner as a Zik, a small creation should also be named after which it will respond. The guy's index finger rises to the nose of the animal. Here's a moment of birth. Kaki. The hero asks if he likes such a name for a new friend. Hearing his new name, the beast rushes to the hero joyfully, having fun with his tail. Joy is also reflected on the face of Zika. The name clearly came to a four-legged friend. The guy proudly notes that Gaki became a real friend for him. In response, Gaki has a similar warm feeling. Zik is a wonderful friend. In the spacious lobby of the estate of Abli, the head of the family thoughtfully wandered in a chair. The gaze slid to the lyre, and, breaking the silence, the man spoke that he had not even guessed. It turns out that Zik still protects the memory of the days spent with the girl. For the boy, these moments are full of sweet joy and painful sadness. Having looked at the girl's picture, the man enthusiastically states that the boy develops not every day, but every hour, and has not seen such gift yet in his whole history. The father returns to the lyre, intending to share his assumption. However, the words do not break out of the mouth. The door of the office dissolves, and the elderly sons come to the room. Their faces are full of anxiety. They bring urgent news about the White Forest. The father nods his son approvingly, interested in the results of the study. Alberto, quickly reviewing the report, reports, but the mysterious charming ash, found a few months ago, was actually the residues of the goblin body. This means that the monster destroyed the protective barrier, and that is how the White Forest penetrated. The second son immediately points out, there is another unsolved question. The second son explains that the main question is who really overcame this monster Class B. According to only one obvious answer comes, because everyone immediately imagines how a fierce battle with a monster leads. The father also does not hide his suspicion and suggests that his son, the legendary Siga, did not do here without a battle belt. Alberto's mouth breaks down. Though his brother's talent is undoubted, it cannot be ZK, because he has not yet mastered the highest witchcraft. The second brother recognizes the justice of Alberto's words, understanding his stay in doubt, but does not share this thought. The second brother recalls how Theo carefully hid his wound when he appeared with the news of the event. The surprise covers a man. Could even such an experienced magician like Theo could injure in the White Forest? Alberto suggested that the Theo actually covered Zika. Another brother immediately agrees. This behavior is quite inherent in their relative. After a short thought, the father decides. Even a tiny hint of the Zika's involvement cannot be ignored. The guy should be saved at any cost. Alberto notes that the ashes flew so far that he even reached the city center, so the rumors immediately crawled among the adventurers. They say someone had overcome the B-Rang monster. But the young man hastened to reassure everyone. He earlier took care of the reputation and dissolved the hearing, as if the amazing feat belongs to the commander of the first detachment. In Aberdee's memoirs comes to life when the secret was maintained due to the extraordinary devotion of the best friend of Theo, the one who could be entrusted with anything without fear of betrayal. The second brother expresses admiration for the first commander of the detachment, noting his unsurpassed qualities. The second brother reports that he has already collected all the remains of ashes for future experiments, because the young man was about to take up the creation of a new magic stone, and plans to use this ashes as one of the key components. The father appeals to see the Zik, and Alberto agrees, swearing to do everything for his beloved younger brother. In the conversation, the second brother notes that Zik is quite different than Gert, who was known by everyone from a young age. The younger of the brothers notes that Zika's abilities should be hidden from other people's eyes. The father agrees, because above all he wants his son to live a free and peaceful life. Taking into his hands the light of the lyre, his father thoughtfully delays the look on it. It is both his and the girl will be a cherished desire. According to the man, then he will also become calmer about the future wedding. The younger brother is interested in the same story about hunting the monster, because their father himself was involved in past sins. With a mocking smile, the second brother notes that at first he considered only the feasible and Zika, but now it becomes clear. The guilt lies on their whole family. His sharp statement causes his father's embarrassment and immerses Alberto into uncomfortable silence. The father's thoughts are busy with reflections. Sigbelt has long ceased to be a child, and it is not just about growing magical power. After all, the guy in such years dared to travel to the White Pushcha. It seems as if it are using a teleporting stone. Otherwise he managed to get to the forest so quickly. The senior of the brothers notes that the stone with such a filling would indeed be valuable, because it hides both fiery and light magic. The new moon begins to suspect that Zeke has mastered the magic of teleportation, and decides to look more closely at the boy. His father supports this opinion. Meanwhile, Alberto turns to Dad, but the man is only in a confusion, not understanding anything. Acknowledged his father's promise to show the boy how Zeke demonstrates his skill. Alberto notes that he himself could not come through work. The massive figure of the father hangs nearby, interested in asking whether this is what the older brother said. The man suddenly appears a stone with his palm, and the young man immediately notices. In this stone, there is a hidden leaf with a message. The father admits that secretly shoots Zika on video. Alberto expresses his admiration with this man, while the second brother leaves the shadow of dissatisfaction. Suspects that the father and the elder are not done again as it should. The entry is carefully viewed by the whole family. Alberto does not hide the delight. The younger brother is just incredible. The father is proud to share. The boy has already mastered the medical magic and healed his pet on his own. The older brother notes with a smile. Not for nothing, this guy is his younger brother. The younger of the brothers stands behind the backs of Alberto and father, impatiently asks them to move a little, so that at least the edge of the eye to see what is happening. Time is flying fast, and here is a new day. Zika's view is delayed on his second brother, and he hopes if he will teach him a witchcraft. A smile appears on his brother's face. He willingly agrees and calls for a young man to try his hand. The older brother shares that he taught the art of magic of all the elders, except Hurt. He simply did not have the opportunity to take up this young man. The new moon assures that no one is waiting for the indulgence. The training will be harsh. Zika shines with joy and replies that such a challenge is a great honor for him. Having rejoiced, the brother warns of the difficult path awaiting ahead. Meanwhile, Zik is eagerly rushing to the class, because he has long studied all the features of his brothers by heart. The boy's eyes are sliding on the characteristics of Willibald. Name, age, title, level, from the highest to the smallest abilities. The columns flared the indicators of magic, protection, luck, strength, agility, and endurance. Among the information is the belonging of the man to the spirits of the wind and the mark friend. The hero with the fate of admiration is aware. His brother is extremely strong. The experienced look of Isekai immediately captures. The boy has a distinctive abilities, and the level of his magical power is striking. The assumption of Zika, enemies, probably, is frightened by the very appearance of Willibald. The guy is firmly set to make every effort, because the power of the highest magic the hero has not tame. He feels special luck from the fact that his uncle will become his mentor. Looking closely at the characteristics of the magicians, the guy thinks what the spirit of the wind is. Meanwhile, Willibald studies Zika carefully, looking at him with special attention. Looking closely at Zika, the magician captures a great deal of shaky in the boy and sees huge potential in him. Imagination already draws in front of him a continuous curiosity. Who will this hero in the future become? Willibald's mind is already spinning. Zik is an unusual child, who will definitely be interested in spending time and playing. Zika fell into the eye of some wonder. He spins, trying to find it. The magician does not think. Perhaps the hero is quite capable of mastering the magic of teleportation. Yet, some uncertainty takes the mountain. Is not the expectations over the boy? At the same time, it becomes apparent that the magical power of the young man exceeds the boldest hopes, and in the future he will inevitably exceed the magician himself. Noticing how the beast rushes to them, the guy, along with the sorcerer, wary of his actions, obviously the animal seeks to show something. The hero, without hesitation, calls the beast to himself. Hoki proudly lifts a branch that has just been ripped off the top of the tree and eagerly awaits praise for his trophy. The gentle movements of Zik strokes a small animal, which, in response, joyfully waves the tail. The magician is concerned about whether this creature was accidentally that the boy was once rescued. The hero confidently states that this is the beast, and he is called Hoki. It seems that the animal seeks to get acquainted with Rudokosim Mage. Willibald does not restrain smiles. In his opinion, Hoki is just incredibly sweet. The stranger examines the beast with surprise. So pure, dazzling white fur has never had to be met in his way. The magician fascinates Hoki and emphasizes that the combination of lightning and ice is especially to his liking. After heard praise, the animal rejoices. In her thoughts, the young man becomes a real good. The relief fills the heart of Zika. He is convinced that the masking on the Hoki has worked. But suddenly, Willibald's careful look captures the unusual flow of magical energy. The magician asked in khaki, "Whether you can touch?" Zik tried to find out what exactly, but the answer was already heard. "You can stroke." The mentor, holding his hand on the animal, noted that there were still traces. Zik again wondered what traces it was. The teacher explained that this residual magic would be swept after used. If you do not take action, magical energy may stop flowing in his body altogether. Zika spoke concerned about himself. Though his sister saved Kaki, it was not enough. The answer came to the answer. A simple therapeutic effect will not be a salvation. Then the Zika's voice was the question. Is there something more difficult than usual healing? Thinking, the teacher suggested that the animal lies a curse, which even the strongest healing magic is unable to remove. Zik was amazed, because it was difficult for him to believe it. By activating his strength, Zik also noticed the dam status and could not understand how it remained out of his attention earlier. The embarrassment swept him, and the hero began to apologize to Gaki for noticing anything before. Willibald immediately rushed to reassure the student, convincing that he was not guilty. Even an experienced adult would be difficult to see something in this situation. But suddenly the magician felt the anxious, unpleasant aura began to emerge from him. Having waved the top of the wool from a hockey sweater, the magician is wondering if he can some of this sheep's prey. Without jokes, it would be necessary to find the tricks they made, and give them a tribute to justice. Recalling that Hoki is still not capable of working with magic, he noted it aloud. However, the pet was frankly upset, because he sincerely sought to support his master. Gik hopefully wondered if there was at least some way to change this situation. The magician replied that if the purification is used, yes, it is possible. At the same time, he clarified that similar questions did not belong to his specialization. He has not yet mastered this highest magic, because mastering takes a long time. Hearing this, Zak with sadness turned his gaze to the pet and whispered that it was necessary to act immediately. It was at this moment that a father's instruction came in memory. Always remembering that the most important thing is to rely on the family. Suddenly, illuminated with a fresh idea, the guy returned to his Uncle Willie and with a mysterious smile reported that he had a suitable person. Upon learning of the position of Kaki, Marie felt sympathy for a tiny animal. The news that Marie recently mastered the magic of purification quickly reached Zik. He appealed to his sister for help. Marie, without hesitation, agreed to participate, but she noted, "There is one condition." The heroine confessed that she was still lacking in magical power for this. The second apologized, and the pity was written in her eyes. Then Willie reassured the girl. "They say it is not necessary to worry. Few at that age are able to." Sumi appeared on her face, and her gaze fell down, and the girl silently accepted these words. The noticeable magician hurriedly addressed the heroine, calling it by name. At that moment, the girl pulled a stone out of her pocket and stretched forward, saying that she was something important. The teacher wondered if it was not a magic stone cleaning. Marie, smiling slightly, replied, "Once this stone was given to her by her mother, even in her life. Previously, her abilities were limited only by light magic. Then the girl made every effort to master the art of purification. Prolonged and grueling training took a long time and effort, and when the dreamy skill was gained, there was no chance of salvation. The mother's condition became too difficult. Ordinary purification no longer had the power to change something." Turning to Zika, the girl reported that after his birth, their mother felt relieved, and the health of the woman went to the amendment. In a passionate telling of a stone, the girl added that he was imbued with the magic of purification, specially saved him for such an occasion. Maria assured Hoki that with the help of a magic stone she was able to save him. Looking at his pet, who suddenly changed, Zik noted it and asked the reason. To which the dog sadly explained that this thing is very expensive for Marie, so it is better to refrain from using magic. Hearing this, the girl thought for a moment. Does she not suspect her how much? But in response, she learned quite another. His concern sprouts with excitement, because this stone is of particular value to her. Feeling relief, the girl returned to Kak and finally dreamed of what she wanted to do for a long time. She apologized for her doubts and sincerely thanked for the rescue of Zika, emphasizing that he has already become a native man for them. The guy asks to allow the girl to support him. Hearing all this, a fluffy pet quietly approached the girl and gently touched her, carefully, while demonstrating his love and gratitude. The stone was comfortable in the palm of the sister, with when she thanked her pet with gentle gratitude for his trust. The next step, the girl raised the stone and threw him into the sky. That is how she started his strength. The magician chases barely touched Kakiki. Mary felt surprised. Everything succeeded. The next moment, Kaki jumped up with a joyful exclamation. Warmly filled him so quickly that he immediately revived. Watching the lively jump of the animal, the magician noted that the flow of magic remained stable. Zika was relieved. The plan worked properly, so he sincerely thanked his sister for his help. The heroine was overwhelmed by the joy that she managed to support her brother. Villa Bull, full of determination, asked Gaki to repeat him, suggested to create a snowfall. The Fluffy instantly captured the essence and gladly agreed. Starting in a distinct pose, Kaki directed magic through his paws to the earth, and at the same moment began to whistle with a shimmering snow. The boys watched everything that was happening with a genuine admiration. The teacher responded that the spectacle was incredible. It seemed as if he had fallen into the enchanted white forest. The mischievous pet, cheerfully in the snow, was glad to help his master. Zik suggested that the snowman suggested that he pass. Koki, full of curiosity, asked again, and the guy began to tell what it was necessary to do. Maria worried about her brother's health and insisted that the children would take gloves. Frosty weather did not prevent them. Despite the cold, the boys played tirelessly outside, full of joy. Watching the happy children's fun, the sorcerer decided to postpone the lesson for the other time, in honor of Kaki's recovery. A girl dumped from the thicket. Her gaze lingered on the guys who made a snowman, and this picture seemed fun for her. The desire to join the Zeke and play with it has already raged the desire to join the Zeke. The boys focusedly worked out the exercises. Zeke finally managed to burn the hole with the flames without melting the ice. It brought him genuine joy. And Kaki succeeded with the same perseverance. The teacher expressed praise to them, noting that they would behave skillfully with the fire. In addition, he noted how this team operates together. It seems that Goki has already got well with magic, adding that today all the tasks were done perfectly. The guy grabbed his pet. These words gave them both genuine joy. Willie explained that he should talk to his brother, so while their paths would be dispersed. The teacher even understood ZK, thanking for the advice. Conveniently resting on the couch, Willibald enjoyed tea with a sweet dessert. As soon as his brother appeared, he immediately greeted him. The brother hurried to apologize that he made him wait. In response, Willie just smiled. He just finished classes with Zach. Hearing the student's name, his brother did not refrain from curiosity and asked about him. The teacher proudly said, "The guy demonstrates great results." For several months, the magician worked with Zach and could not help but notice. The guy had a passionate anxiety, a passionate craving for knowledge. As soon as a new, difficult task appeared in front of him, the young man immediately began to reproduce what he saw, as if the invisible spring pushed him forward. Particularly striking was the imagination. In the eyes of the magician grew a tall skyscraper, erected by Z. The sage could not understand where such amazing images arise from the guy's head. A cursory look towards the head instantly caused a brother's disapproval. Immediately the requirement to stop. The bunch did not taste like him. Willie hurried to ask, explaining that he only joked. Having emphasized earlier, the mentor added that he just instructed him an important task, to master the art of managing magic. If you can handle successfully, the door will open to the big world, where freedom will expect it. The brother again voiced the same words. It turns out that this is how he demonstrates his true intentions. The conversation touched the hockey, one of the topics over which Willie worked hard. Meanwhile, the mysterious black cat combined lightning and icy elements. Suddenly, his brother broke him, reminding the need to master the two highest elements. Willie first witnessed this spectacle. The events that raged around the mysterious box were captured so much that it was not possible to talk about boredom. The awareness came to Willibald that Kaki got into the hands of poachers. The brother caught carefully every word, focusing on the news. The magical trace, which was still on Aki, Vilas deftly removed and abandoned the forest with silence without any hesitation. The greedy poacher sought to get Koki, and his brother, puzzled by all that was happening, could not get rid of the depressing thought. What was happening to Koki now? Smiling happy, Willie suggested, "Who knows, maybe so." Willie doubts that Gaki will be a new attack, however, just in case he decides to attach a family charm to him. After that, he addresses his brother to the question of which drawing to choose to be delighted. The brother, meanwhile, notices that this animal has clearly appealed to the younger one. Smoking, Willibald replies that he always remains gentle, obedient, and truly appreciates people around. It is genuinely pleased with the expansion of the family. The older brother jokingly says that Willie, as soon as possible, loves loved ones infinitely. Willie states that his brother also appreciates his family. He immediately denies, his head shook. Yes, not very much. The real flurry of love letters with a roar falls out just under his brother's feet, and a bold smile blooms on his face. They say, all this is dedicated only to him. The surprise is not reflected in the Willie face when everything is repeated again. The brother, holding the next letter in his hand, jokes, there seems to have many fans in Will. The answers to the invitation never send, so those who want to come personally. He asks if the end of these visits finally came. If he wants to be alone, so be it. But if the situation is delayed, the brother will have to be sent to the magical detachment. Willie only begged, let him be anything, not that. A satisfied smile shone on her brother when he replied that you would not do anything. Despite persistent workouts, no effort helped Zik to master the magic of juxtaposition. The disappointment swept the soul of the hero. It is possible to materialize the idea for a moment, but to keep the created lacking strength. Zika's imagination drew paintings where mastering the art of creating glass gems will open his door to more powerful magic. The gaze that slid on the sacred stone returned with the question, did at least some power remain in it? Mary replied to this. Now he turned into a regular glass pebble. However, Zik did not retreat and again asked, what about this glass stone further? The tank began to explain that the magic stone was named because the usual glass nugget was invested magic. Nevertheless, he was called a holy stone. The young listener caught every word with delight, watching the explanations carefully. Without retaining curiosity, he wondered, is it possible to give this item even more magic to make it more useful? The girl agreed with a smile. In fact, any witchcraft is able to settle inside, even what he does not have. The glass stone was marked by extraordinary strength. It is able to withstand even the most powerful magical blows. Zika's vigilant look slid on his surface, studying each face. The proposal sounded. If he wants, he can give the stone to him. Zik quickly realized, By making the same stones, it will open up the opportunity to master not one but a few higher magicians. Sometimes, when the situation requires immediate action, and even if the body is exhausted and is about to betray, the stone is able to support and give strength. The young sorcerer decided that the magic sand should be part of this stone. After focusing, carefully began to weave sand into the structure of the stone, using the power of magic. Zika's attempts ended in failure. Initially, thanks to magic, the stone rose above the earth, but soon the force faded, and the sand was scattered under its weight. The irritation boiled in the chest, with indignation lifted both hands up. The belief that this time everything would succeed, it seemed adamant a minute ago, and now it was broken about the misunderstanding of the cause of the next fiasco. Meanwhile, Kaki played carelessly, laying out other stones on the floor. The characters carefully considered the situation, and I suggested that the magic sand may have been unsuitable. The sand reached the hero from his uncle, so in the depths of his heart he hopes that something is good in it. In addition, Willie, stretching a glass of juice, assured that this gift is intended for exercises in magical possession. Checking the composition of the sand, the material is first class, the level A. However, this sand in no way corresponds to the stone of the level S, so it is not surprising that the spell of Zika does not work. Looking for the sand of the highest, S level, the guy realized. Where to find it in the middle of this endless world of magic? The gaze hinted. The silence of the forest is subject to one who is ready to listen, and also promised the choice more merciful. Interested, the hero asked this unexpected offer. The judge's eye spoke about the forest of the spirits, and at the same time reproduced his image on the screen. Zechariah again asked his question. The eye assured that in that forest, hidden beautiful magic sand, and you can still find many rare materials. But Zik just shook his head. He had no idea where to look for these treasures. The assistant with a smile reassured, to worry nothing, because he would become the best guide to him. I wondered if they were going to go immediately. The reason for such a hurry the hero did not have time, because he did not complete a third of his words, as suddenly the wind was circling in the room. A whimsical wind brought a charming girl with her, who, ill with a smile, turned to Zika named. She confessed that she found him. This unexpected moment stunned the hero. Suddenly in front of the hero, a girl arose, happily rushed into his arms and exclaimed that she finally found him. Zek, confused and surprised by such a scene, immediately asked who she is. The girl confessed. She constantly heard that she was forbidden to meet him. But as soon as she received her permission, she immediately hurried to him. Zika's curiosity did not wait long. The guy wondered who exactly allowed. The spectacle in which the stranger hugged the owner immediately attracted the attention of Kaki. He cleverly pulled her on her head. While the girl hesitated whether to release the hero, her gaze fell on a Zik covered with sweat. She immediately understood who she was dealing with. In the meantime, Kaki introduced his name and added without any hesitation that he was a demon. The girl answers calmly, noting his words. In front of her the sacred tiger. At that moment, it comes that he carefully hides this truth. Of course, so that the truth does not float to the surface. Keki confirms, yes, he must keep a secret and not devote anyone. She hobbies that she is not familiar with this mysterious box at all, and it just impresses. The realization that a special force is hidden inside is captivating the spirit. No less intrigue is the question. Who really is this unusual person? Zika's uncle came closer, turning to Fru so that she would sometimes not confuse the box. He alone with a clicking of his fingers. A sharp spark of pleasure broke out in the girl's eyes. Willie's intervention, it seems to have she liked. Returning to his uncle, the guy complained that his friend had just brought him out of balance. Presenting it, it became clear. There is a Frau spirit. A new acquaintance has caused a girl's genuine joy. The villa's contract has already been concluded. Zik once again insisted on the truth about the spirit. The gaze slid on the screen of the girl, which was the spirit of the wind. The illumination impressed. No idea what it means. The magician dispelled the fears. You should not be afraid. Once upon a time, hostility has been hatred between people and spirits, as well as now. But this creature treats people with kindness. However, these words Fraus addressed only those who really aroused interest in it. Willie quietly asked her to refrain from such remarks. The girl explained that she had no intention of offending someone. The guy realized, the magic of concealment opens only spirits. That is why she noticed it. The magician was etched in memory. Ordinary people, like Zika's spirits, are not able to see it. One thing remained the teacher, to emphasize the student so that he would not disclose anything about Fru to others. The guy stuck and promised to keep everything in secret. Looking interested in Zika, Frau wondered if he had ever seen the spirits. In response, the guy with some viciousness acknowledged that she was the first to meet. The girl gladly picked up this opinion, proudly emphasizing her pioneering. However, such a reaction made the hero alert, giving birth to anxious suspicion. The heavenly essence gently hugged the boy and promised to always be his protector. If the bald is taken care of by it, then it will remain sideways, keeping closely. Touching his forehead to him, the girl quietly confessed. Zik still seems incredibly interesting to her. Why suddenly woke up this restless curiosity? The hero only embarrassed his eyes, confused with her words. She also asked why the Zik looks like a baby instead of an adult. Her question put the boy in a dead end. She never realized what it was about. Willibald approached them. He calmly allowed the spear to get acquainted, but not too close or bother. Frau struck her cheeks, called William Berkatun, and asked her to look at Zika properly. The boys went to the city, and the girl glowed with joy. Somewhat remained unclear, however. It was invited to join the company. For a long time, she has not had the opportunity to get out for a walk in the city. The sorceress is not gone unnoticed that her presence stands out among others. Zeta and he himself understood it well, and already planned to share his observations with the teacher after the lesson. Interestingly, Fraud shifted his gaze to Zeke. Inspired by her wonderful mood, she decided to give him he wanted. The hero did not hide the delight. Hearing this news, his eyes shone, and an impatient question appeared on his mouth. What exactly? The spirit was asked because he sought to win magical sand. When asked whether she had something like that, the girl answered that she has nothing with her now, but she can gladly get and pass on him. She suggested that he think about whether he wanted to get magic sand from the forest of spirits. The teacher also assured that for such a powerful, this sand is not suitable. Fraud thoughtfully noted, if necessary for training, will fit. Meanwhile, Zik expressed the desire to create a sophisticated glass jewelry. The young master confirmed with enthusiasm. He liked exactly the same as in Mari. Listening to the words of his student, Willie recognized his right. At the same time, the man noted that he would not be able to give him it immediately. Zika's interest made you ask if his mentor was restraining something. It turned out that an important experiment was waiting for him soon. Workers do not allow her to leave a place for a long time. It is time to return. That is why you cannot think about training. Looking at Hikea, saying an apology between the game, there was still some embarrassment. The hero just smiled and assured that it was not necessary to apologize. He understood at heart. His uncle was always on his ears in business, on his work, full of exciting materials that are attracted. It was at this point that Frau intervened in the conversation, suggested that these papers personally hand over to him. Willie instantly and decisively refused. Do so, and ordinary people will not be able to grasp it. They will be a true fear. Even when she is in the human face, no matter her own business, it is too difficult to cope with her own. In these words, the spirit was only annoyed in an annoyed one. You do not have to learn it. He knows everything perfectly. However, the dream of it was to create Zeke happy. A sudden question whether this is possible. Zeke immediately cut off the conversation and forced everyone to pay attention. He strongly stated that he now goes to the magic group. The magician of a possible journey has been hanging in the air, as if a challenge. The guy answered without hesitation. It was his fervent desire. The sincere impulse did not allow him to refuse. He sought to see everything with his own eyes. The happy smile of Fruz marked how wonderful it is. Their first journey to that place. Even Willie shone with pleasure, though he thought for a moment. No wonder in his head worked about a student. I am confident in the abilities with, gives him permission. The hero is grateful, smiling widely, speaks of thanks. Finally, a moment, which was passionate about life. The joy overwhelmed his heart. In vain, so much time he searched for answers. When Kaki hugged his mentor firmly, a stick of thirst for going with him broke out. However, his uncle strictly forbade him to even think about such a journey. In the end, such an unusual creature simply to avoid the close attention of laboratory staff. They are not going to leave it alone. He added that he not only joined himself, but others also did not stay away. Hearing these words, Kaki's opinion has changed dramatically. Staying at home was the best solution. Zika also supported such caution because it was really wise. In the end, his little friend deserved praise. Saying goodbye, Willie assured that he would definitely notify all his brother. In addition, Zika asked to be careful on the road and not to let him down. He promised to wait. The guy listened to his uncle worried, and not missing a word. Frau wondered if the hero would really handle this task. The guy confidently assured that it is even easier with the cart. Besides, his uncle will be nearby. Full of determination, the hero made a firm promise. This time it is certainly returning. The spirit urged to be careful, and Kaki, clamped in the hands of Flau, also promised to wait for his master. The approval of Theos. Zeke heard in every word. The older brother called him an obedient boy and wished a good trip. The brother's focus did not miss the attention. The young man listened to him, drinking every advice. Saying goodbye, the hero calmly moved away from the boys. A cheerful exclamation came from the cart. "Everything is ready." Sigbelt sincerely thanked them for their help. Rapidly running to the cart, he waved gently with his hand and briefly threw it on the road. A clumsy in a carriage, Sigbelt was eagerly asked if the capital would soon appear on the horizon. The impatience grew every minute. At the same time, the companion understood that for Mr. Subert, this trip is the first acquaintance with the capital. In memory, an adventure with Mr. Theobald appears when they went to hunt for a terrible monster. But it turned out, it was a strictly secret mission. The words of sincere gratitude were heard to the interlocutor. Under the guidance of Vervold Master, the Third Magic Order rallied the true elite. They have no equal in the military or public affairs. They tirelessly explore magic, amazing monsters, and magical creatures. Hans's words broke silence again. He was looking forward that his father had to see the table, but the Zik, meanwhile, had already looked up to the window and looked carefully around. Finally, the capital opened before their eyes. The magic tower stands on the western outskirts of the capital. Meanwhile, the scientific center is hidden in the depths of the city, away from curious eyes. According to Hans, the hero is absolutely nothing to know all the details about those who wanted different experiments. In addition, the guy threw that his uncle was present in this company. Again, talking carelessly, the guy hurriedly asked Zik to keep it secret. The guy just laughed. The path of Hans was blocked in front of the magic building. The girl who met the arrivals strictly reported. According to the rules, only Mr. Subert is allowed to go on. Hans carefully noted that the hero was still too young, and to take care of him was entrusted to them. However, the girl who met the guests stood steadily on her. A woman with confidence assures that the best thing is to give these flowers. Nick is in doubt about whether Suri really likes such a gesture, which he receives. Everything is fine. She will certainly like this gift. The partner, despite nothing, stood on his own. They could not yield to similar requirements. In a tense moment, the Zik quietly inserted the word. They say, everything is under control. He suggested to linger in the capital and rest until he returns. At the heart, the young man could not get rid of the impression that the conductor causes him slight anxiety. The girl, who was confidently walking nearby, hastened to assure his safety in reliable hands. The girl turned her up, and Zik followed her, throwing a gesture of accompaniment to her guard, which only reminded him to remain alert. Finally, there is a confidence. The path to the research center will still lead to the answer. The hobby took the mountain over caution. Curiosity stirred up thoughts, and the heart was mad in the chest. The girl, holding the boy behind, warned him to be careful. Without stopping, she confidently walked through the rain in the dark hallway. The hero's gaze lingered on a girl who was in a hurry without even turning. His voice, full of anxiety, escaped on his own. Will she really go without him? Will not wait anymore? The irritability flashed on his face, dissatisfaction with his own self, confidence, because he assured that he would cope without their help. However, a minute later, he rushed after the girl. The hero was ordered to linger. The door was about to run. In front of the tall black door, Zik suddenly confessed that he had now been a fear. At the end of a long, dark corridor, a massive gate stood. No hint revealed the secret of this mysterious place. The door opened, and from there a blinding stream of light that dazzled his eyes. From the glow, a research center appeared on the horizon with a huge, high tree. The surprise was overwhelmed by the hero. What was seen significantly exceeded all the ideas that were in Ziga. The wide buildings were located around, and a giant tree was flashed in the middle, as if the legend came to life before her eyes. Suddenly Sigbelt asked, "What is the flow of that tree?" Maybe the resin seeps through the bark. The girl turned and calmly confirmed. Everything is true. That's how it can be called. The hero was known that the book mentions the special properties of this fluid. It is often created by magical artifacts, and it also serves as the basis for the manufacture of healing medicines. The explanation was clearly made. There is an unusual, truly exceptional tree that is of particular importance. Having caught on the girl's inquisitive look, he hurriedly apologized, explaining that those words escaped involuntarily. The conversation of girls easily switched to an old tree, which proudly stood here long before the construction of the research center. Despite its large size, the mighty giant continued to reach the sky. The details heard were captured and entertained by Saga, because every new trifle opened an unknown world for him. Amrita plays a special role for them, so even waste after research turns into a nutritious fertilizer for this tree. Amrita is concentrated daily, carefully tracking its changes and growth. Finally, the truth was opened by the hero. The girl said that Amrita and the research center exist in inseparable symbiosis. One can even say, they have become one. Friends reached the magical research department. Zik immediately became interested in the beauty of the interior, which opened his eyes. The girl pointed to the blue door, according to which she was waiting for the head herself. After these words, the girl turned sharply. The hero was confused and asked if she was really going. Smiling her mouth, the girl wondered if she had to repeat again. The head waits immediately behind the blue door. Saga thought that they would not accompany him to the very end, and she wanted to talk to him at least a week. Stopping, the girl advised not to rush if she wanted to see everything around. The boy's gaze slid on her, and in her soul she broke out. She liked her interest in the new no less than himself. Before the eyes of the hero appeared a vivid picture. Researchers in white robes were concentrated, and in the heart of the room silently hung a huge stone. Once the door closed behind his back, the space of the research center opened his hospitable arms before him. Uncle suddenly appeared before him. Seeing a familiar face, Zik rushed towards, happily announcing his return. The hero was only interested in the news of FRA, and his uncle with a gesture stopped his question. Among the employees of the research center, those who are able to contemplate spirits occur. So he decided to leave it elsewhere. In inviting the hero to rush, the girl heard only laughter and a puppy confidence in his voice. He had no doubt. The bright shine of the stone, which was quite close, was struck by Zika by surprise. Uncle confidently noted that the guy already guessed what it was, but still decided to voice. It was a new stone of teleportation. Ordinary transition stones tend to lead to only one location. However, experiments are now underway to create a stone capable of opening aisles at once. You just have to want, and you can move everything you want to any selected place. The formula has already been prepared. Now there is a check. Whether it will be able to send something to the given coordinates. The work is waiting a lot. In case of error, the coordinates will have to be adjusted. In addition, they consider starting at a few points at a time. Zik admits, the idea is not easy, but it is really impressive. Uncle supports. If the plan is true, it will be a real breakthrough in the field of transportation. Once upon a time, carts and carriages will remain in the past. It is time to introduce the hero to everything hidden from prying eyes. Some people are responsible for magic. There are specialists who care about magic artifacts, and there are those who look after a giant tree that is proud of the entrance. The young visitor asks hard. Show everything. I want to see every corner of this strange place. A slight laughter escaped from the boy, and he suggested not to perceive everything so seriously. Suddenly the air has turned a loud explosion. For the researchers, everything that happened remained a mystery. But something unusual happened to the stone. The explosion was gaining momentum, covering everything around. It was necessary to stop the effect of the stone as soon as possible. The care of Zaga did not rest, Uncle. The dazzling outbreak of the explosion did not allow his eyes to open, and the events around him remained a solid puzzle for him. In the damaged room, among the fragments and destruction, he froze and sagged. Nearby, the voice of a man confused and unknown. He was tormented by the thought. Did he come to mind? It was miraculously turned out to be his uncle. The relief filled the heart, because the hero avoided any damage during teleportation. Inquired of his state of health, the interlocutor received the answer from, "All right." Then he clarified in which they are now. The magician replied that they are most likely to be in the dungeons. Such a turn finally stunned the hero. Willie managed to look around the surrounding space. Apparently, it was a low, complex dungeon. The incomprehensible cause of teleportation caused a surprise to the magician. Is it a fault in a complex spending formula? But could the error be so large? There may be some external force in the case. Zik called his uncle, who was always distinguished by deep reflections. But this time he remained in full misunderstanding about the causes of sudden teleportation. The teleportation stone was without the specified land coordinates. For an unknown reason, the data has changed so sharply that it is only necessary to break your head over how to get out of this place. The hero wondered if it was possible to move out with teleportation. However, in response, a categorical refusal came. No teleportation is valid within this dungeon. There are powerful restrictions on everywhere that deprive such movement. The dungeons are scattered all over the world, opening the bizarre spaces, from green onions to snow-covered mountain peaks. What is it? Illusion or authenticity still remains a mystery. Scientists from different countries persistently explore this phenomenon, trying to learn more. It turns out that the true purpose of these places is still a mystery to all. In addition, for some incomprehensible reason, any use of teleportation inside the dungeons is prohibited. Like a trap, they mercilessly absorb those who died in their bowels. A spooky spectacle. However, in the darkest depths of the dungeons, there are things that can turn the course of the history of all humanity. Mysterious artifacts, shrouded in puzzles, force researchers from different parts of the world to believe. There are other worlds hidden from our eyes. It is rumored that these amazing things came here. The dungeon is the cells of a hidden threat where every step of the way can be hazardous. However, those who reach the region open the secrets that can change the idea of the world. The story was captured by Zig, and with a sincere enthusiasm he wondered, does that mean that there is also an artifact? Willie answered indefinitely. Maybe. Some signs have shown that the dungeons have already been cleared before, so there was no special hope for the prey. The boy was clear. The mystery of the television dungeon remained undisclosed. How could it move them to a completely different place? Perhaps the answer lies in the amazing ability that has shown itself again. Uncle said that the path to the way out lies up. If the boss is waiting for them, they will defeat it and move it down. With a slight inclination to the student, the magician wondered whether he intended to deal with the local leader on his own. The hero was surprised. Such an unexpected proposal was suddenly caught. The girls noted that a real battle is the best way to test their own strength. No workout compares with the experience of a real duel. A few minutes of fierce struggle forced the hero to think. The wise words of his uncle were true. However, in the heart, it is still doubtful. Will it be able to overcome this powerful opponent? The local leader was the king of the red sword, the monster of the B class. The hero, without quenching the curiosity, once again wondered about the power and rank of the enemy. Once upon a time, he happened to come to the duel only with General Goblin rank B, and even then there was a brother nearby. Now we had to count only on their own strength. The idea of such seemed impossible. But the teacher asked if he really thought, because Willie was convinced of his abilities. With a smile and laughter, the man assured of his confidence. Inside the hero silently, the alarming thoughts were swirling. Did his uncle really hear nothing about General Goblin? Personally assuring that the dungeon was not so scary, Villable boasted, at any moment he can rush down to the next level and stand there unharmed. However, he did not resist the question. Why he still didn't do it? In the very moment of their conversation, the air cut someone's voice. It looks like a maiden voice. It is incomprehensible, as possible, because there is only a gloomy darkness of the dungeon, where there is no living soul except two of them, and there is not enough. The Major felt immediately. Something echoes the beginning of a great battle with a boss, although he could not explain the reason for this confidence. Without hesitation, he rushed to the sound. I am sure that there was already a disaster, and without his help, you could not do. Willie hurried to intercept the student, trying to stop the rapid impulse. After jumping into the yard, the guy suddenly froze. The unexpected picture stunned him. A girl with animal ears. An unexpected sight that immediately attracted her gaze. The unnamed surprise of the hero shrugged. The eyes did not trust. It seemed like everything around became a ghost. Meanwhile, a happy smile has blossomed on his uncle's face. It was evident that his painting was quite pleasing. The girl, as if fascinated, was widely in the air, and two silica stone monsters grew in front of her, shaking her path. With a slight smile, the magician glanced at Saga and asked if he prepared for the test. Calling closer to the creatures, Willie asked the hero with interest to demonstrate the fruits of his workouts. This is how the duel began. Looking closer, the young man noticed two coal spiders, creatures endowed with the elements of the earth. Suddenly, one of them, revealing his jaws, released a sticky web towards the heroes. A moment before the danger, Sigbert did not even have time to react, and Willie rushed to the rescue. Grasping the baby, the man confidently reflected the lace attack with the sword. Sitting his gaze on the monster, he reminded the student, the most vulnerable places in the monster are eyes and paws, so the goal should choose as aimed as he trained. Here the situation required much more courage. They were in front of the real monsters. The young man only nodded, gathering with his forces, confidently spoke forward to a monster with a body, like a stone. Awareness of this feature gave the hero a fragile but important advantage. With the help of one of the skills of Winkers, the blade, the air turned into sharp, like a blade, streams. The sharp jets cut the spider paws, forcing him to fall out of pain and anger. The stormy praise escaped in Willia as soon as the guy warned of danger. A huge spider was already stolen from behind, but the man immediately lifted the sword and closed the steel of the moon-made monster. Confident and smart movements, the knight cut a monster into small pieces. However, I had to forgive the student. He left him, they say. This is a good workout. Sigbert only smiled awkwardly. After the victory over the monsters, the man suggested to release those who survived from the cocoons. The hero did not deny this idea. With a skillful movement, Willie immediately cut the threads on which the cocoons kept. One by one they moved down. The girl who had not yet finally avoided the cocoon also fell on the ground. But the new moon managed to pick her up at the last moment. The awareness returned to her as soon as Siegfried's had touched. The question of his personality was barely audible. It was then that a giant broke into the cave, whose shoulders were fainted on a fainted girl. The joy bloomed instantly. They found their mistress, saved by a real hero. Hardly the man put the girl on the ground, as well as the head rushed to her mistress. A joyful smile illuminated her face. Finally she was convinced that everything was fine from the lady. Looking closer, the girl carefully informed Mrs. Dye that her beast was visible to everyone. She rushed to inspect the charming amulet that hid its true nature. But unfortunately, the device was broken. The servants hurried to reassure the ladies, assuring that they have long guessed everything. Observing their care of human thought about the appearance of the hostess, the Sigbert could not understand. Why are the beastie ears considered something shameful? Removing the cloak, the hero stretched his action so that she can escape from prying eyes. The man noticed the boy and asked who he was. From the excitement of the words stuck in the throat, but rescued Willie. Hurried to explain that together with his friend they were only travelers who accidentally found themselves nearby. In addition, the guy carefully asked if these strangers belonged to ordinary adventurers. Judging by the outfit of a bold man, Willie guessed. Before him the main magician from the central community. The lady hurried to inform her companions that these travelers saved her life. The man did not hide gratitude to Willa. The knight insisted. Gratitude deserves the young man, not himself. The man approached Sigbert and expressed gratitude for his courage. The slight anxiety enveloped the guy when he heard the words of gratitude. In addition, he explained that it was possible to save 2 more who were left without consciousness, and advised to inspect the rest of the cocoons. Willie did not deny, though he noted that there was nothing interesting here. The silk shell was opened. Only armor and clothing remained inside. The sorcerer explained. Everything that died in the walls of this dungeon was decomposed in a matter of hours, and people were no exception. The coal spiders suffered vital energy from their prey, forcing the victim to go out almost instantly. Such a terrible truth stunned the brave heroes. He was healthy suggested to pick up the equipment of the dead and go back. In his words, Willie only nodded back. The hero confidently approached the girl who had just been rescued. Her assistant sat close to her. The gaze of the animal radiated the sadness because of what happened. All the knights who died from the paws of spiders remained faithful to the motherland and gave their lives without hesitation. The late arrival forced the young man to breathe disappointedly, and to hear the girl's warm words of support from the girl. There was no fault in his delay. Diana fought for external peace, but anxiety gave her with her head. Sigbert, without a minute, rushed to look for a way to reassure the princess, and stretched her fragrant cookies to cheer her up a little. The young man was delighted to say that these sweets gave him a chef specifically for the trip. The delicacy is so charming that they make you forget about all the troubles. To prove that they were safe, biting a piece without hesitation for a moment, Diana's gaze slid the cookies with a barely noticeable indifference, but the hand reached for one. It was necessary to bite a piece, as a real joy was illuminated on the face. The taste was simply unsurpassed. The joy of Sagiga was sincere. He liked it that she had fallen into taste. Then, with a generous gesture, he offered Emmy a few flavors, but the girl politely refused, noting that she made no sense on such values. It was then that Pal came to them. The man said that he had already collected the armor of the dead knights, and the magician, meanwhile, equipped a magic tent. In addition, he suggested to repeat the same with the saved warriors as soon as they come to mind. Zoe did not even guess that his uncle had things like tents. Diana's heart was gratitude to the magician, but the words of gratitude were not in any way. Looking back to the young man, she noted his sincere kindness with surprise. The girl gently thanked the sweets, and then, suddenly grabbing on her feet, she asked for the fact that she had not yet introduced. No one had no idea that the third princess of the Estonian kingdom, Diana van Estonia, appeared before Sagbiber. The awareness of this was stunned by the hero. To save the royal person was not in his plans. Meanwhile, Willie has already coped with a tent. Exploring scattered remains, he unexpectedly noticed the signs of magical protection. It was because of this that the spiders were able to sneak the unnoticed. Taking one of the debris in his hands, a man in a voice muttered that this thing is too mysterious. Having come to their senses, the knights moved to the tent for conversation. Diana presented her faithful soldiers, Camilla and Daniel, asked the well-being of the guests. The boys assured that everything was fine with them. The princess introduced Emma Granger as her maid. The girl got up and sincerely thanked the heroes for the help. Pal, the full name of Pascal von Barschmud, does not look like a regular accountant, though this is the position. Diana noted that he usually has the most. According to Willie, he was in front of him a real representative of the barons of Schman. The rumors assured that the gentleman turned out to be a skilled knight. And yet, the Graf was also aware of the purple magician, a well-known interlocutor. Powell immediately suspected the truth, as soon as the unusual shade of Willie's hair, but the final confidence came only when the ancestral coat of arms of Abel's house appeared before his eyes. For the princess, meeting with rescuers from this noble family was a complete surprise. The magician asked for forgetting his name. Willie, without delaying the case for later, introduced himself as the third deputy commander of the magical order of the kingdom of Meniest. He also took the word to Sigbert, voicing his name. The name came from Diana's mouth thoughtfully and quietly. Their acquaintance ended. The magician asked how the company was in the dungeon, but the boys only shrugged, because the reason was unclear even to them. Teleport stone, suddenly giving a crack, moved them directly into the subsoil of the dungeon. Suddenly, the door to the office opened. A quiet click made Nicholas look around sharply. He shouted frightenedly, but the next moment was frozen in place, unable to believe his own eyes. Warning, the man explained that they were responsible for returning Her Highness intact back to the surface. However, without proper training and participation of experts, it will be extremely difficult to carry out this mission. She continued her opinion, clarifying that there was no special magic or extraordinary abilities in it, so she wondered in a curious way, what could she do in that case? Ziga's gaze slid to his uncle. New acquaintances had the same purpose as they. Combining efforts, it will be easier to choose from here. The man just laughed, because it was such words that waited from the guy. The seductive thought was to agree in his head, but before that it was necessary to put forward their conditions. In his fingers, he squeezed a scroll, a dark, enveloped oath. The only thing Willie asked from others was not to disclose a single soul about the stay of Zaga in the dungeon. Camilla's objection was quite reasonable. Among all possible agreements, it was the scroll of the oath that was not to be terminated under any conditions. It was allowed to appoint absolutely any punishment for the offender. There were simply no restrictions. The knight warned, such a contract can even lead to death. The horror gripped him, and despair sounded in his voice. Sagig before, and no idea had such a danger. The news stunned him to the depths of his soul. Camilla warned, the scroll poses a great threat to the life of the princess. In response, Willie expressed an understanding of indignation, but insisted, abandoning the conditions offered, they will finally lose the opportunity to enlist the support of the magician. It was the main thing for the man to leave Zegbert in secret, and no figure could stop him on the way. The princess only nodded, letting know that she understood everything. The girl wondered in a sorcerer whether he was really a pearl of her generation. However, the surprise that flashed the young man on his face was eagerly. He even knows anything about it. Uncle stressed that right now there was a wonderful chance to remind Sag. He is not as ordinary as he thinks. He is appreciated and considered a special person for the Ebb family. It became clear. It was not just about the gift or ability of the hero. This man hid something else, mysterious and unknown, although the content of Willie's words remained a mystery. Diana confidently reached out, demanding to pass her contract. Sigurd immediately intervened, warning that the conditions are too one-sided and unfair. He wondered if the princess had something that should be hidden from others. The guy was already going to sign his signed oath. The magician repeated with delight that there was no need for this. The young man categorically disagreed that they only avoid responsibility, because then they would never become true companions. The sincerity of the heard words deeply impressed Diana. Her heart told her to lose his mantle and open her beastie likeness. After resorting to it, the princess asked not to tell anyone about her ears. The impression of Camilla and Daniel was unspeakable. The magician wondered if these ears had this form from birth. The princess shook her head affirmatively, explaining that such ears occur in those whose ancestors mix the blood of different peoples. In such families, children with similar appearance are sometimes born. However, such a state of affairs could hardly be called good, especially if the fence belonged to the royal family. Sig realized with some disappointment. In this world, there is a biased attitude towards others. Telling her story, the girl confessed that she usually masks her ears with a magic artifact. But during the attack of spiders, this charm broke, and the real essence became open. It was extremely important for her that the mystery of Semi, turning in power, remains undisclosed. Diana insisted. No soul had the right to reveal her secret to the most official statement. She wondered if everyone would agree to secure it with a contract. Sig was immediately supported and, having gained his eyes on his uncle, wondered if he agreed to put his signature. The disapproving look of the magician eloquently testified to his dissatisfaction with such an idea. He wondered if he would not really violate the concluded agreement. Sig, having an indiscriminate pause, promised, "He will never betray Lady's trust and will never be a source for her anxiety." On the male side of history, a kind, hearted young man remained unchanged, despite years. The brand had to change death to another. The obligation laid on the shoulders. Meanwhile, the princess sincerely thanked Sag. The contract laying seriously on the table, all those present had to leave their signature. As soon as the last signatures appeared on the parchment, the scroll inadvertently curled up, flew up, and shone with a wonderful light. At the same moment, the document was divided into parts, and each fragment, flickering, melted simply in the bodies of the participants of this agreement. Now everyone will have to protect the secret of the other. Camille did not rest the thought that in the place of the princess would not agree to such an agreement. Meanwhile, Paul asked the magician for help. Smiling agreed, the man gave an affirmative answer. The stunned boys, when he heard incredible conditions, agreed immediately, and Villy promised that he would inevitably remove them from the dungeon. After that, a strong handshake with a giant became a confirmation of the arrangement, and the Earl recalled that they put high hopes on him. Going to the princess, Zhu assured. "Let's get out of here, no doubt." The princess and the hero shook his hands firmly, changing his views. Watching them, the sorcerer plunged into the reflections. Before the agreement is made, several important words were left with him, not said to his ward. The rigidity of the man was forced to protect. There was no other way to protect the sagging from the insidious ally. The covers of the magical stone found earlier than previously found. Someone intentionally installed the barrier so that no one could come to the aid of the princess. If he guesses, Willie had no doubt. A traitor was necessarily hiding. But the name of the attacker remained a mystery to him. Villy did not leave the relentless thoughts about new difficulties, but it was no longer concerned. Now, he was able to stand up for himself and cope with any danger. It is decided that the investigation of events in the Kingdom of Estonia is better entrusted to himself. Suddenly, memory threw another important detail. Once the sulfur opened his eyes, his uncle congratulated him on a good morning without delaying for a moment. The hero wondered who Willie was talking to. He assured, not in vain, just watching his favorite nephew, who was instructed to keep the tent. He had no idea that the tent had long forgotten. The lost boys barely kept on their feet, and the hero decided to give them a rest. After agreeing with his uncle, he remained in custody to protect his friend's dream. The young man, barely waking up, lowered his head and asked uncertainly when he settled to sleep. The uncle, meanwhile, wondered if it seems to the boy that there was a little too early for him in the middle of the night, when everyone had already plunged into sleep. With a smile on his mouth, she is interested in whether the young man wants to join the feasible, and whether or not he wants adventures. The nephew confidently replies, he should become even stronger. Uncle is in vain doubt. The desire to become a brave traveler has not been resting for a long time. The heart is crazy every time with Theo and the boys have to fight the ugly. Willie wondered if the nephew was ashamed. The guy seemed to be an adult, but the imperceptible children's features were still aware of themselves. The hero carefully asked not to make fun of him. It was at this moment that Emma looked into the room. She brought the news. Breakfast is waiting. Time to go to the table. A sophisticated and appetizing breakfast meal was flavored on the table. Diana watched with delight how just a delicious sandwich was born in her eyes. Fortunately, not only coal spiders were found in the dungeon, there were also monsters whose meat was suitable for food, Willibald noted with relief. Pascal confirmed the said, they will definitely have no hassle with food. Willie and the nephew took care of the tent for the guests, and stayed it. The Earl asked at least to accept treats in gratitude. Emma added that she had several canned foods, from which she prepared the flavors, and sincerely thanked for her help. Passing a plate with princess sandwiches, Sig suggested that if they taste it, he can take away his portion. Diana, without drawing her eyes, wondered, is her desire so noticeable? The princess's tail rose up, attracting the hero's attention. He immediately became clear that it was the tail that gives her true emotions. Diana was alarming excitement. Attracting the tail, the princess with a screamed look asked for a Zig whether it causes him disgusting. The guy with a warm smile noted that she does not feel anything like this, but on the contrary, this tail is very much. Suddenly, exploding with indignation, Camilla shouted that Zu would not say that the demonic look was Diana. The images of the princess will not allow. The hero, puzzled by such an unexpected reaction, began to justify himself, explaining that it did not mean it at all. He even emphasized, Diana is very sweet. Camillary rage broke up even harder. She asked how she dared to make fun of their princess. Sig does not give the impression that only a child is in front of him. Smiling, Willie suddenly intervened in a conversation and turned to Camille. Does he know thanks to whom he is now alive and can enjoy food? Or maybe adults are really better not to get into children? Camille. I was clear at once, he asked instantly. The warm, soothing words of the princess made Camilla relaxing. There was no reason to worry. The smile shone her face. It is nice to know that someone likes her appearance. Daniel joined the conversation, gently asking, what is their next step? What is the plan of action waiting for everyone here and now? In response, the girl learned that the shortest way to get out of the dungeon is to defeat the main monster. Thanks to the witchcraft search, Willibald has determined that the boss is waiting for the last, 25th equal, and they are only 23rd so far. All the evidence indicates that the main enemy is the King of the Red Blade. On the way to him, the heroes are likely to chat with numerous monsters, but the whole week ahead promises to go without much difficulty. It is only necessary to act together, and everything will certainly succeed. Camille wondered if Willie was able to determine the number of enemies from here. The magician answered, the counting of enemy forces by his power, but what terrain he would have to overcome, he will not be able to predict. Pascal assured that this is enough. His reasoning suggested that Willie effortlessly recognizes which enemies are chatting in front. However, Uncle's ingenuity amazed the guy again. Just as every time, having reached the level of his uncle, he would have opened the same opportunities. However, in the soul, a thirst for grasping something much more than magic. The respectable Graf, offering a little rest after the meal, urged to start training. He addressed the lady with this idea, or not against this order. Diana, without hesitation, confirmed her consent, adding that Powell could act at her own discretion. In the end, the woman sincerely thanked her uncle and the nephew for her readiness to support her plan. Zig politely noted that there is no point in spending effort. Hearing these words, Camille, with a barely hidden pleasure, they say, geniuses are now happening at every step. Daniela did not wash how the mood of the night was dissatisfied. The shock absorbed Pamela. heard from Daniel seemed incredible. The girl claims that she noticed how the sorcerer was contacted this morning and discussed the fragments of magic stone. The assumption made her think that this was the reason for the escape. The very thought of dungeons seemed terribly real. Camila was engulfed in rage. The magician could easily throw them in prison. He was already going to warn others of the danger, and the calm voice of Daniel stopped him, calling not to panic. She warned, "It is only necessary to express his awareness now, and Willie can destroy them without hesitation." There was a silent understanding between the knights. To defeat the sorcerer, they could not. Inside, the boy was raging from his own powerlessness. Camilla murmured that they should definitely invent something more effectively. The girl suddenly remembered the brother of her comrades and wondered if he was a well-known knight. Camille confessed that he spent all his life in the shadow of his gifted relative, who effortlessly justified all the expectations of others. Society only turned his views on him, leaving his younger brother beyond attention. After dedication in the night, Camille hoped that the looks around would change, but in fact everything remained as before. The elders were still far away. Having thought of how to encourage and win the trust of a just, strange boy, Daniel confessed that she advised him to accompany the princess. This discovery was a great, stunning Camille who was holding a leash. In her eyes, the young man seemed a worthy contender for this mission. She felt the true power of the future knight immediately, so she had no doubt. Under his protection, Her Highness could be calm. The tears of the touch appeared in the eyes of Camille. "Thank you by Angeli." The guy heard the warm words of support in response. The girl gently asked him not to be upset and assured him. Together they would certainly cope with all the difficulties. The words of Daniel that together they overcome the ominous Red Master became a real source of inspiration for a young man who wanted to protect his princess with all his soul. The next day, the heroes reached the 24th floor of the dungeon. It was the dinner approaching. The detachment came across a flock of wild cows and was glad with lightning agility and skill, combining strength and magic, in an instant coped with cattle, and soon on the fire, juicy steaks. Fascinated by the magical skill of the young man, Pavel noted that such a young magician is able to resist a whole flock of monsters. Camilla wondered if Sig was still a baby. Willie added that a young hero still needs to be mastered, because his true opportunities are far from exhausted. That is why the magician sought to conclude an agreement before their common adventure, and why he insisted on a rare gem. There was an unusual child in front of the count, in which a wonderful secret hired. The detachment approached Zig, which has already collected a lot of materials and meat. Joyful, he assured that a good dinner is waiting for everyone today. Camille has admitted that the dungeon still causes him to fear. The bodies of enemies disappear without a trace, but pieces of meat remain invariably. Willie explained, "The dungeon absorbs the bodies, removing energy from them for their own support. Much of the mass disappears during the mass, but valuable materials remain intact. The things used remain lying on the ground, tempting adventure seekers to prey. But for Camilla, it was a mystery to be a whole cooking dishes from the monster as trophies." The formidable question caught the sorcerer by surprise. There was no answer. He suggested that these dungeons probably served as ordinary farms built by the ancient peoples. The knight was outraged. Everything is too creepy here to consider it a regular farm. Absorbed by the distribution of materials, the young man suddenly noticed the princess. The trembling ears immediately issued her excitement. Without spending time, Ise went to Diana and assured that there was no need to worry. The denial was already on the girl's mouth, but the view that slid on her tail stopped words. Having embraced the tail, she muttered quietly that he always gave it out. Zig was starving, not finding words, and muttered uncertain apology. Returning to the boy, Emma wondered if he was scared of his confrontation with the monsters. The guy sincerely confessed. Fear is also familiar to him, but the thirst for power and desire to surpass himself always push forward. Grasping his fist in determination, the guy firmly stated, he would save those who will be more expensive than everything, and for the sake of it will fight to the end. The comforted princess expressed her admiration for the courage and unwavering of the young man. I was shyly waving praise. He assured that he did not do anything special, and carefully noted that he was seeking new travels. With embarrassment, the young man confessed again. Like a princess, hunted the monsters. But in fact he dreamed of seeing the world, and he loved the taste of victory. For Zig was habitual not to stay at home, because the idea of life, locked in four walls, aroused resistance in it. Diana said with sadness that she is familiar with such experiences. Its days were mainly in the walls of the palace. Thanks to the care of the servants, the princess was provided with everything necessary. However, noticing the children who had fun chasing the streets, felt a slight envy. For a moment the hero thought, "Today, Zik has decided to spend time with the princess," and announced it. Suggesting to look around, he drew attention to how fabulously and calmly changed the dungeon when the misery was beaten. The guy's gaze died into juicy fruits, branched trees, and a brilliant fountain that was ahead. In wondering whether Diana wants to see this beauty with his own eyes, he received a praise from the princess. I was passionate about her hand, and invited her to take a stroll together. The wild promise of a mysterious defender, to protect in the event of an attack by a monster, Diana accepted without hesitation. Camilla's vigilant look stopped at the young man who was leading the princess away. He wanted to stop this outburst, but Willia reassured. There was no danger ahead, so there was no reason for excitement. Paul advised the boys not to interfere with Diana and Ziga, but asked Emma to stay with them. The joy swept the graph when the gaze stopped at a calm and captured princess. The heart of the man was filled with happiness because the heroine and her majesty finally became friends. The mage said with fun laughter, noting that he had no doubt about this result. Sig and Diana languages, too inseparable, are real best friends. The walk was surprisingly exciting and filled. They tasted magic fruits that glowed from the inside, reflecting the whole universe. On the way, the boys came across a lake, near which a beast was in the water. New obstacles have emerged in the way. From the bushes, the insidious monster looked out, preparing to attack the heroes. But it was then that Powell appeared in a timely manner and turned away. Later, everyone gathered together and enjoyed dinner, savoring juicy meat in a circle of friends. And the diagram came across a number of hidden hiding places, from which monsters suddenly jumped on them. Without stopping, the boys plunged into the forest thickets further and further. Finally, the road brought them to the last level, where the massive gate stood. Willie noted that the underground ruler himself was waiting for this door. Hearing this, Camellia engulfed combat inspiration. She was ready to meet the enemy. He suggested going inside and winning the enemy. This will be the opportunity to get out of the dungeon. The magician asked why the knight would hurry. He cautiously warned, their opponent belongs to the B-rank class, and even a carefree stone is unlikely to cope with him without resting. They were offered to stay here until the morning and move to the den the next day. Turning an egg in his hands, the man warned, a good rest is especially needed by a young boy. The hero immediately realized his uncle intended to leave him alone with danger. Willie noted that despite the fact that they are in the dungeon for the last night, you should not relax. Only after these words the princess suddenly became clear. She may not be destined to meet her new girlfriend anymore. As soon as the charming tent rose above the camp and travelers settled for rest, Diana approached Zig and quietly offered to talk alone. The guy was distrustful of whether something happened, which the girl answered restrained. Has a personal conversation to him. The princess's frozen young man reassured. They say Pal and Emma had already given her consent. She immediately specified that it would not take much time. In addition, they will not depart from the camp. As soon as I was about to agree, the gaze inadvertently fell on the villa. The young man, meeting his eyes with his uncle, asked permission to take Her Majesty to the conversation alone. The man strictly noted that it is strongly against the children to wander the dungeons on their own. The hero began to be pleased with the zeal to be allowed to leave. Lowering her head and muting her ears, the princess suggests that their paths may not intersect. Willie, having perceived these words with a deep understanding, nodded. The permission was obtained, but the magician insisted. For the sake of their safety, he will impose an icy cage and a supervisory spell. Thanks to this, in the event of the slightest threat, he will be able to come to their rescue instantly. The boys sincerely thanked their rescuer. Suggesting to go followed, I was confidently leading. He was fortunate enough to find a wonderful place where he, the young man, dreamed of inviting a princess. The girl did not deny, and only the look of someone remains to watch them from afar. Finally, it became obvious. His ward was able to stand up for himself. The excitement gradually retreated. The gaze slid to the face of the settlement, engaged in food, and then stopped at the knights, who were suspicious of watching the purple magician. Anxiety grew. Willie realized that he needed to find a traitor as soon as possible. The anticipation whispered, "The enemy will soon make itself known." It was at this point that Camilla approached Daniela, who held a strange magical artifact in her hands, and with interest she wondered what she was doing. The map was closed by the girl, saying that it is not just a piece of paper, but a real device for tracking the princess. All details about the state of Diana, and even its actions, are instantly reflected on this special subject. The guy wondered why she was this tool at all. Daniele explained that the thing will need to prepare a trap for the magician. Throwing the device with a friend, the girl assured, "You should act only at her signal." Camilla was assured. All this is for the sake of protecting the case. The knight swore that he would definitely return her home. The girl warned, "There will be only one opportunity. According to her, the boy should listen carefully to every advice. It is extremely necessary to defeat the purple magician." Princess and hero were released on the surface. The caring gland carefully supported the girl, climbing the stairs with her. Before the look, there was an infinite sky with 2 bright months, which illuminated everything around. Diana and No Idea had such fascinated places in the dungeons. The forces of the young man came to life in his palms, and magic helped make the halt more cozy. 2 large loose ottomans were formed from the sand. The interested princess wondered that it was a miracle. Smiling, the hero explained, "Something like a comfortable sofa." He invited her to taste the holiday in an unusual seat. The baby was comfortable with the ottomans, and Diana relaxed so much that she completely forgot about talking to a joint. Only his reminder returned her to reality. The girl noted that the hero is actually impressive. So smart and careful, not for years, the guy has been genuine respect. With sincerely wanting to thank the young man on his own behalf, the princess turned to him with a proposal. "If you need any need." A clumsy movement was on the ground. Awareness of his own inexperience with waves covered him. Many more things remained beyond his possibilities. However, every day, this guy opened more, rapidly hardening his strength and character. Suddenly in the mind, the image of an uncle came. His voice was heard clearly, as if a living memory. The phrase that Zig is a special person for their family has been very clear in their ears. The hero asked the princess whether she knew something about precious stones. A light blush appeared on the girl's cheeks. She apologized and sincerely confessed that he knew almost anything about it. It turned out that the Abel's family stood at the origins of the kingdom, so she was awarded the title of Marquise. In addition, the second son of the founder had family ties with them, which made Abel's family the second royal dynasty. Memories of the uncle's stories gradually came to the mind of the young man. Diana emphasized that the surprises did not end there. There was another secret. For centuries, the genus Abel has fervently protected his family treasury. Sig did not have the slightest idea, never even heard of such. The girl explained that under mysterious jewelry, not things, but young gifts of the family. It was such crumbs of information that went to royal families and the power of the top of all countries. The slightest threat to the treasures of the family, Abel will certainly turn into severe revenge. They do not forgive the image. However, the true power of those who protect the family remains a mystery to everyone. No authorities have no idea what her deputies are capable of. At that moment, he realized how important it can be for his family. The princess, after completing the story, lowered her eyes. Although she had no other information, confidence did not leave the girl. The moment will come, and the young man will hear the whole truth. The hero sincerely regretted that he dared to ask a similar question. With a light smile, Diana assured that no apologies were needed, because both of them will be athirst for finding the truth about her own destiny. The inner feeling of closeness to the princess suddenly became obvious to Saga. Something in particular united them. Thinking about thinking, the girl suddenly asked her to turn to her easier. Diaz Zosa. The young man tried to go right, but again added to the name, Lady. Diana corrected immediately, but it was not easy for Saga. I wondered why the question of suddenly gained such weight for the girl. The princess, having shouted, apologized for her persistence and excessive demands. Diana confessed that she dreamed of calling Ziga her friend. Despite the fact that they were not destined to meet, she sought to feel equality in their relationship. It was thanks to the fascinating adventure that she has brought her true joy and pleasure. By this point, Diana did not even imagine how incredible she could be. Sincere confessions suggested that every moment she turned into a small holiday. Soon, returning home, the girl will dress the crown of the ordinary princess again, and such carefree entertainment will remain only a warm memory. That is why the girl wanted the boy to treat her as an ordinary man, despite her high status. Without any hidden intention, the only desire has swept it: to spend these last minutes in a circle of friends. The young man answered with a sincere smile. Capturing her hearts, he turned to the girl only with her name, Dia. Siggs confessed that he would like to become a good friend, a peer in spirit. He was of particular joy for him the excitement, which was eloquently given her tale. The discounted princess grabbed her tail and asked not to say so. The proposal was proposal to continue communicating even after this unusual adventure. Correspondence not to let friends. Hope for the future meeting gave rise in their hearts. The smile blossomed on the face of the princess when she heard these sincere words. She assured the hero with warmth in her voice that their meeting would certainly happen. I would not conceal the admiration of the beauty of the princess. He was obvious. Over time, Diana would grow into a real birth. Meanwhile, the sorcerer used a magic map to track everyone and determine their location. Siege and Diana have already kept a safe distance. Emma's Graf remained in their tents and did not even show out. The knights appeared in the field of view, and it became clear that their betrayal was no longer a secret. Probably right now, magical artifacts, capable of hiding them from other people's eyes, went into the process. Suddenly, a charming ball fell near him, and smoke spilled around. Willie kept calm. It became obvious to him that the merchants had already switched to actions. The look thrown on the map showed no traces of sag. Seeing how the boy was bearing to him, the magician looked around. Through the thick curtain of the smoke, someone's shadow was distinguished. The stranger was already approaching. The blade broke into the air, but Camilla enveloped the invisible protective force. The metal weapon bounced as if she were facing an invisible shield. Willie tried to figure out how Miracle they managed to break the ice cage and where Daniel disappeared. The night is silently passing, dissolving in twilight corners. It did not matter to the man which of the merchants will have time. None of them will be allowed to offend Zaga. Willie walks after the merchant. Running into the room where Camille had just entered, the magician immediately noticed the boy who was lying to the burner, turning away from the entrance. Without spending a minute, the man rushed to him, grabbed Zaga and asked anxiously if he was all right. However, it was only a doll. In the next moment, Willie realized, everything is adjusted under him. It is a trap. On the head of the doll ran seconds of the timer, and in the meantime, the man threw a suspicious object and could not escape so far. The powerful explosion thickened at the same moment. Camilla stood nearby. Looking at the room that turned into a solid chaos with the magician, he felt relieved. He still managed to overcome Willie, the joyful, so carried away with the moment that he did not notice how Daniel was silently gripping from behind and pushing his sword just in his back. The young man collapsed to the ground, spreading his silence with a crazy cry. The girl just shook her head in surprise. Could he really be so naive? After all, in her opinion, Camille had long had to bite the treacherous intentions. Daniel really rejoiced that this change was guarded by a naive night watchman, which is so easy to use for his own purposes. No other guards would have been such a frank fiction. Blood poured everything around. Hardly noticeable whisper. On the verge of the last breath, Camilla confessed that he could not believe that Daniel was a traitor. The girl once again, calm and firm, reminded. Everything said before was only a lie. Some misunderstanding worried Daniel. Why recommend a princess to a knight verblia lamp? At heart, the dream was glowing. The monster would have to get rid of them all, but this plan did not bear fruit. The girl noted that the magical artifact given to her by the chief was a real miracle. It is thanks to this tool that even such a foolish person as Camilla was able to defeat the famous red magician. All you have to do was stand this night and cope with the children. The case seemed to be the simplest part of the plan. Then no one dares to worry. The deaf laughter just began to break through her lips as Camilo intervened. He reached out, hoping to touch, but the girl strongly pushed him with his leg, cutting sharply, not daring to touch me. With a bitter irony, Daniel noted that the guy could be a wonderful guard or knight if he only thought his head. He was destined to live longer, but now his path broke off. The last hope disappeared with his life. It should not even be left, because the dungeon will get rid of any evidence of its existence. Finally, the ruthless words of Daniel were heard. No one has paid attention to Camille for a long time, so it is unlikely that anyone would be sad. Looking back for the last time, she went cold, condemning the young man to a slow death. The loud roar suddenly interrupted the meeting of the princess and hero. Puzzled, they immediately rushed back to their detachment, and without realizing what happened. As soon as the open door to the boss's office opened. At this point, Emma, along with Powell, rushed to Diana and Ziga. Anxiety spoke in their eyes, and the first question was about whether all was fine with friends. The interested princess addressed the count with the question of what was happening, but the man only shrugged. He was unclear himself. Inside the tent, the deaf sounds of the battle suddenly came, and both, without spending the time, got out of the dead to see the cause of anxiety with their own eyes. Adding to the story, Emma remembered, when they decided to get out, it was suddenly turned out to be that the tent surrounded the invisible obstacle that did not allow it. Only Powell's powerful power helped break through this protection. Once they were outside the barrier, the spooky sounds immediately subsided. The magical dome, which all this time protected the princess and the boy, suddenly fell. Uncle's magic scattered into small debris. Zig's heart squeezed in anticipation of trouble. Something was wrong with Willie. Running out of the chief's office, Daniel called the princess to the whole corridor. Diana immediately noticed the bloody spots that poured the night and wondered what had happened. The girl, breathing in fear, reported, "They just attacked them." Obviously, it was this creature that she suspected involvement in their mysterious movement in the dungeon. The reaction of the count did not slow down. Surprise was on his face. Daniela reported that the offender disappeared behind the door of the boss's office, and Camille and Wilbald were already inside. She insisted, "The boys need to help." The man supported her opinion. The girl assured Diana it was better to go with them because there was a chance that the offender had accomplices. She was much safer among her friends than staying alone. In addition, she promised a princess, which she would certainly take care of her protection. The characters crossed the threshold of the boss door. In front of them is a huge hall where the dim light seeps through the narrow cracks. In the center, leaning in prayer, there was an ugly creature. The princess immediately recognized the king of the Red Blade. Instead of talking about food with his uncle, I was asked for darkness. But nothing answered. The girl only laughed, murmuring that the whole situation seems to her a lot of funny. Fluently thrown on her shoulders gave her a completely different look when she wondered with an ironic smile why people were so trusting in nature. It was then that the door closed sharply with a deaf roar, and the black branches were unknown from where they grew. The impassable wall cuts the only way out of the room. Daniel Knight armor turned into black robes, and darkness appeared in the eyes. The space was enveloped by a thick, dark liquid, from which unknown monsters emerged one by one. The girl's passionate voice was heard like a curse. It was here that the heroes were destined to find their death. The count finally came. All their troubles are a matter of hands. The girl's answer did not wait for herself, did not say the objection, only cold notice that any attempts to change something in vain. Because there is nothing to save. Both the purple magician and the Camilla are dead. Hearing these words, I was crying out that it was impossible. Daniel wasted coldly, indifferent whether they believe her or not. If they were really alive, they would have appeared here for a long time. Without a moment, she got a sharp rock and threw it towards the monster. The board battle with the boss did not attract a girl at all. She was arousing spectacles and surprises. For this purpose, she planned to add strength to the enemy, seeking Her Highness to die in torment. The owner of the Red Blade is majestic, growing to giant sizes and filled with even fierce fury. The unspeakable desire that Madame Diana faded in cruel torment overwhelmed Daniel to the limit. The puzzled uncle stubbornly tried to understand what this girl was distinguished. By activating a unique skill, he made a grade look filled with special insight. The guy finally realized it was this girl who woke up the main monster with a mysterious spell. After her intervention, the enemy's strength lost specific limits, and all the main indicators immediately began to change, turning the monster into a completely unpredictable threat. Finally, the young man solved that the real Achilles' fifth monstery was a powerful element. Anxiety and annoyance engulfed the girl. They did not rest, thought why the boys suddenly froze, as if Doug, confidently managing a giant monster. She led him simply to her allies, forcing the monster to constantly and rapidly approach them. Like lightning, that man built a powerful barrier who impeccably saved himself and his comrades from a deadly blow. Daniela hotly urged everyone to panic and patiently wait until the princess leaves this world. She assured that after the death of the princess, and their end would come very quickly. Uncle persistently pleaded with Mr. Gilbert as soon as possible to pick up the princess and run away from this dangerous place. The guy tried to deny, but the harsh look of the man and the warning of the inevitable death forced him to silence. Carefully taking the girl by the hand, you felt instantly, you need to find a safe shelter as soon as possible. The vigilant, almost insightful look of the young man grabbed the open door. The way to the rescue is quite close. The monster, which was hiding in the shadows, suddenly rushed at them from behind. In his uncle's chest, he looked away from anxiety. There is no room in the head, except for the experiences for children who were in deadly danger. Immediately taking advantage of his skill, Zalg created a shining shield that the dome was enveloped by his most and vulnerable girl nearby, providing reliable protection against any danger. Instantly rushing on the offensive, the hero caused the most acute blade of light, which he caused the devastating blows to the enemy, trying to neutralize the monster and guarantee the safety of the brother. The children in the panic rushed all over, trying to evade the rapid, ruthless racks of the February monster, whose movements were knocked out from under their feet by their speed and unpredictability. The illumination has risen in the young man's soul. Until they dare to resist the king, the escape will remain an unattainable dream. Only the final victory over him will open the way to freedom and give hope for salvation. The best way out is to destroy the magic stone that Daniel hid deep in the monster flesh. However, numerous protective barriers tightly wrap the hidden relic. The only known weakness of the monster is the lightning force that can break its protection and neutralize the stone. The problem was different. Seago lacked lightning magic, capable of breaking the barrier and destroying the magical stone hidden in the monster's body. Given that the use of spells that the king is vulnerable is impossible, Sid can resort to his strongest magic to break through the protective barrier. However, the likelihood of completely destroying magical protection increases to only 20%. Another obstacle. Sig's physical capacity is so limited that there is only one attempt to use powerful magic. To give everything for the only chance is a too dangerous and reckless decision. Common sense suggested the young man to rush to such a mighty enemy with ordinary magic, a futile affair, doomed to failure. Holding the protective barrier, I was increasingly felt. If you stay in passive defense, the defeat will not be avoided. Inside the thought, they circled with a whirlwind, calling hard for decisive choice here and now. Unnoticed, Diana shared a bold idea: to become a living bait, to distract the mold on herself, and to give the chance to others get around the enemy from the rear, to strike a decisive blow. The defenseless girl has no strength to resist. However, when protected by a young man, he gets a chance to escape beyond the barrier. Its presence is quite important for Daniel, so trying to save a girlfriend will certainly attract the attention of enemies. This will take advantage of other members of the detachment, having a good opportunity to deal with spiders. She warned, if something happens to her, the rest should run without looking back. I was denied. It is too dangerous to rely on it. The princess joined the conversation, insisting, you need to do everything possible to keep the number of casualties minimal. The unbreakable determination of the companion called her to the border of the possible. She was a good risk of risking her own life for the sake of a common cause. Every moment was of great weight, so giving them to the hostly empty words the woman had no intention. In addition, her sincerity and unwillingness to cause other pain were easily read in the look. Anyone who listened carefully saw in her eyes unwavering determination. The guy appreciated this honesty, and without hesitation decided to stand on her side, agreeing to help in a bold design. However, the escape is possible under one condition. They should go together, side by side, helping each other in a desperate struggle for life. The instantaneous reaction of the guy changed the course of the fight. A powerful blow, he made his lap force the monster to retreat, winning for the team invaluable seconds to regroup. Whatever danger it was, Zag was not going to retreat. He vowed to do everything to keep the princess alive, and was ready to pay any cost for her safety. Finally, there were strength sufficient to fulfill this promise and actually become a shield for your friend before any disaster. The idea appeared inadvertently. It was not accidental here. Apparently fate led him to this dungeon. The guy's vigilant look stopped on the moon. The only weakness of the enemy is the magic of lightning, which he was not given. With his heart in his heart, the young man acknowledged that this time he had no hope. Now the determination has swept it. even from defeat, is going to gain benefits. Not lose faith in the best, and through all the obstacles to get out of this test, a real winner. All the attention of the young man was drawn to the safety of those whom he loved. Inspired by these feelings, the guy called on his special power. A flame spear that was already burning in his hands, ready to impress the enemy and snatch friends from danger. The victory over the monster opens to them a dreamy opportunity to break free. The magic stone was quite close, and if they are lucky, friends would finally get a real chance to freedom. Uzi swept the guy when new hands were amazingly growing before his eyes, where he had recently distracted the king of the limb. Without a moment, the ruler is drawn with a new, even more devastating attack. There is a danger that can be fatal for the boy. Uncle, together with the princess, kept breathing from the alarm for the fate of Siegbert. A grand monster rushed directly at the young man, and the hearts of both shuddered with fear for him. The girl frozen. Before her eyes put a mysterious silhouette of Daniel, which suddenly erupted from the darkness and immediately filled everything around an alarming feeling of fear. The miracle stone in some incredibly remained unharmed, despite the frantic destruction and battles that raged around. Thanks to a strong, shining barrier, the guy managed to survive. He stood under the pressure of the attack and escaped fatal wounds. There is only one opportunity to spend the last crumbs of forces, struggling for consciousness. Without his help, comrades will be defenseless. So squeezing all the will into his fist, the young man realized the fight is still far from completion, and his rise, a question of life and death. Suddenly, the mysterious language was involved. The one who is the first to find it will become a valuable stone. These amazing words came to Zalg, and his eyelids barely shifted, giving a glimpse of consciousness. A small, fragile butterfly settled on the very tip of the boy's nose. Like the embodiment of the fragility of this moment, he added an unexpected surprise and a drop of hope in a tense atmosphere. Consideration and distrustful of considering a fragile creature, the young man thought how she could find herself in this place. The voice calmly explained, "The guy has not yet grown up to perceive the message directly, so they used this butterfly to communicate." The young man guessed that a strange voice was not heard from a butterfly, but someone invisible uses this fragile creature to convey the message to him. Before the eyes, a majestic picture was suddenly appeared. A giant sword, which glowed with a pristine glitter, radiating invisible power and giving a reverence for a reverently trembling with its majestic appearance. Siga's memory came about stories about treasures hidden in the depths of the dungeons, capable of turning the whole world. The unknown appearance of this sword has caused him suspicion. Is not these weapons one of these legendary artifacts? The voice warned. No one knows whether the fragile body of the guy would withstand such a load, but every second hesitation takes the comrades with a less chance. All you have to do is collect your fist, brush your teeth, and get up. A clear awareness of this truth has long reconciled the guy with possible consequences. Whatever awaited, the fate of comrades had much more weight for him than personal experiences. All you have to do is see the smallest flash of victory. Siegbert will already hold it firmly with both hands. That is why the mighty sword will turn into his main weapon, into a decisive battle for life and freedom. Hardly noticing how the guy got up, his voice noted it, although he acknowledged, to the status of a precious stone of the young man is far away. However, a special interest in his hidden snout has made the spirit choose a risky step, to temporarily become a weapon that can awaken the true talent of the future hero. The protective barrier was crumbled, and the princess remained defenseless. Assessing the rapid approach of danger, Diana realized with horror, if nothing is changed, their team is stumbled by the inevitable death. The blow also hit the princess barrier, finally destroying the protection. Daniel blossomed in a triumph, because she managed to achieve a breakthrough, despite the stubborn resistance of ordinary mortals. She ordered the girl to meet her with a demanding voice, sought to conquer the will of the child. A moment of anticipation of the first torture over the girl was interrupted by a sudden explosion. A powerful roar shook the space, suddenly crashing into the course of events and gave the participants a few seconds of full confusion. The views of both women immediately turned to the explosion. They were a giant shining saber, which greedily absorbed the flows of magic, as if a beast that was devouring power, preparing for the next battle. The source of this unusual mystical force was the young hero of ill, who confidently squeezed in the hand of the sword, who attracted the stretch marks. The young man was determined to step into the most fierce phase of battle. With a deep anxiety, the girl stared at her defender, sincerely concerned with his condition. And Daniel, noticing how a heavy sword turned into a sophisticated rapier, she was amazed at the depths of her soul. She was incomprehensible. How miraculous the boy managed to withstand such a crazy burden and stay among the living. In the influx of frantic rage due to the lack of the desired result, the voice broke out in a desperate cry. Sigbert stopped to resist and admit defeat, shouting the demand, let him accept death and obey fate. Turning on the unique skill of Hurricane, the young man was lightning at the attack. His rapid blow came just on the barefoot, and Daniela faded, unable to tear the look away from the spectacle, shocked and captured at the same time. The illumination struck him. Even having spent all the magical power, no fatigue or exhaustion was felt. It seemed that the blade of the sword took on a heavy burden, giving the owner lightness and an unbroken mind. Having gained faith in his own strength and feeling reliable support for weapons, Siggs rushed without hesitation. Quickly moving the offensive, he confidently used all possible means, skillfully using the benefits of a new tool. Turning in the air, the mighty stream of magical fire directed from a height simply to a magic stone, collapsing a burning flash of incredible power and seeking to end the beginning of the victory. The magic stone broke up into small debris, and with it the burden of victory disappeared. The fate of the future battle had already belonged to the hero, who was ready to complete the confrontation and liberate his comrades from the hanging threat. As soon as he stepped on the ground, Zag felt true joy and relief, noticing Diana rushes to him with a happy smile, happily greeting with salvation. Inside the pleasure, the mission was fulfilled with dignity, and the princess is under reliable protection. Anger from defeat, Daniel was rapidly approaching a couple. Its annoyance and rage were about to escape. The indignation and confusion captured it. Attempts to use magical artifacts invariably ended in a fiasco. The desired result and victory remained unattainable. No person and no event could meet the high expectations of this girl. Solid disappointments pursued it at every step, leaving unpleasant sediment and irritation in the soul. A fierce rage explodes. A scream breaks the oath. Even at the cost of their own life will destroy anyone who dared to become her enemy here. The blood will fill this space, turn opponents into bloody flaps, cut and crush without stopping until the latter falls, dead and silent. Accident movement, and the weapon escapes from the hands of the angry Daniel. The smoky stroke, the girl lost his balance and tied to the ground, defenseless, disarmed, and more incapable of fighting. Surprised, the girl raised her head sharply, trying to understand what restrains her from returning to battle. Suddenly, the walls of the room shuddered from a powerful explosion. In a gap that formed, like a shadow, two strangers emerged and stepped inwards. One of the men who flew into the hall was with a question. What she permits, and why did she stage a cruel slaughterhouse right in the middle of a calm dungeon, risking the safety of all present? Approaching the determination at every step, a chunky man was carrying a wandering figure on his shoulders, embodying an adamant intention to put an end to this madness and restore peace, despite the threatening consequences. A woman, tight panic, watched how the rescued Will Bald in a hurry steps approached her, demanding a report with anger. What she did with his expensive nephew, whether she is now ready to be fully responsible for committing crimes and destroying fates. The same red magician appeared on the horizon. In the eyes of a guy aimed at Uncle, hope and boundless trust glowed. The master of witchcraft, focusing, released a powerful stream of magical power, directed simply at the boys. In one movement, he immediately conveyed something important to them. He was Camel, which was now granted by a traitor. Despite the insidious act, the wise uncle piled the nieces of wounds and took care of his broken soul, because the loss of the boy would painfully struck the sensitive heart of Shu. The vicious look of the man slid on his partner, and pointing at whom he held in his arms, he asked, "Did this guy be considered a traitor too?" Despite despair and bizarre darkness in the soul, Daniel managed to gather with forces and focus, because finally it became obvious. The main rival was severe, putting all his power in the next blow, the ruthless wipes of the opponent from the face of the earth. There will be no chance of saving. Feeling a threat, the enemy instantly went on the offensive. A number of powerful shocks began, each of which aimed to break the crazy pressure of Daniel and restore control of the battlefield. Having realized the striking advantage of the enemy, the girl came to a disappointing conclusion. To continue the battle is still a thing that to condemn herself to death. The difficult decision did not wait for itself. In the next moment she rushed to the side, hoping to escape from the relentless defeat and to save her own life. A powerful protective spell broke out in the hands of Willibald, with a strong wall overlapping Daniele all the ways for escape. His question was sharply and ruthlessly, does she really think that she can slip off impunity, making evil and almost killing his nephew of Ziga? And about her own attempted magic with the help of a treacherous doll, now completely forgotten? The pride of the sorcerer said that no magic artifact, once created in his country, could not lead him to death. Outraged, Daniel exclaimed, did this terrible monster that recently gave fear in all underground prison, only an artificial creature, launched here from the kingdom of Willibald? They cheated gas. Everything came together. The indicators of the devices clearly pointed to the coat of arms of their kingdom. A special detail was particularly alarming. A mysterious stranger was a traitor from Estonia. She was a question of how she managed to seize devices made in their country. Doubts, like waves, covered a woman with her head, but her interlocutor cut all hesitation with a categorical statement. There is no point in continuing the conversation. It is unlikely that it will be possible to remove the necessary information right now, and to understand that, and for what purpose the offender is known later. Thinking, he decided to avoid unpleasant reproaches from a woman who was suspected, much more efficiently, to extract the necessary information immediately from its consciousness. The decisive movement of Daniel put into operation a hidden mechanism. A powerful explosion shook everything around, instantly filling the space with chaos and giving it invaluable seconds for escape. After conducting a detailed analysis of the events, Willibald realized she managed to disappear thanks to the portal, which opened after the victory over the boss of the dungeon and led back. Just on the surface of the earth, the voice of Daniel was faded and unwavering. She swore to herself to never forget the humiliating experience of this day, cursed by promising once to return to the offender 100, and even more. Uncle unsuccessfully tried to restrain her, but all his efforts were broken about her determination. The awareness came suddenly. The magic beam magician realized that the girl escaped from the icy prison, taking advantage of the mystical stone of teleportation, which provided the movement inside the dungeon. Self-control and a cold mind could distract this escape if panic had not taken the mountain. Excessive emotions obscure his uncle's ability to evaluate the circumstances, forcing him to make careless decisions and distract from the main one. The guy noticed the appearance of his uncle. Daniel's stream head has disappeared, and from now on, everything would work. Diana wondered if everything was fine with him, and the man nearby stroked him on his head. Will Baldwin reassured the audience, saying that his nephew is fully pleased. The young man was only a little overwhelmed, tired of the excessive use of magical power. There is no threat to health, Will emphasized, paying attention to the diligence of the boy and his tireless perseverance. She thanked the princess excitedly for the brave rescue, filling her words with sincere gratitude. However, Red Magician has modestly denied, noting that his contribution was almost invisible, and his own role in this adventure seemed quite insignificant. A bitter breath escaped from the men's breasts. Again, punishing for his own delay did not rest. Under the vicious look of the girl in his direction, anxiety struck her heart. Stopping, he said confidently, "It is in vain to worry for no reason." I immediately asked to go to the Count. He reported that the rest of the expedition participants were also injured and needed immediate assistance. Only the victims will be given proper care. The detachment will immediately return to the surface. In his opinion, this is a great opportunity for Saging to translate the spirit and support with new forces. Suddenly, a gentle voice of a native person responded in the boy's soul. The eyelids rose slowly, and the gaze felt awakening. It turned out to be his mother. A gentle smile blossomed on his face, and in the eyes of unspeakable love and care glowed. With warmth in her gaze, the woman watched her son, noting how he grew unnoticed. The memories were flowing to the time when she still burst into her breasts very little. The joy wrapped the lyre every time she noticed how the baby was growing and blossoming, and every achievement filled his heart with his mother's pride. The woman slid on the boy, and on her lips the shadow of repentance swirled. The place where she brought him tormented her conscience. However, touching the truths, she confessed, there was no other way. Here, only the two, without unnecessary eyes, could finally talk about the most important thing. Lyra frankly admitted that this date would be their last meeting. Hearing these words, the guy could not hold back tears. He hugged his mother firmly, feeling the burning pain of the inevitable farewell. In the desperate embrace of his mother, Sigbert bites his blindness and powerlessness. The bitter pity squeezed his heart. So he would seek to recognize anxiety signals and stop the disaster if he could. I didn't even feel as forgiven for not keeping loved ones from the tragedy. The woman gently reassured her son, assured of his innocence. The disease, as she explained, arose under the action of sorcery, so powerful that even his unusual gift failed to change fate. Even the son could not escape from this doom. The young man looked at his mother with surprise, trying to understand what he heard. Meanwhile, the mother calmly said that she should tell something extremely important. The invaluable relic was entrusted with them. She became a reliable shield to a woman until the birth of her baby. Now, this incredible force will pass the air to protect the young descendant. The Great Shrine is the great and the heritage of the genus Abel. In fact, the thought of conveying this difficult inheritance to the woman did not bring any joy to the woman. Most sought to protect him from an unbearable burden of responsibility, to deprive of the margin of ancient debt. But fate strictly adhered to its own laws. It was impossible to evade the transfer of the sacred artifact. Looking closely at his mother, Zalglet was timidly inquired of what the family's family was valuable. The harsh look of her mother stopped her son, and she said, "In order to understand the true essence of the family relic, first of all, one should touch the conversation about God. One of the gods of the divine kingdom had to create this world." The passionate love of the creator for her own brainchild did not know the limits. But soon the divine harmony gave a crack. A struggle for the title of king broke out between the gods. In order to protect his creations from the consequences of this war, God made a sacrificial decision. His soul crumbled into thousands of debris that he dispelled all over the earth. In the deepest depths, the Creator hid the fragments of his own soul. He entrusted the most valuable part of the inheritance to the elect, to those who won the special confidence of God. To protect the core of this power is allowed only true. That is why the invaluable treasure of the genus Abel was transferred exclusively by the Abel clan. What is the fate of the Creator himself? No one can say that. According to his mother, he had to realize why the genus Abel protected such an invaluable jewelry. However, it seems that someone still managed to reveal the existence of this important secret. For the first time, having confronted with the mystery of the origin of the treasure, Lyra had no idea who was able to solve this mystery. It will not go unnoticed. It will take someone the place of the owner of such force, immediately turns into prey for hunters. The heart of the mother was squeezed from the idea that her son would have to carry the difficult burden of the guard. Full of anxiety, the young man's gaze stopped on this woman. Carefully sliding from his mother's knees, he was warm in his voice. He noted her extreme kindness. Even leaving this world, the care of the mother does not fade. She still seeks to protect him and maintain safety. The young hero asked his mother not to worry and keep calm. Whatever thorny paths are issued, the son is not receded, full of determination to overcome each obstacle. In his heart, a special force gave in ancient ancestors, so no trials could break this unwavering will. To all, the guy felt, loyal friends and devoted associates nearby, it is only necessary to call, and the help will not be slow. With determination in his voice, the young man emphasized that he was not going to pull this burden on his own. Over the years, loyal friends and a reliable family have appeared near him. The heart was filled with memories and stories that's so hard to tell the mother. There were many incredible acquaintances ahead, because so many beautiful people still have to meet. There are many people close to him in this world, so he was determined to protect him with his best. Finally, in the soul, Zalga matured the confidence and a sense of complete willingness to accept a huge gift, a valuable treasure of the family Abel. The young man solemnly promised his mother, as soon as the war is over, he would expect a new life, full of freedom and happiness, near the most expensive heart by people. The stormy flow of feelings covered the woman, and tears rolled her cheeks as she pressed her son firmly. Pride overwhelmed her. He became strong enough to meet all future trials. However, the mother reminded that she should not be fanatically committed to her own happiness. The most valuable thing in life is to stay with those you love with all your heart. The stormy dream of Lyra is to see her son find her true happiness and peace for life. The young man solemnly promised to live his life brightly and in full, as if embodying the hopes and dreams of a woman who was not destined to make his way. The harbinger of the desires announced that the allotted time is coming to an end, and it was the moment to turn back. She thanked her warmth in her voice for his desire, sincerely rejoicing that she was a little selfish, even if a little selfish. Saying goodbye to the most expensive son, Lyra realized the pain of separation with all the sharpness. The heart was eager to stay with him forever, but the strict rules of the other world did not give any chance. The mother assured that her invisible care will always wrap her son, and he will feel support in the most difficult moments. The bitterness of the loss broke the spit inside, and the tears were generously rolled down by his cheeks, like echoing pain from separation from his mother. Each drop is an echo of boundless loneliness. Shortly before farewell, Lyra was finally asked for her son. If ever a snow-white butterfly, let him remember her. The quiet whisper emphasized, in the most difficult moments invisible, but true support and strength will stand nearby, always ready to support. The outbreak of despair. The young man looked down to the sky and loudly called his mother, while hot tears rolled up his cheeks. It was no force to restrain the pain of loss, which was desperately shaking his heart, and sought to restore at least a crumb of his native, already forever lost heat. Waking up and slowly opening his eyes, the guy noticed a white butterfly. The soft radiance that stressed with the wings of the insect reminded of the last maternal words. The delicate flight of creating in the air seemed to embody the invisible presence of a dear person nearby. With a joyful exclamation of the hacker rushed towards, immediately offered and play and hug. The funny animal did not hide the admiration that a friend finally woke up. The mischievous sparks in the eyes were clearly given the true joy that is friend and unharmed. Hearing the voices of his brother Theo and his father, the young man turned to them. The alarming question came from Theo, a sincere desire to find out how the native feels after all experienced. The older brother Gaius also joined the conversation, expressing warm care and the desire to make sure that the younger had already recovered after the troubles. A wide smile shone on the face of Ziga, and a cheerful exclamation broke out of his mouth. The mood was just wonderful. He was generously shared with all around. The dreams of this night captured him with amazing colors and cozy warmth, leaving a sense of a real miracle. Full of curiosity, he asked his brother to question whether they had already returned to the Earth's surface. Theo confidently confirmed that it was the villa who pointed the right path to them, and recently, the whole group finally reached the way up. The older brother said further, informed, Princess Estania was already hidden in a reliable shelter, and the tension did not fall. The knights had to alternate without rest, forming an impermeable guard to protect the girl from the smallest dangers. The younger one specified what led to such grave consequences. The father said that the rebellion had erupted in the Estonian kingdom. Princess Diana was accused of treason, and she was already waiting for the death penalty. Hanging. Hearing these horrible words, I was frozen, as if fossilized, unable to believe in what he was heard. In the heart of Kawan, not far from dark dungeons, a small hotel stood. The owner of the establishment removed the hat, listening to the request of his brother to apologize to the unexpected visit of guests. The owner was informed of the urgent need for evacuation due to difficult circumstances. The guests urgently needed to rent the entire hotel for 3 days, and, introducing themselves to Abel, one of them voiced this proposal. With the consent of the owner, the guests promised a generous payment equivalent to 3-month stay. Theo has briefly outlined the owner. All permanent residents will be temporarily relocated, and all expenses are covered by the Abello family. No details are allowed to be disclosed. The case belongs to state secret. The owner only had to confirm that he had not seen or heard anything. The purple magician used a unique spell that securely closed the door of the room. Turning to his father, he assured with confidence that no strange soul is now hearing their conversation. The father listened carefully to the news and approved the perfect work. With a gentle smile, the man turned to Princess Diana and Count Balschmid, apologizing for not introducing himself. Declaring his name, he calmly added that he was holding the post of commander of the First Order of the King of the Kingdom of Magist, Hilbert von Abley. He has enthusiastically listened to the story of travelers about difficult trials, sincerely advice on their salvation. Princess Diana expressed his gratitude for his care, explaining that it was Zegan Wilbald who helped them get out of the mess. Earl Balschman wondered that he was actually lies in the news of the uprising in their country, and could not understand how the princess had headed the rebellion. The commander reported, the uprising was not distinguished by a special scope and was almost suppressed, but the conspirators planned to throw Princess Diana in prison. In addition, the rebels managed to break into the capital of the country. With anxiety in her eyes, the girl turned to the commander, wondering how many people were already affected by violence that had recently flashed. The heart squeezed from pity to civilians who were ruthlessly drawn into bloody events. He instantly reassured her with a confident voice. Everything was destroyed insignificantly, and human casualties almost managed to avoid. According to Gilbert, it became known that the heir to the throne of Tobias accused the princess of preparing the rebellion, wanted to search and appointed a great reward to the state that would be able to seize and publish it. The order reached the Harsh, to return alive or dead. Memories of the older brother Tobias caused a heavy sigh. The soul was squeezed with pain and annoyance from his actions. The doubts of Count Balschmid were signs. After all, the princess, locked in the dungeon, is not able to control the rebels. Listening carefully to the explanation, he was quite transparently realized, because of the character and actions of Diana could not be the driving of such decisive actions. The boy's voice was stunned by his father. His girlfriend deliberately became a bait, risking his life for the sake of saving everyone. Caring about their subjects, constant thoughts about the welfare of others would not even allow her to think about a rebellion. After he heard his friend looked at the young narrator, confirmation has been received. Thanks to his brother's report, it became clear. Enemies really focused on the family. The threat has acquired clear outlines, finally justifying the anxiety of the head of the family. Finally, the boy came. His uncle never interrupted his family relationship. He was near the most important points. Gilbert continued to teach evidence, emphasizing, no document or fact from Prince Tobias confirms Princess Diana princess in rebellion. Such a strange behavior has frankly hinted at political intrigues and hidden games. From under the scar, the magician cheerfully rolled, finding the whole situation almost funny. It seemed like an older brother was trying to get rid of her younger sister. The teenager who was sitting nearby shuddered with surprise and felt an unpleasant cold because of a similar perspective. For its strict and stubborn character, the prince has been known for a long time, so the news has not been a surprise. The law of inheritance fully explains his dislike for his sister. It is only necessary to observe which countries will trust his words. Turning to his brother to restrain the sharp statements in the princess, Gilbert noted that it could hurt her in her mood. The magician immediately realized the inappropriateness of his words and apologized. The girl confessed that she was difficult to imagine as if her brother could do it, and she did not seek to see quarrels between people. Meanwhile, the figures slowly began to approach her. The commander solemnly announced that their duty was to protect the princess, and this time they would not deviate from their oath. Bratus Baldassa asked if he was confident in the correctness of his choice. He reminded that even in the case of charges, the princess remains the property of another state. All you have to do is learn that it is hidden as a serious diplomatic scandal will break immediately. A man with a passionate passion stated that conscience will not give him a moment of rest if he realizes that he was condemned by a little girl, innocently convicted, for a cruel death through hanging. Villabala's confession was frankly, no objections will arise if the brother insistence on his own. Moreover, he also did not hide his own thoughts to support the protection of the princess for him a principle. Actually, the investigation is conducted around one event, which is probably closely related to the Kingdom of Estonia. Having gained the support of the Count and the Princess, the opportunities to get to the truth will grow many times. Adding that he should send to the death of the best friend of Ziga, his uncle will not be delayed, forcing him to survive the devastating loss. With sincere gratitude that she glowed brightly in his eyes, the guy thanked both uncle and his father. With warmth in his voice, the Count turned to the owners, thanking them for their sincere care and attention, assuring that he would never forget it. The girl nearby, putting her sincere gratitude in every word, smiled slightly, and her charming smile filled the room with a particularly mental, touching atmosphere. Uncle, with genuine courtesy, appealed to the princess to borrow her charming device for reincarnation for a moment. In addition, it became known about the well-known magic artifacts master, who lives in Kawan. It is he who needs to entrust the princesses in the device, because he needs repair. Only in this way he will be able to securely hide the true appearance of the girl and protect her on the way. The Bagrian magician appealed to his brother to pick up the master's tool, and in response heard a decisive refusal. He explained that he should immediately prepare a report for management, adding that it is unlikely that the superiors will simply dare to the necessary step and try to persuade the higher authorities based on the evidence available. Surprised guys did not look from his uncle, who answered them with a warm smile. Slooned with an unexpected idea, it would definitely needed the support of Princess Diana. Looking at each other with confused views, Teenagers tried in vain to guess the intentions of the adult. Willbald explained that as soon as the tool is repaired, the girl will open the way to the estate of Abel's family, where she will be waiting for a warm reception. He noted that he only hopes the princess did not think of fleeing. In response, the girl assured to leave everything and she is not going to flee, because as a real Princess Estania will always keep her sincere gratitude in her heart. The girl gratefully accepted this invitation, honoring the gesture. The mysterious tone of Bagrian magician reported another important mission that needs to be completed, that it was quite a surprise young Zaga. As it turned out, another significant figure appeared on the horizon, with which a meeting and negotiations should be organized. Memories of the words Daniel, that after his death no one will be particularly sad, because every warrior will easily replace the other, came into a stone with a special shade of bitterness. Once upon a time, these words hurt him in his heart. But now he has recognized the truth in them. Why should death take it? After all, at the cost of his own life, he decided to defend what was the most expensive: thinking. Camille realized the fallacy of this attitude. After all, even if no one remembers him with pain, is there any reason to afford to leave this world, leaving only bitter doubts and reproaches of conscience? The guy opened his eyes sharply and immediately caught the gaze of His Majesty, who stood in heaven at the head. The anxiety was reflected in his face. His gaze wandered around in search of signs of danger. Did the princess not hurt during this adventure? Make sure that she is whole and intact. The guy exhaled lightly. The girl, with calm wisdom, advised not to worry and take herself. Diana was genuinely rejoiced in seeing him alive and unharmed. Her glowing smile illuminated the whole room, filling the boy with a wave of gratitude and deep pleasure. However, the unexpected reaction of the princess knocked him out of the panther, stopped in place, stunned and confused under his lover. Red Magician deliberately stepped onto the wounded bed without hiding his intentions. The look is calm, and the voice did not shake when he acknowledged Camille von Schiller's recovery was deliberately slowed. A conversation about the attempt on Princess Diana. And this truth was not going to hide. Warriors in heavy armor were located everywhere, building a strong defense ring. In such circumstances, the prisoner had nothing left but to put up with reality and give up hope for escape. Unlike the usual carefree mood, his uncle has now communicated with us strictly and formally. Just like the deputy commander of the 3rd Magic Group. Starely staring at herself, Camilla carefully captured every reference of the purple magician. The moment of the protracted silence was finally interrupted. She raised her eyes and, gathering thoughts, turned to the interlocutor with respectful seriousness in her voice. Salted with his own actions and mistakes, the young man sincerely apologized, lowering his gaze and slightly blushing with shame. Recognizing that events were the result of his own infant and carelessness, he confessed honestly and directly. Having realized that there was not enough apology, he frankly promised to answer any questions and accept the punishment he really deserves. Camille actually understood almost nothing about the causes of all events or the circumstances that led to this chaos. Bali said with confidence that he should not be considered mosamless, because he offered his help quite consciously and out of his own will. Uncle started interrogation with a direct question, when Camilla joined Daniel. In response, he reported that during his stay in the dungeon, the girl said that he suspected a purple magician of abduction of the princess and attempted her life. The basis for such suspicions was information about the contacts of deputies with foreigners. The magician impressed with what lightness the young man accepted the girl's words. Count Bolschmid noted that the princess's guards have long been selected for merit and skill. At the same time, their loyalty means to ask the dedication of the aristocrats or the royal family itself at the same time. The deputy reconciled the speech of the count, asking whether Daniel belongs to the aristocratic kind. The interlocutor clearly outlined his position, emphasizing the support of Prince Tobias, Markala Bicki. Uncle, listening carefully to the said, nodded as a sign of consent, demonstrating that he knew about the political activity of the lady and the dangers that accompany her choice. Leaning quietly to his ear, he asked if there were any additional important information. The interlocutor frankly confessed. He knows almost nothing. He acts only by orders of the authorities. The concentrated red magician with adamant seriousness requires Kamal detailed transfer of all the facts known to him about the alleged conspiracy, which was rumored by Princess Diana in the Estonian kingdom. The outrage instantly shone the young man. He firmly grabbed his feet, rejecting the accusation as a complete nonsense. The surprise sounded in the voice of Villa Bold when he asked if the guy knows something about the events in the kingdom. In response, the young man said hotly, indignant, "How can the idea be assumed that the princess is involved in the uprising?" He persistently demanded that she was accused of such a terrible act. Camille, raising his voice, confidently stated that he had not had to see from Diana a hint of betrayal for all the time spent in his personal guard of the princess. The generosity of her soul reached even those who could use her trust treacherously, so no suspicion of conspiracy could fall on Diana. She was absolutely alien to the rebellion. The deputy insisted that no one was charged against the princess, but this young man is suspected of attempted life. Uncle was unable to put up with such words. They seemed impossible to him to accept. The interviewee wondered how he could prove his right, and at the same time asked if the investigator had to force people to speak only the truth. It turned out that the detective also has the same extraordinary ability. The young man heard the promise to look into his thoughts and received a question about his own attitude. The imaginary invasion of strangers in their own thoughts brought Hamel to the limit. Anxiety squeezed her breasts, not resting. But the unexpected intervention of the interrogator quickly returned the situation to another direction. In a soft voice, he assured that no physical penetration was intended, and the attempt to reassure the boy was effective. Red Magician spoke about a special magic artifact created specifically for delicate removal of memories simply from human thoughts. Undoubtedly, this remedy has not been used on living people, so it is impossible to predict what side effects may occur in the subject, Zeta said strongly, proving the use of the device contradicts the elementary principles of humanity. The uncle answered unwavering, "Only so it will be possible to reveal the truth and make sure that the truth of the testimony of a former friend." According to him, if Camilla has really long fulfilled the duties of a personal guard of the princess, then the evidence of her innocence and purity of his intentions will not be difficult to find. After a short pause, a demanding look prompted him to speak about the whole situation. The bald build wondered if there would be enough courage to take the risk to give them accurate and proven data. In the soul of the young man, bitter doubts were born, and peace dispelled the torment of anxiety. Suddenly, a girl whose face shined with genuine joy came to him. She was frankly happy to see him alive. In passing, she asked the magician to wait a little, but Camilla agreed without hesitation. After all, if it helps to prove the innocence of its highness, then there was no reason to doubt. The conviction of the need to be responsible for his own actions and fully fulfilled his duty for him has become indisputable. The realization that he was no longer allowed to remain a carefree fool changed his view of life. The vicious look of the deputy noted in him a decent respect for the impression. After brief hesitation, the realization that the young man showed true stability and determination became a signal. It was the moment to unite efforts and, without delay, to start the implementation of everything conceived. As I ask not to perceive his words wrong, Will Bald emphasized that help is essential. Due to the breakdown of the teleport stone, a real mess prevails. No inspection is possible, and labor is lacking as ever. Despite these outspoken confessions, Camilla has not yet realized how seriously this request for support was heard. In addition, it turned out that this tool did not pose any danger. The worst thing that could threaten his influence: insomnia. The magical device, it turns out, has never deprived anyone. Awareness of how much he was misleading was stunned by the guy. Manga Ally Cap reminded the boy that he seemed to have forgotten how he recently blew him with an explosive doll. The young knight, aware of guilt, was ready for any just punishment. Choosing temporarily picking up one of the guards from the princess, the hero hastened to reassure her, promising to inform the implementation prince in advance of this step by a letter. In addition, Zero himself remained nearby to personally watch the safety of the princess. The newlyweds disappeared behind the horizon. The boys rushed after, trying to stop them. The tears swelled in the eyes of Diana, and the guy hurried to reassure her, convincing, "A harsh uncle, perhaps, has a rigid character, but still lies a good heart." Awareness of the inevitability of exacerbation of events forced her to hold herself in her hands. Calmness and restraint were now crucial for her, no matter how difficult circumstances may be. A sudden wave of memories covered the young man. A picture appeared before his eyes, as he once tried to save her with despair and tears. Now in his voice again sounded sincere care and warmth when he turned to it. He strongly advised not to lock himself in his own experiences, but to frankly share his feelings and worries, because friends always put her shoulders of her highness in the most difficult moments. The horror of the event did not slip away from the boy. He realized how scary what happened was. But in her misery, she did not stay on her own. The most dear ones were united. Earl, Emma, the whole family of Abeles, full of determination to become her support in these difficult times. Undoubtedly, its support is always nearby. It is because of this that they will all work out, and despite any obstacles, they will overcome everything in their way. Easily agreeing with his wise words, the noble Il was approvingly and warmly smiled, confirming the correctness of the decisions they made. The realization that his achievement was still a happy case, there was no doubt. Real trials were only waiting ahead. After all, the power of the family relic is so huge that it is able to turn the whole world upside down. There is no doubt in the soul of the young man. As soon as this one can find himself in his hands, for easy trials and hope, Sigbert swore with determination in his heart. He will not allow his loved ones to die. For the sake of this, he is fine to do everything to strengthen his own power, to become an indomitable support for those whom they love, and to overcome any trials in their path. It takes a few days, and in the gorgeous halls of the castle, the Magetta suddenly cut off the alarming exclamations of a frightened servant. Their desperate echo flens under the vaults, wrapping everything around with intense anxiety. The puzzled young man respected His Majesty Julius, trying to find out the cause of such strange behavior. Playing for his perseverance, he explained that his friend Will Bald had stopped sending letters for a long time, but every now and then he invented how to cheer up unexpected surprises. Fate played a joking game, forcing the events to unfold completely unexpectedly. The Abel family was always famous for their unusual, sometimes even bizarre ideas that did not cease to surprise others. Not surprisingly, even the legendary family relic was at the epicenter of such incredible events. With cold-blooded confidence, she was instructed to make an audience with his family Abel in the official schedule, and the devoted servant immediately executed his master's order. A frosty girl does not find a place. The heart is anxious somewhere, because inaction seems to her. The prophecy does not rest. Obsessive thoughts are steadily returning, not allowing you to forget about what can happen. To a great surprise, in the heart of the letter there was a request for a rather unusual service. The joy of reunification with your beloved brother overwhelmed the hearts of the whole family, and the gratitude of the fate for his happy return was boundless. Every day, the alarming thoughts did not leave their relatives, and hot prayers were rushing to the sky with a single request, to save him from disaster. The horror was shaken by the owl when he learned of the disappearance of the younger in the ominous dungeons. As soon as he saw him unharmed, he rushed into the arms, squeezing firmly, as if he was afraid to let go forever. The arms were so fervent that the breath was caught. He announced with a joyful smile, "It was time to celebrate, because I was going back home safely." In addition, the young hero was already waiting for a special gift. The surprise he conceived had inevitably surprised and entertained Ziga. The boy was presented with a sophisticated silk bandage on his head, decorated with sophisticated patterns. And Mary with a smile noted that now he seems even more charming, a real little angel, which caused a common laughter and admiration. The guy tried to deny, insisting on his male nature. But the older response, smiling cheerfully, assured that the beauty is not subject to gender. A good young man should look attractive despite any stereotypes. And the younger himself thought quietly that the gender was of great importance for him. The Theo turned to his brother Ela and the most expensive sister Marie. After noting this, the young man makes it clear that he is close to her feelings. The princess is lost in his own thoughts, and Ziki, without stopping, explains. Nevertheless, he consciously takes this burden, because he must protect what is truly XP. Brother Al reported that his father went to the capital, and asked himself to accompany a young guest. After that, he respectfully apologized to Her Highness. In response, the princess said with a smile, "No apology is required, because such a sincere brotherly care inspires and warms her heart." For her, they were equipped with a separate room, a reliable shelter where you can stay until the chaos subsides. We will have to live there for a while, but the servants swear to do everything possible to make the princess again as soon as possible to breathe on full breasts and feel free. With special warmth, Marie suggested that the princess turn to them at any time, emphasizing her sincere willingness to help and support in everything that Her Majesty only wants. She expressed her deep gratitude to the whole family for his sincere care and attention. emphasizing that she felt all this time with oppressed warmth and support. I have promised to visit more often as soon as he had taken the opportunity. And with interest he asked what goodies to the girl's likes, promising to bring her treats at the most appropriate moment. She assured she would be waiting for him, and Marie immediately wondered if they got along. She asked if the young man wanted to share the details. Leaning to frankness, he only replied that they were connected exclusively by friendship, and there was nothing romantic between them. With relief falling on the bed, the guy blossomed in a smile. Finally returned home. Returning to his cozy room, Zik enveloped the unknown still peace and deep satisfaction. Without hesitation, Kak picked up his friend, jokingly confessing that he himself decorated his room. The young man first dreaming of rare charming sand from the mysterious forest of spirits. But fate prepared a much larger discovery than he could imagine at the beginning of his journey. He hopes to find a real family treasure. In front of him, a majestic sword, like a star, suddenly emerged. His amazing appearance engulfed the young man with delight and forced him to die on the spot. The voices that once echoed in his mind were quiet. Thanks to the magical sword, mysterious spells became easy for him, and the body almost felt tired, even in the most complex magical practices. She was fascinated by the idea that the new ability was awakened precisely because he managed to overcome the difficult test that had fallen to his fate. Even the insightful look of Zig could not reveal all the mystery and true power of this mysterious weapon. Interesting. Hackett bowed over his sword, hoping to see more, but was able to see only a barely noticeable glow. The powerful seal imposed by incomprehensible force hid all its secrets. Thoughtfully, the guy said that, as it turns out, there are puzzles hidden even from his smart pet. The realization that the glory of an indispensable specialist is at risk forced a small animal sincerely ask the owner to give him a little time, to understand the situation and get the necessary information. The owner with warmth wished good luck in search. The guy gradually guessed that the mysterious voice from the sword had considerable knowledge of hidden treasures. These dungeons seemed to be built solely to protect the invaluable relics, the fragments of the soul of the creator himself. The confusion engulfed him in whole. The idea of how to do with a precious family relic was weathered from his head. Fate prepared the test, much more complicated than it could predict. The indignation of Sigbert was heard loud and unrestrained, because confusion fully engulfed his thoughts. The promise, this mother, to protect the family treasure, she gravitated on conscience, but he lacked strength, because he did not even have an idea what he was dealing with, and how to preserve a mysterious relic. After thinking about the current circumstances, the guy came to the conclusion, it is time to seek advice from his father. Another hope was the family archives of Abley. Moreover, the alarming events that have happened more and more often have finally convinced the young man. Magical training should be intensified immediately. At the same time, the idea was to go on advice to his uncle. He undoubtedly possessed valuable knowledge. However, a difficult dilemma appeared before the young man. The need to carefully hide the existence of a special element exacerbated the internal struggle. The doubts of the soul were forced to reflect on further steps. The atmosphere of mystery prevailed everywhere. Even the easiest touch of hidden truths could shake a shaky balance and bring something forbidden to the trail. So the fear of the unknown was shaken by every movement. Finally, it became obvious. The moment came to rely on the most expensive relatives to allow their experience and wisdom to become a leader in later life. The majestic royal castle rises above the capital of the Kingdom of Magist. After prolonged hesitation, Julius sent a response to which he firmly noted that the final decision would only make when he examines all the circumstances of the case and will understand in detail the details of the event. Today, they planned a long conversation. Its task will be to familiarize in detail the prince with all the circumstances, to achieve a full understanding of the situation and, after all, to enlist important support. Gilbert did not forget to remind of a significant diplomatic technique that was to take place today with the participation of the prince. With an ironic smile, Wilbold noted, his brother in the spirit does not tolerate negotiations, but already meetings with Majesty Julius for him. A real test. The interlocutor with an indispensable confidence made it clear that the classes that cause him boredom or irritability do not bring any admiration. In the spacious hall of the great kingdom of Maget, the heir of the throne, Julius von Magist, the obligation of the young majesty solemnly greeted the guests, demonstrating noble politeness and dignity of his kind. The newcomers bowed low, sincerely asking for the delay, which made the prince wait. However, A clairvoyant with a smile assured the guests that their late arrival did not interfere with his affairs, which were solved just here, and at the same time expressed his hope to hear exciting stories from them. The prince's eyes flashed a bright glitter when he unfolded a message from a messenger, and a mysterious smile blossomed on his mouth. Holding laughter as much as possible, Julius kept a serious appearance to preserve the dignity and grandeur of the king. Laughter involuntarily broke out of his chest. The Magnisa karaoke looked in surprise, looking for at least a hint of wit in the memory. The first prince explained with a smile that the message was not deliberate, but otherwise it was not possible to take him simply. In the soul of the young man, dozens of questions about the arrival of guests were buzzing. But first he decided to find out the main reason for the visit of the delegation, acting consistently and carefully. His glowing with genuine interest asked for what reason the delegation began to defend the honor of Princess Diana, deliberately adjusting against himself the mighty Estonia, whose interests could be a lot of harm. The monarch was easy to adjust his previous words, emphasizing the main thing. Why spend so much strength and resources to please the one whose commitment is not guaranteed at all, and true value, under a big question? Her homeland may have some advantages that can interest them and influence the final choice. With respect, he emphasized Wilbold, who did not expect to see in such a young boy the ability to draw important conclusions only from a short letter, showing the maturity of the mind and far sight. In fact, the main purpose was to obtain valuable information about the activities of this unusual magic school. Julius was uncomfortable that the conversation is only about his own magic school. But what does Estonia have to do with this? The Purpura Mage explained that a criminal from Estonia who attacked a group in the dungeon used magical artifacts created in the walls of this school. In addition, there was no doubt. Its Highness, and so was up to date. A magical school is considered an institution with special immunity. Even members of the royal dynasty do not have power over it. It is also located in the fortress, from where it is almost impossible to take charming artifacts. So, within the school itself, a trader was launched, which transfers the attackers the tools. Visitors are eagerly looking for any information about this person. Even earlier, someone intentionally imposed a curse on the Abiel's family. For several years in a row, the family has been tirelessly looking for the guilty, not having the idea to stop the investigation. The victims of the terrible curse were numerous people. It was only after these tragic events that have been suspected to suspect that the student of the School of Magic could be involved in this disaster. Julius, frowning with a cliff, added that there may be a mysterious connection between the curse and the legendary family treasure, thereby hinting the possible motives of the offender. It is because this family belonged to the famous and powerful ABL dynasty that the authorities strongly forbade them to enter the territory of the prestigious Magic Academy, being influenced by this influential family. The prince focusedly emphasized that the leadership of the Magical Academy has long been hostile to both the royal dynasty and the genus of Abella. The so-called Shadow Ministry of Magic was responsible for the internal affairs of the institution, skillfully masking under its authority any secret intrigue. Although the royal family also seeks to find out what is happening inside the school, a rigid ban does not allow them to interfere. The institution has collected the heirs of the most prominent families, so any inadvertent intervention risks turning the students to the hostages. That is why every step requires a weighted and carefully thoughtful plan. Wilbold stressed that it is almost impossible to obtain complete information from school. Therefore, the only way out is to look for information outside its walls. No, even the most mysterious Magic Academy is able to completely restrain the leakage of information. With curiosity, Julius realized that this is why the Abello family, known for its straightforwardness, this time she resorted to tricks to use the support of Princess Diana, choosing an unexpectedly confused path. The Red Master's master has confirmed that the family is ready to step on a difficult and custom path to protect the most valuable inheritance. The goal was to maintain a family relic, because no one could have jeopardized the heritage of Abel, which absorbed the memories of many generations, and became a symbol of their pride. The confirmation sounded firmly. Everyone who is involved in conspiracy against the Abel family will certainly be found and severely punished. The prince listened carefully to all explanations, deeply aware of the common goal, to restore justice and to protect the family relic. The young man, frankly, he does not notice any obvious benefit for the great kingdom. The treasure of the Abel family is a valuable thing, but it is too specific, and it is not yet clear what fruits will bring their family participation in the search for the perpetrators. Wilbold insisted, Getting acquainted with a magical school would certainly bring some benefit to the family. However, Julius was cautious. The benefit of the knowledge gained determines their essence, not the very fact of their possession. For the sake of doubtful information, which may not be an empty place in general, he did not intend to ignite the war. The ancestors of their families are intertwined in shared work for many generations. But the protection of a person accused of inciting before the uprising conceals great political dangers. Without unnecessary words, it becomes clear that the interlocutors are quite aware of how confusing and fragile it is. After reading the message and a moment listening to the words, he exploded with a sincere, carefree laughter. The red magic magicist answered flawlessly, emphasizing that there was nothing cheerful in the letter. He called a laughing prince with a weirdo with completely incomprehensible actions. Apologizing for his reaction, Julius frankly confessed that he never realized the real meaning of events, so he wondered if all this was related to Princess Diana's safety. In response, Wilbald, no matter how he hesitated, all the measures applied to protect Her Majesty. The wisdom of the proposed plan did not slip from the prince's attention, but he voiced his own alternative. If the initiative arranges the side of Abel, he will head diplomatic negotiations with Estonian representatives to settle the tense situation and to distract the threat of open confrontation. An unexpected offer for a red magician came, to become an honorable titled and open the door to the circle of the chosen kingdom. In fact, the Lord invites a person to ever combine his fate with home, donating freedom of choice and independence. The question was raised just in the face of the interlocutor. They wanted to hear his opinion and see a reaction to such a radical proposal. Due to the skill and zeal of the red magician, the magical technology of the kingdom has achieved unprecedented development. It is almost impossible to find someone who would match him in martial arts. Dozens of subjugated dungeons and hundreds of artifacts obtained. Such an unwavering trace he left for years of service. Julius was deeply convinced that the abilities of the purple magician were able to radically change the future of the state. There is no such genius to look all over the world. Just imagine what the consequences are waiting for the country if such a gifted magician decides to stand on the side of foreign power. The sharp voice of Willibald broke the conversation. He was in distrust of whether the prince really hinted at the possible betrayal of the faithful comrade and his transition to the side of the enemy. Having demonstrated confidence in himself, the specialist assured that he did not make any such accusations. At the same time, he left a place to think that unforeseen circumstances are able to force a specialist to think about changing the place of work. The behavior of the rest of the family against candidate Julius did not worry at all. All his attention was truly focused only on Wilbald. There was no doubt in the heart, gift and skill of the chosen specialist should belong only to him and his loved ones. Such confidence seemed to the interlocutor by unexpected. If the impostor had a patriot's heart in the chest, like Hilbert, full of sincere love for his native land, everything could have happened differently. But the nature of the Red Master is quite different. He is not familiar with such impulses. That is why the prince seeks to support his dedication to the official vassalage agreement, to deeply and firmly attach to the crown, with unbreakable oaths. It is devoid of freedom of action. Archimag is now unable to shake the powerful balance of the great kingdom. These innovations, Red Magus proudly replied that such restrictions are already too burdensome and humiliate the dignity of an independent master of their craft. Julia's loud laughter came in the room, and smiling, he sincerely confessed. He used to always calculate all possible troubles in advance in order to avoid problems before their appearance. Deciding to express more openly, he particularly emphasized his high respect for the candidate's professionalism and the desire to ensure reliable protection of the interests of the state. Indeed, the merits of the applicant are not in doubt. Such a person is worthy of the honorary title. The magician rejected all proposals for receiving the title. Meanwhile, the prince insisted. He was waiting for a complete immersion in public affairs, and in this perspective he saw only continuous advantages. By giving the interlocutor the opportunity to choose independently whether to accept the proposed title freely, and thus limit their own independence to the terms of the agreement, or reject the proposed agreement and return Princess Diana to Estonia. The whole solution was now entirely dependent on his will. The voltage was hanging in the air, and Bald tried to calculate with intense concentration, which would lead to every possible step. The solemn approval of the title caused a sincere joy with the deceased representative of the Magest family. because the news of the consent of the most talented strategist and loyal ally has brought him true pleasure. The prince ordered him to immediately equip a luxurious residence and pick up a small team of servants, because without the proper level of comfort, the solemn ceremony will not take place. The event is appointed exactly a month, and if the candidate does not have time to fulfill the task before this period, there will be no negotiations with Estonia. The surprise of surprise was in Zeke's gaze when Diana confessed. This look was always hated to her. For a long time the girl understood. He would not be able to hide her true essence for a long time. Once the moment would come when everyone will not. In addition, His Majesty suggested that the responsible position on the western borders of the kingdom, where the new title will receive complete freedom to dispose of local resources. Hearing this, the purple magician did not refrain from clarifying. Will he really be entrusted to managing agricultural affairs? While the future owner of the title is preparing for the ceremony, a representative of the royal family is engaged in preparation for decisive negotiations with Estonia. Despite the load of affairs, the opinion of official awarding and giving honorary status to a prominent specialist gives him a true inspiration. Willibald's hand slid his hair nervously when it came to him. Only the exceptional talent and sharp mind of His Majesty managed to drive him into such a difficulty, forcing him to look at the usual order of things in a new way. Gilbert said with a genuine admiration that to get the title from the hands of the royal family, a real recognition that can only be dreamed of. In his place, he would be glad and did not show dissatisfaction with worthy mercy. In response, the young man replied that he had never worked as secular privileges, and now duties and worries have only been added. Personal ambitions and anxieties gave way to a place of firm determination. Realizing that the duty above all, he without hesitation sacrificed his freedom for the happiness and peace of his nephew. Having defeated the ominous forces that were hiding in the underground depths, the treasure has finally opened before the Zag. Obviously no coincidence. The hidden causes caused such revelation. In such circumstances, the uncle has no choice but to go further on his chosen path, despite the victims that the duty will require. It was the curiosity that pushed Gilbert to ask her brother whether he thinks about her own estate nearby. In response, he heard, "If the circumstances will ever be in the capital for a long time, then a small empty home is quite enough." The next big test was to search for a decent carrier capable of meeting all strict criteria. Due to the limited time of preparation for the ceremony, this case has become extremely difficult. It was necessary to resort to non-standard solutions and creative methods. To achieve permission to use one of Gilbert's vassals is almost unrealistic. All you should only dare to such a pleading statement, and the arrogant, long-haired guy will certainly refuse. The genus of Abley is famous for its special devotion to traditions and fervently protects many secrets known only to the chosen ones. Therefore, they are not enough for them. Only the one whose reputation is hardened, and honesty and reliability of the perfect will be able to gain their trust. The memories of long-standing acquaintances, the purple magician detained the inner look at the image of a person whom he had once fully trusted with complex, responsible tasks. The insertion of reliability and steadfast. The outbreak of memory. The decision was born instantly. It is this person who is able to justify all hopes and fully meet the high requirements. The invitation to the meeting seemed strange, so he was careful why they were called. Theo replied that he himself was ordered to bring Here and Nicholas, although he was quite surprised by the will of the elder relative to agree to the title. The embarrassment of the boy was just growing. It seemed as if his uncle realized that, secretly forcing him to the mission. But the unexpected sounded at once. It turned out that everyone knew about it for a long time. Entering the hall, Bilda with a sincere gratitude, he addressed the audience, noting their rapid reaction and his willingness to respond immediately to his invitation. After getting rid of, Nicholas muttered something inaudible, and a senior magician with a friendly smile cheered the young man. They say, let him say, as usual. Today, Nicholas was invited to talk about working with Ziga and immediately chose the path of frankness, deciding to do without diplomacy and speak directly and honestly. Adult Lord solemnly suggested that the young man become his vassal, promising the right condition and responsibilities. The suddenness of such a proposal struck the young man, forcing him to be surprised. The guy was looking forward to why this mission fell. The answer of the purple major was permanently performed. The title is already waiting, and without a reliable carrier there is no way to do. In the end, the young man discovered one of the most important secrets of Zig, but wisely kept it secret. It is this restraint that became a decisive argument in the choice of the future vassal. After all, the Abello family is famous for its many secrets that can only be entrusted to truly reliable people. Wilbald proposed to combine two roles, a personal guard and a vassal. Formally, he was to become a vassal, but in fact, his main mission was to stand on the guard of the nephew. The reason for such caution is obvious. Prince Hera does not lose the opportunity to tease him. The feasible man was ready to deny, but the words stuck in them on their lips. Something unexpectedly interrupted their attempt. The purple magician warned that the future vassal will have to conclude a special magical treaty to protect the secret of Sig. Any violation of the terms of this contract will instantly invalidate an inevitable punishment, because for preserving the secret, you will have to pay your own life. All residents and employees of the estate have fixed their signatures under this agreement. The young people were reminded that the willingness to give life for the sake of a high duty will definitely be generous, and the greatness of his act will remain in the memory of descendants forever. Thanks to the magical stone of movement, the heroes instantly find themselves on the forest lawn near Estania's borders. This is where their path begins to the mysterious kingdom. Swept with sadness, Nicholas admitted, "The guilt lies not on his Ceres, but on him." There was not enough time to gain strength and save the family from the relentless fate. The owner of the White Skull supported the conversation, soberly noting, "Recently all the searches of medicines from the terrible ailment have proved futile." The guy said that the doctors were powerless, so he had to support his sister with healing herbs himself to tolerate the disease. Red Magician, looking at, suggested using an evaluation look to seem to be a true cause of the illness and really help. Uncle dared to take the risk and test his ability to understand if there is a chance of recovery. In case of failure, he gave the word, "Will provide care, medicine, housing, servants, clothing, and everything you need for a comfortable life." The proposals of the man sounded surprisingly attractive and promised great prospects. Solemnly swearing, he assured that neither a friend nor Theo would never betray. The whole soul of the young man has swept a convincing sense of trust in the sincerity of the adult. There is no doubt in his own choice. After a long hesitation, the guy made a fateful decision: to join Vila Bold vassals, deliberately agreeing to put his own life on the map for the sake of sister's rescue and restoration of justice. Nicholas willing to go for any sacrifice for the sake of the sister. But the boss immediately warned, such self-confidence can have serious consequences, and this is not the most conscious act in these circumstances. In the design of the initiative, confidence matured. It became obvious that the desire to protect loved ones needed encouragement. The sincere shake of his hands has enshrined their agreement, becoming a symbol of future cooperation and mutual support. It was difficult to imagine Nicholas that he would get the role of the guy's personal guard. For his part, the young man had no idea that his new defender would be such an unexpected character. A simple but at the same time painful awareness pierced the young man. From the moment, as he was assigned by the guard, Zalg became the legitimate master of his life. The child realized that the guard became a vessel for her uncle, and this appointment is closely related to negotiations on Estonia. The considerations of this pushed Nicholas to return home. He decided to tell in detail about all Sari, and already realized that he would now have to convince the whole family to move to a new apartment. But suddenly, someone's voice called him. The conversation with him was a real test for Theo. It turned out that the family estate was already sold. And then secretly, without any warning. Among other things, I also kept silent about serious health problems with a critical limit. The young man replied that the help of the master, and so was invaluable support. It would be inappropriate to ask for money. Only T-Bold remained from the Abli family, but we did not want to burden it with new worries and financial difficulties. In the passionate words, there was a confidence that it is enough to support a friend, and if your own effort is not enough, we'll certainly introduce an uncle who can solve any difficulties. There is no point in pulling the burden of responsibility itself. It is both reckless and too risky. Theo has assured the strength of their friendship and emphasized how important it is to support each other. Without spending a minute, he began to equip a room for his friend's sister, carefully asking her preferences for furniture. Meanwhile, Nicholas tried to refuse. They say, this attention is too much for him, and he does not deserve so much care. The outrage of the young man reached the boundaries. He exclaimed that the vassal of his uncle dared to forbid him to act according to his own belief. His face distorted anger and anger. With a radiant smile, her friend said that Sarah prefers bright and spacious rooms filled with peace and harmony, thanking her sincerely for unselfish help. Hearing such warm words of gratitude, the interlocutor's face blossomed with a sincere smile, and she gladly supported these wishes. A few days have passed. In the estate of Ebers, a representative of the O system approached the maid and said that the Baden family is about to appear here. The new guests were sincerely pleased with Marie, because a huge mansion has long sought a fresh breath of life and human warmth. The younger brother immediately intervened in the conversation, pouring sister and adding that visitors were already on the doorstep of the estate. They were faced with a trinity from the Batten family, suddenly appearing on the way. Stunned by the lightning appearance, Glai asked her sister with anxiety, "Or everything is fine?" Sora confidently assured that everything is under control. Ruri, meanwhile, presented to the guests and kindly invited them to follow her to the reception room. Full of joy, the boy rushed to hug everyone around, with enthusiasm asserting the little that they will definitely become the best friends with his sister, because there is so much in common between them. Carefully, with a soft smile, Marie asked the guy to hold back his passion and not greeting so loudly. Merry and relentless Nicholas only smiled in response. It was a familiar way of greeting for him. The girl was in a hurry to assure that no one was going to twist the boy's neck. Noticing how the brother trembles from excitement and was completely confused in her own thoughts, Sarah genuinely asked for forgiveness for the inappropriate behavior of a loved one. Therefore, she presented with dignity dedicated homeworkers who were left to support them even after selling the estate. The girl politely represented Sarah von Baden, sincerely apologizing for her untidy appearance. With a sincere smile, Marie called the girl a charming and attractive personality. Interested in the location of her brother, Gray sought to meet him personally. When she learned that Villa Bold was busy with urgent affairs and could not be present at the gathering, instructed to convey to him an important message. The help of the Abel family was no longer needed, so the brother would not have to conclude a vassal contract. The feeling was overwhelmed by Glay, and the emotional explosion made him outraged. Why did the girl give up the agreement that she only agreed the day before? The young man himself strongly stated, undoubtedly, something forced her to change his own decision. Sarah assured that she would not allow her brother to give such a big price for her salvation, despite the fact that she could not reconcile with it in her soul. With real passion, his brother convinced that everything would go well. He would keep the situation under control and will not let the younger sister. For the sake of her happiness, she boldly walks forward, without stopping at any trials. Despite all the exhortations, the girl stubbornly refused to help, insisting that her time is home. But she had to come back. The equilibrium immediately betrayed, and she began to fall. Saging without hesitation, he confidently picked it up, once again emphasizing that he would be more careful. The guy, covered with reproaches of conscience, confessed. He had a dangerous touch of her cheek was a chance that brought the girl unpleasant feelings. The servants noticed that the patient's temperature jumped again, and immediately led the girl to the designated room. The measure insisted. The return home is delayed until the state of health. When the sister disappeared from sight, anxiety and panic raged in the soul of Nicholas, forcing him to watch her distance. The confusion was engulfed by her brother. Why does a sister suddenly give up such a dreamy healing possibility? The fever was careful whether he reported when signing the contract that his own life would become a price. It turned out, the guy remained silent. The girl, without even hearing such, intuitively felt the gloomy consequences of this agreement. The stability with which Sarah fought with the disease caused the boys true admiration. Nikolai already eagerly sought to communicate with her, but the friend advised to wait until the emotions subsided on both sides. I have encouraged the servant to visit the garden and tear flowers for the girl, hoping that a joint walk and conversation would be the key to his brother and sister. The little boy sincerely thanked for his kindness. Meanwhile, a talkative beast in the name of the Hacha called out from behind the door, scratching the paw on the tree. Marie wondered with warmth in her voice whether she was facilitated by the one who suffered, and with sadness she added that she regret all the trials he had to endure. True anxiety was engulfed by Sarah. It seemed like nothing but anxiety and disappointment she did not bring to the family. Mary tried to reassure his girlfriend. They say, despite the sharpness and passion of Nicholas, behind them hiding sincere care and passionate love for the sister, which he protects all the ways known to him. The sobbing broke out of the sister's chest. Every word is full of bitter complaint. It was from her fault that the family lost peace and balance, finding itself in the whirlwind of troubles and losses. The girl standing nearby caught every sound without losing her eyes. The girl shared that a few years ago her condition deteriorated sharply, and soon a father left her life. The older brother began to take care of her much more. However, no matter how hard, the relief did not occur, and expensive medicines only reduced pain a little. The cost of the estate fell rapidly, and eventually the family had to say goodbye to the family residence to get the money to buy magical healing grass. The news of this stunned Sarah so much that she was towed on the spot and could not say a word. The realization that a cozy house filled with happy memories of family moments had to sell for a few additional days of life. She squeezed her heart. The bitter medicinal tincture of charming grass was becoming more difficult to swallow. However, to stop meant to allow the disease to fully seize the body. The image of a brother suffering from pain and fear did not give her rest. This is why the girl, having clasped her teeth, continued his teeth. Medicines for medicines were getting smaller. Sarah felt like a weed that was depleting family resources without any benefit. It was during that period, at least so much guessed by Marie, that Nicholas told her about a contract. Intuition prompted unmistakably. Something is wrong with his brother. The longer his words lasted, the more alarm was thickened. A real deadly threat was hanging over him. His appearance during the meeting after signing the contract was even more clearly confirmed by these fears. Gradually, all the puzzles formed in a single alarm. Sarah loves her brother madly. When her father passed away, he was always there, telling interesting or funny stories, bringing beautiful flowings that she really liked. It is impossible to imagine your existence without a brother. The idea that it can be taken away breaks the heart. For his native person, he was capable of any act. It gives rise to true horror, even the likelihood that it can die through it. Marie gently pressed the girl to herself, hugging so firmly that the anxiety dissolved in the tenderness of these hugs. Marie finally came. How many trials have fallen on her fate lately? Although the girl never complained or showed her pain. The heart flooded the deep gratitude of Sari, for the courage and sincerity with which she revealed the soul and shared the most secret thoughts. The heart of Sarad burned again in the time of carefree childhood, when the ringing laughter was heard in the house, and with her brother she played and recognized the world. In the soul of the girl lived sincere hope. Let life give him joy and peace, and harmony will return to his heart. It was difficult for the girl to remember when she saw the coil last, and with her a smile on her brother's face. He realized bitterly, he does not dare to look at the face of his brother. Having collected all his courage, he took a step into the unknown. And behind there was a cohesive company of young people with sadness in the eyes, and a huge bouquet of flowers. Their views escorted him to the distance. Having restrained from any action, Wilbald quickly appreciated the seriousness of the moment, and chose the position of a stranger. In his opinion, the newly accepted vassal only took a little time to come to mind. The depressed guy sank into soft green grass, completely delving into a cheerful reflection, covered by a wave of hopelessness. Looking at the boy, Nicholas thoughtfully said that at the moment when their father fell ill and suddenly passed away, the sister was still a baby. The disease came unexpectedly without warning anyone. Almost no one has time to realize what was happening. This disaster covered the family by surprise, immersing them in gravity and sadness. The loss of her father has become a real blow to her sister, having a serious impact on her health. Her illness began to progress rapidly. Being under the mind that Serac could disappear from his life at any moment, the young man experienced a powerful emotional storm and a relentless anxiety. The fear of a possible loss of his sister was desperation. The idea of life without it seemed unbearable. Having given all himself to the fight for her salvation, the young man went to a doctor who prescribed unusual healing grass. To be able to continue treatment, I had to sacrifice all their property. All the heritage that the father reached hard work for years disappeared without a trace. If the guy showed more ingenuity and prudence, like Ziga, he may have been able to correct a mistake and save his family position. All the prosecutions were a heavy burden on Nicholas. In the desire to protect loved ones from excitement, he fell on his own responsibility. But when no one guessed how much his decision was wounded by the most expensive people, relatives and friends, the awareness of the bitter truth was imprisoned by the young man. The idea that he was defending his sister was only an illusion. In fact, stubbornness and selfishness managed each of his actions, not care. The feeling of their own immaturity and lack of life experiences rolled up with a wave, finally proving, with the challenges of fate, to do not cope. To confess to yourself that it was worth trusting others, to allow friends and mentors to support, and not stubbornly competing with everything alone. It was not easy for him. The awareness came suddenly. Because of his own care, he lost everything the most expensive. The house that was passionate about his sister, the work of his parents, and the achievements, accumulated decades. Everything disappeared, dispelled with a light-hearted act. The destruction of the future family was the result of his own actions. "I have been supported in voice," the guy assured. "The most valuable. The cost of incredible efforts and victims managed to save the sister." The baby assured that he would do his best to keep his sister and give her a chance to live. His actions, sacrifice for the sake of the family, rejection of inheritance, trust, and their own happiness, were born with a sincere desire to help. Considering him, they expressed his beliefs. Perseverance and faith would help regain everything lost. With a gloomy tinge in the voice, the young man added that even special abilities are not able to restore the extinguished life. His words seemed to be pierced by Nicholas, causing a powerful shock and a sharp feeling of fear of the responsibility that lay on his shoulders for the decisions made. Inspired by a friend, the hero dared to start again, believing in his own strength to regain lost fortune and trust. After all, there were those who were ready to separate its burdens and become a support at the darkest moments. Along with Jürgen Stans, brother of Theo, and, of course, Sarah. These three are his support. They urge not to give up, promise to celebrate a new day every morning, join efforts and step forward side by side. Marie and Sarah appeared in front of two boys, barely holding back the excitement. The sister asked why her brother had not returned yet, openly sharing anxiety and doubt. In her voice, whine was heard. She suggested that the guy could be offended and angry at her because of a recent harsh response. A light smile warmed Nicholas's face. A genuine surprise on the child's simplicity of his sister has caused him warm feelings. She sincerely made her aware that the images do not keep and realize all her excitement. Finally, he gently asked, "Let all the unnecessary anxieties remain in the past." Her arguments were so convincing that he recognized it was necessary to share the plans first, not to take on the defense alone, tossing new difficulties. This time the young man was determined to become better and act prudently, avoiding the mistakes of the past. The authority of the mentor, who instructed him the duties of the vassal, clearly testified the belief in his ability and sincere desire to go through growth. Decide glowed from the boy's face. He assured that he did not even think to give up death, but, on the contrary, would make every effort to justify the trust of his sister and mentor. He appealed to Sarada with a request to trust him, believe in a miracle, and rely on the ability to evaluate the view of helping to find the right medicines that can heal it. In memory, words and sincere cheering of Ziga came in memory. These memories filled the young man with confidence and inspired to win. The awareness of his own mistakes pressed Nicholas. To ask for support now seemed selfishness. However, without sister assistance, all his ideas were at risk of not fulfilled. The powerful moral support of the sister will breathe the guy's confidence that with her to overcome any difficulties. Sarah sought to join the family revival. The idea of giving help to her brother has long been a secret dream of her heart. With firm confidence, the girl stated that she would not allow the disease to conquer herself. It will inevitably overcome the illness and will become a reliable support for her brother, helping him in all possible ways and means. The belief that a lively dear brother is nearby adds to Suri's unbreakable strength to cope with any trials. Having thanked for his care and inexhaustible support, the girl presented the warm words of Nikolai, and he was lost by regret and reproach, and tears were lost. With sincere repentance, he apologized for all his former mistakes and weaknesses. After leaning his top in front of her, a young man with a sincere pity looked at again, begged to forgive for all the pain she had to go through him. The ancient halls of the state Abalba enveloped intense peace. After focusing, Villa Bold carefully awakened the power of magical all-vision, a special look, which is able to penetrate through the secrets and recognize hidden threats. Thanks to magic, a noble man instantly realized the essence of the disease, and realized why ordinary treatment is powerless. The girl's brother immediately wondered what that means. It turned out that the disease was called excess mana. Uncle told in detail. In the body, excessive magical energy accumulates, which cannot be removed by either a jamal or a medicine. The result is the appearance of painful blisters throughout the body, causing constant pain and grueling weakness. This disease is extremely rare. The signs of the disease indicate that the girl was born with an incredible margin of magical energy, which is much higher than the capacity of a common person. Usually, such difficulties did not occur. But Sura had too poor ability to release magical energy. This caused it to accumulate, and ultimately grew into the disease. Sincere interest has been overwhelmed by Villa Bold. Why does Sarah's healing herb so much facilitate the well-being? Finally, he was revealed a real reason. The magical plant absorbed charming energy. The excited brother rushed to look for a way to completely cure his younger sister. Red Magician said the possibility of existence, but warned the important nuances. It was difficult to believe what he heard. His ears did not dare to trust his vases. Dear Gentleman explained that the girl's body is so crowded with magical energy that it can cost her life. The first task was to get rid of the excess of this power. Hearing this, the servant wondered if the curse would help. The answer was a categorical objection. First, in our world, there are extremely few those who are subject to magic. For the most part, to master such art, you have to give up your own human essence and betray their principles. Willibald's remarks were striking. Those who had once gone into the art of the curse have long lost their humanity. He particularly emphasized the young man that he would not trust Sir with such a creation. Following further, Nicholas wondered if he was able to cope with the help of charming grass, and heard the refusal. It was necessary to find a person capable of mastering magic cursed and at the same time worthy of trust. There were very few such masters, so the searches were reminiscent of an attempt to find a needle in the haystack. The young man's heart squeezed again from the excitement. Finally, a crumb of hope for Sister's rescue appeared. Inspired by the confidence of Ziga, Nicholas again believed in a ray of hope. The promises do not stop until they find the right magician. They gave the inspiration to move forward. Hearing the servant's question about where to start the search, Hillbald immediately suggested that he or she will find a specialist himself, and his brother will be able to devote time to care for a sick sister. The teacher insisted on using charming grass in the future, but strictly adhere to the dose. Otherwise, instead of healing, the potion will turn into poison. The nephew could not allow it to be a secret. I had to start from the beginning. The realization that the moment for a frank conversation had made it strongly moved to the door. Tarly approaching his uncle, the young man stopped embarrassed. The surprise flashed in the eyes of the adult when the question of the cause of the sudden appearance of the nephew. Wanting to start a conversation, the guy began to confuse in words, nervously searching for the right phrases. Zick Belt reveals a secret to Willie. He is available to the power of curses. This news makes the man ask again, not believing his own ears. The petitioner appealed to the guy with interest to look at what the thread nodded silently as a sign of consent. Meanwhile, a plan has already been formed in thought. It is impossible to spend time. It is time to demonstrate your own power. Suddenly, the bizarre symbols suddenly curses around the guy, having puzzled his uncle. With the sigh of Zick, Belt admits, he kept secret from his relatives for years, deceived his loved ones without revealing the truth. However, the guy is determined. For the sake of saving Sarah, and for the sake of seeing the smile of Nicholas again. The barking with confidence puts his hand on the chest, stating that he has the power that can help Sari and Nicholas. The uncle laughed. This finally puzzled the boy, and then noted that although he did not fully understand, he still suspected that the power of the curse woke up. Moreover, the little one carefully avoided a third-party look. The man wondered how long the guy hid it. Uncle Asti, who was staying away from his birth and avoided other people's eyes, heard only a lost whim of the baby in response, which he could not even pronounce it. Doubts tears the boy. Will the strength be discovered all the truth about the help in the past? Tears involuntarily roll on the cheeks. Willie, noticing his despair, sincerely apologizes. Saying apologies, he confesses to excessive excitement. He remembered that perhaps Zika's belt is much special than his uncle thought, and it was possible that some powerful creature paid special attention to the boy. Uncle notes that the guy is incredibly similar to him. He also carries a secret that cannot be discovered by his native. Let no one imagine what effort the Zik costs to gather with thoughts. In the end, his uncle expresses his admiration with Zika's belt, and assures that one day he will certainly tell the guy his own story. Meanwhile, the man notes that now is not the best moment. The boy guesses. His uncle is really very similar to himself. probably hiding some special secret. Willie noted that it is good that the young man confessed, but now they need to find out if he already has a curse of absorption, whether he will have to master him from scratch. In response, ZK asked to teach him this technique, assured, sooner or later it would be sure to take over the curse. The man warns the guy, do not rush, because Ziki is dealing with curses. One thing is a mistake, and the pay will be too cruel. At heart, he does not want the guy to master this dangerous art. But the young man noticed that if he does not pass knowledge to the guy, he will still understand his own, and even secretly from everyone. Suggesting teaching his safe use of curses, the guy heard sincere thanks from Zik. Without spending time, he proposes to start immediately, but warns. This time it will be much more difficult than before. In a moment, he is wondering if the guy will handle this call. In response, a calm but confident promise to try. The fire of joy broke out in the chest of Tsika Belta, as it was finally an opportunity to master the art of cursing. Internal fear was still squeezing the heart, but the words still broke out of their mouths. The dream began to come true. The question of the uncle is to worry the mind, but above all, other cases that should be focused on. Having lost the burns of his uncle, Zik decides to never regret the abilities he possesses. This time I am convinced that he will be able to help as never before. A lonely young man received a letter from the influential kind of Mage, which said that negotiations with Estonia had already been appointed. Uncle was very interested in how Estonia would react to this event. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Estonia, in the royal palace, there is an angry voice of Count Tobias. He shouts angrily, indignant at the time of some letter and not realizing that it was for the message. The servant tries to quench him, urging not to lose his self-control. Tobias strictly demands that the servant be silent and ordered to pass Diana Estini immediately, splashing even more due to the intervention of Abel's family. The Earl only disrespects these words, considering all the charges to be a complete nonsense. The indignation of the Earl is overwhelming. The whole royal family invited the princess, along with the messengers from Majesty to Estonia, convincing that their opinion should be taken into account. The servant carefully points out that it is not necessary to pump up the tension on the eve of the tournament. It is better to listen to guests. In the head of the count ripens the insidious design, which he trusts with his servant. The tournament will soon gather everyone in Estonia, and this is the best chance. When the Abella family, Princess Diana, and Tobias will be together, there will be an opportunity to end with everyone at once. In a few days, one of the maids of the family Abel dresses Sarah in a new dress and enthusiastically notes how perfectly it looks. Sarah envelops a light blush, and with a gentle smile she thanks the helper. The girl became sorry for apologizing for having to spend on these outfits. In response, he hears only a gentle smile and sincere assurance. It is not necessary to worry, because she never had a younger sister before. So Sarah gave the opportunity to fulfill her cherished dream. The girl confesses sorry. She used to compensate for this by wearing Zika in a sweet costume, but lately the guy has invented all sorts of tricks to escape from her. In her head, the beauty does not leave the thought. She feels like her younger sister appeared. A smile involuntarily appears on her mouth. Such a prospect for her likes. Sarah throws even more joy, assuring that the girl herself is the idea to the soul. However, after a second question, the girl categorically denies. There is nothing like that. Finally, the day of the niece Willie was waiting for. She had no doubt that her uncle would handle all things lightly, and now, full of joy, he was asking Sarah whether he was ready and move on. The girl with the warmth in her voice assures that everything is sure to be embarrassed, and is convinced. She has no doubt. She asks Sarah to remain strong, to become the one who will always be a support for her brother. With regard to the dress, the niece is convinced that this outfit can be a symbol of a new life for Sarah if she makes the effort you need. This girl confidently replies that from now on, everything will certainly change. In front of the door of the uncle's office, Sarah, together with Nicholas and the rest of the family, Abel stands in hard. The last touches of discussions are heard around, because only one girl is allowed to go on. One of the girls from the escort is interested in where the Zik went, and learns that he was not seen in the morning. The brother confidently assures Sarah that everything will be fine, and if suddenly something happens, it will immediately come to the rescue. For these words, the girl thanks him in his thoughts. Excited to the depths of the soul, the brother does not stop the embodied assurances that everything is sure to be settled. As if looking for confirmation, he addresses Sarah with the question, "Will everything really work?" In response, the unexpected is heard. The woman is wondering why his hands are trembling and how he is about to help. Sarah is gently calming. Everything will certainly fall into place. Step by step, Sarah was spent to his uncle's office, where an unexpected acquaintance was already waiting for her. Zik congratulated her with a smile, ahead of the words of greetings of Sarah. The man blocked the door, turned to the girl and explained that it was the necessary step. He suggested that she conclude a contract, the same one who was previously signed with a bunch. The confusion, which had in her eyes, did not go unnoticed. The uncle hastened to explain. It is necessary that she did not make a mysterious way of treatment. Looking interested in Zika, the girl addresses him a direct question, and in response he hears a confident assurance. The guy is really capable of removing this curse. The young man assures that his student is a true talent in magical art. He says this, emphasizing his authority as the deputy head of the 3rd detachment of magicians. He is wondering if Sarah is ready to trust Zik. The girl decided to give the boy's loan of trust. I am grateful for the warmth and kindness of his whole family. She does not hesitate to him. After a word of gratitude from Zika, his uncle began to explain that her blood requires the conclusion of the agreement, and the slightest violation of the conditions will lead to death. This, however, should be reported to Nicholas. Gray calmly assured that she would in no way risk breaking the vow. In addition, the girl adds that her brother has concluded the contract secretly without asking for permission, and now it was time to retaliate it. Uncle only noted in these words, so the decision was made. Uncle promised to wait outside and assured, if something suspicious happens, the shoes and the girl should be called for help. Before going, he gently put his palm on the guy's shoulder, as if adding confidence. The young man assures Zika. He was preparing carefully during all this time, so he will definitely cope. The main thing is to remember that the process can be delayed and not ignore the advice of an uncle. And if the same symptoms that have been warned before, you should stop immediately. Listening to his uncle's words, the guy assured that he understood everything. Before the departure, he became convinced that during the preparation he put on the full, and now it is time to give all his strength. Uncle said goodbye, wished good luck, and disappeared quietly behind the horizon. Staying with Sarah alone, the guy suggested to start and reached out, inviting the girl to give his own. Sarah froze for a moment in indecision. The light excitement was reflected on her face. In a friendly, calm tone, Zeke assured the girl, who understands her unwillingness to show the skin, but this is necessary for healing. A slightly trembling hand, the girl finally stretched his dam, covered with scars of his palm. Initially, the fright gripped the guy, but gathering with the spirit, he resolutely reached out to her and assured her she, along with her brother, would definitely starting everything with a blank sheet. He will give this chance to them. Grabbing her palm with both hands, Zik concentrated his strength, trying hard to break the curse that kept Sarah. The ritual of purification does not lose power. The bark holds the girl firmly by the hand, imagining how all the evil leaves her body. Confidence is stronger. A little effort, and salvation will become reality. But suddenly thoughts, someone's reproach voice. Why save someone else if even a native mother liar is left without salvation? Hearing this question, the boy opens his eyes. A dark shadow was hidden behind the back of Sarah, which is inseparably staring at him. The stagnation was swollen, because the silhouette is recognized instantly. It is his brother, a branch. The shadow emphasizes, no matter how different the Zik is, the weakness does not leave it and will never retreat. He should not hold on to power. It is much more appropriate that such a power to get a truly worthy person. It is this reason that allows the shadows to continue to keep him in fear. He intended to deprive Zika, life, to assign his power. After all, the treasure will be of greatest value when it belongs to him. After all, only he is able to even regain his lost life. Hallucination clung to the boy with strong hands, demanding that he renounced his strength and say goodbye to life. Early alarming thoughts. Zikbrid understands. Everything around is just a delusion. The effort to gather in vain. The breath grabs excerpts. He notices how Sarah is trembling with horror, and his heart shrugs with pain, and it is impossible to stop. The unknown is frightened, but the determination does not leave the guy. He will not stop for Sarah, and will not take a step back. The young man is well aware that he is inferior to the power of the branch, but no crumbs doubt his victory. Now his magic is not only weapons, but also the last chance to save Sarah. Although his spells are still far from perfection, and Zika lacks experience, the determination to save the girl makes him fight to the end. Bitter memories cover the guy with a wave, but he is not going to repeat the mistakes of the past. Now all the possibilities are open, and nothing will interfere. Ahead of any reproach, the young man hurried to explain to his uncle that this time with teleporting, everything went almost perfectly, a small error when landing near the label. He also added that he will now take up a report, which will then check why. The surprise overwhelms Sarah, and Zik assures, everything is behind, now everything is fine. Meanwhile, not only Nicholas himself, but also his accompaniment and uncle himself, is absorbed behind the door of the office. The tension does not leave the guy, and Theodor Stitchman suddenly says that he wants to give him something. The pot with flowers intended for the syrup finds himself in his hands when she cautiously passes it to her husband. A woman with confidence assures that the best thing is to give these flowers. Nick is in doubt about whether Suri really likes such a gesture, which he receives. Everything is fine, she will certainly like this gift. Suddenly, the door to the office opened. A quiet click made Nicholas look around sharply. He shouted frightenedly, but the next moment was frozen in place, unable to believe his own eyes. Rapidly jumping out of his uncle's office, Sarah confidently states, on his face, on his hands, or anywhere no trace, everything is clean. Finally, the girl's gaze stops at the flowers that her brother holds, and she is wondering what they are for. The young man, still not believing his own eyes, replies that he brought them to her. She carefully accepts the pot from the hands of Nicholas, enthusiastically points out that it is her favorite flowers, and is amazed at how he could remember such a detail. Incredible joy covers Sarah. It firmly presses a pot with a flower to the chest and moves Nicholas with a brother. From the unexpectedness of the boy's eyes are widely revealed. Overcrowded by emotions, Nick is barely restrained when his sister, who returned to full recovery, appears before his eyes. Holding his younger sister to himself firmly, he says that there is no one happier than him. From the door of the office, he looks out of concern, trying to see what is happening in the hallway. Uncle stops him with a restrained gesture and whispers, "It is better not to interfere now. For them, this moment is of particular importance." The young man assures the boy, Sarah will soon be rehab, everything will work, and Nicholas will become a real support for her. Uncle wondered if everything is fine with, because to pull the magical power of the curse is not easy. The young man nodded in response, noting that he had coped, though he was feeling easy. Preparing to leave his uncle's office, the guy squeezes his hand into his fist. Joy covers the heart. This time the shadow of his brother did not frighten him. The look boldly met a counter-view. The young man with determination in his eyes develops his opinion, firmly convinced. From now on the way back is not. Uncle warmly takes the Zika by the hand and assures that once everything is settled, now it is only necessary to hold the title ceremony. He notes that Princess Diana's artifact has already been restored, so it's time to return his owner, and invites the boy to go with him. The young man has a serious conversation. He once again asks about her essence, waiting for important news. Once in Diana, Zik is comfortable on the couch, and his uncle takes a place opposite him and the princess. The girl, returning to the young man, relieves that neither her ear nor the tail is no longer visible than the Zika pleases. Heart gratitude floods Diana's heart. She thanks both the young man and his uncle. But the uncle is just waving, they say. There is nothing to thank. In addition, his uncle added, he has the desire to invite Diana to his climbing ceremony. The princess is unexpectedly surprised. Should she also be present on such an important event? In response, Uncle notes that he even invited the Zika to the ceremony. Diana's view became sharp from the question, but the interlocutor only spread his hands, they say. He did not go. At the same moment, a young man enthusiastically began to share a brilliant idea that, in his opinion, could protect them all. Uncle's question about whether he wants to get away with Princess Diana raised a real wave of surprise. Such a turn stunned both. On the day of the city's confirmation, rumors spread. Young ladies are vividly discussing Zika, the heir of the family Abel, who immediately announced the engagement with Princess Diana from Estonia. No one has seen him at any ball, but the legends are already coming about him, and the interesting ones do not leave the question, will he appear at the festivities with the bride? And finally, a solemn procession of the Majesty family appeared. ZK, together with Princess Diana, was solemnly stepped into the hall prepared specifically for the title's ceremony. The views of all present are chained to the princess and her groom. Diana's incredible beauty captures the imagination that a special radiance is raging around her, invisible to others. Zek cannot get rid of the idea that such a wonderful girl is unattainable for him. The heart squeezes a slight sadness, but in a moment he drives doubts, going with the spirit, to stand with her. Hardly hearing about the engagement, Ziggy managed to draw in his imagination the whole picture. But his uncle assured him that all this was only a piece, and the engagement, fake. According to our uncle, all this fanciful intrigue should protect Diana from Prince Tobias. This is how Zika explained. If the princess combines fate with her husband from another country, she will lose all the rights to inherit the crown. The young man enthusiastically noted the ingenuity of DF. But with a smile he reported that he was going to declare their engagement during the title ceremony. There was no limit to the wonder when it became known about his uncle's idea. That is how he sought to protect the princess from the attention of Prince Tobias. But the real surprise engulfed him when Diana calmly reported that she was already preparing for engagement to this guy. But the girl did not have time to admit that she was difficult for her to blow the bride, and if the shoe was against it, as the boy suddenly snatched her thoughts. Breaking out of the sofa, he exclaimed that everything is fine. For the sake of protecting a dear girlfriend, he is also ready for this lie. The princess impresses excessively as the young man turns to her, and he first becomes confused, for the first time hearing about a fictional engagement with her. But there is no other way for the safety of Dia. Uncle reported that he was quite confident in their agreement, so he had already told everyone about the engagement. In addition, he was genuinely glad, seeing how well they got along, and expressed his conviction that they would cope with all the challenges together. The newlyweds willingly agreed. The princess turned to Tsika with curiosity, asking if he did not deny. The cycle, while keeping calm, replied that, no doubt, not mind, everything was fine. He just thought. The young hero apologized to the action for long reflections and promised that he would continue to make his efforts to be mistaken. In response, the princess suggested that she would say it for him. But the uncertainty was still glowing, and he asked if she was ready to do so. In the family, Abel decided to talk a little while standing with a group. Nikolai appeals to the Tep with a request to allow the tie, but the woman categorically refuses. As a vassal of her uncle, he is obliged to keep himself according to the status. Nick agrees that the rules are important and sincerely admits all this official outfit cannot tolerate. The man notes that he would like to try on his father's armor, but Theo is encouraging that this equipment looks great, so there is no reason to doubt. At the same moment, Frau, having shouted, rushes to the friend of Zika and praises, so sweet that it is impossible to resist. The lady is passionate about how beautiful the girl looks in her dress, and asks to turn to look at her from all sides. She seems to be a girlfriend of Ziga, confesses that she has heard about her for a long time and wanted to get acquainted in person. She sincerely thanks that she accompanied the boy during their adventures in the maze, and in gratitude he promises to help him get acquainted with all those present. Frau assured that she had already warned everyone about what was happening in the dungeon. For this, she used a telepathic connection with her uncle. Hearing this, the girl wondered once again whether she really got into contact with this way. She was explained to her that telepathy is a special form of communication, which operates through the power of the contract, which creates an invisible relationship between participants. At this time, the hack is trying on the bracelet on its paw. A new gorgeous mantle strikes a charming cat. Today he just shines with happiness. Willie interprets the interest. This new bracelet serves as a reliable charm. Now no thief will be stolen by the cack anymore. The guy's thoughts rush to his uncle and a hacker when the voice that turns to him suddenly is heard. Aunt Louise and Grandpa Herbert appeared on the threshold. Admiring, Louise could not be squeezed as he strengthened and grew up. The young guy recognized his relatives and remembered how he saw them for the last baby, after which he sincerely greeted them. In response, the aunt smiled happily, noting in surprise, which he is for her age. The woman admires enthusiastically that she has heard about his extraordinary magic talent, and expresses her desire to see these abilities with her own eyes. In response, a man promises, as soon as the right opportunity appears, he will definitely demonstrate his skills. They are approached by the princess, introducing themselves to the third daughter of the royal family of Estonia, Diana von Estonia. She with a smile notes that their meeting is happening for the first time, and confesses that it is a true honor for her. Diana, with a sincere sadness, forgives that the uprising in her country has brought them so much disaster, and with a frank regret confessing how deeply regretting it. The princess is asked to lift their heads. Herbert assures that they know about the events in the dungeon. Madame Louise adds gently that she does not worry. None of the audience calls into question her honesty and thought even to blame. Louise and Herbert are openly admitted. They tightened Diana to themselves, giving her a single choice. So now they need to bow their heads to apologize. For these words, the princess thanked them sincerely and assures them he will never forget their kindness. Next to his father, the young man carefully wondered if he had a connection with Goltz. The father replied, he sent a letter to Goltz, but he never waited for any answer. The son in response noted that he repeatedly wrote to him himself, and every time in vain, and without receiving a single word in response. The surprise was reflected in Willie's face. Is it really being kept locking at the Magic Academy? He further remembered how Gil's life repeatedly tried to organize a meeting between Leah and Gelt. But the Academy rejected these requests, believing that it would hurt the guy. The father denies that this time the guy made the decision on his own, and after the funeral Leah said only one thing: he will not return home. Theo said that they could not meet the same helmet with her sister. Even the magic did not help to find his traces. The sister noted that Helta was kept separate from ordinary students, considering a special student. Willie is convinced that something is hidden in this Academy of Magic, and all the real bookworms here. But suddenly a major prince appears saying, the prince indicate that once the Zek will have to step there, and perhaps that is when everyone will find out what is hidden inside. Zik greet the void, and the unknown voice called in response, noting that he had already heard a lot about the young man. The guest was particularly emphasized on the stories of Villabold, they say. It was she who shared an interesting information about Zika, which was quite surprised by the boy. Seeing the expression of the heir of the throne of the master, Zakra flashed an alarm. This man seems to be really understanding the boy much deeper than the young man could assume. The prince admits that he loves to watch the children at such moments. Their faces change instantly, reflecting a variety of emotions. Vili appeals to him with a request. Please do not mock Zika. Prince Inhabitant notes that there is no point in discussing the Academy of Magic on humans, and then turns to Willie, reminding that the king has already arrived, and now you have come to shine. He calls Willie the main actor today. Uncle announces his readiness, and the prince comes in a rapid response. The answer has appealed. The heir of the throne urges to start the ceremony, while Zika's thoughts are wandering around his brother, Gelt, and strange events at the Academy of Magic. Willie is confidently walking to the throne. His Majesty begins a solemn speech. Today, the ruler proclaims, Willie Bald von Ebel, standing in front of the throne, receives the honorary title of the Graf. The king celebrates his uncle for his dedicated work for the benefit of the inhabitants, calls for his talents to the right way. In response, Willie solemnly oathed to the queen. When Willie swore allegiance to the king, music was rushed in the palace. An incendiary dance began. Next to Princess Diana Zik, he involuntarily plunges into thinking about how high the status of his family is among the aristocracy. He has not even thought about this respect before. At the same time, awareness of the role of the participant of the solemn ceremony does not give him confidence. The fear of bearing before the public is mixed with complete unknown how to behave in this situation. The princess approached him, gently asking if he wanted to dance with her. At the same time, she reminded that they appeared here by chance, and stressed that the dance among people is perfect for their mission. Zika did not argue. He recognized her right and agreed to the proposal. The shy guy confessed to her that he had little to do in the dances, and therefore feared to disgrace Diana before everyone. However, the princess only smiled and assured, and they are not forgiven, because they both still learn and learn, because they are only children. Moreover, the local color has already become a native for her, so there is no need to talk about inconvenience. In addition, Diana reminded him that he saved her in the dark dungeons, so now her turn to thank him. The young man accepted her help without hesitation. Slightly discontinuing, Certain invited the princess to dance. A sincere smile shone in the girl's face, and she happily agreed. Her fragile palm lay softly over the palm of the young man, and, fused with a tune, they started their dance. The dance couple from Princeton attracts attention. The young man and the girl give the views all present, gradually joining them and the rest of the guests. At the ball, Diana, she started talking to Zach, inspiring him to straighten his shoulders and feel confidence. The young man was not confused and confessed. In this dress, she overshadows all present. Her sincere gratitude was in return. Zeke added a few more words to his praise. The image of the princess from the past suited her much more, at least in his eyes. Then, in a gloomy dungeon, it was simply impossible to look away from it. Her gaze seemed surprisingly gentle, and it was this tenderness that he liked. The words heard were forced to lose balance. The fright flashed in her eyes. The girl hurriedly and awkwardly began to apologize to the boy. In the wind, her confusion returned the echo of the same old Diana, and the boy's eyes illuminated sincere relief. Now even more peace was prevailing in his soul. The princess confessed that all around her former appearance with disgust. In response, Zik was gently reminded that he said from the very beginning that he liked. The smile played on the boy's face when he noted that she was even more beautiful. In response, silence was filled with sincere gratitude and a gentle, satisfied smile. At the same time, in the shade of the corridor, 2 baskets of the voice were switched to the bones behind their backs. One of the women was doubted whether the child was able to delay a real rebellion. Her girlfriend has stuck, they say. She did not believe that this girl could lead the uprising. She added that all the guilt on the girl was just a slander of Prince Tobias, and the first quickly agreed with it. Meanwhile, Willie, in the society of Nikolai and Kronprince Mage, was near the balcony. Willie calmly stated that everything is about this. The oath is given, and he could not do anything more. Nikolai asked if he had to voice this at the print himself, and your high smile noted that Willie Bold played the role of the obedient knight perfectly. The heir, with a cunning smile, noted that now, when Willie became a Graf, he is no longer eager to download the newly made aristocratic affairs. However, he promised to wait for them to cope with Estonia. In response, Willie only jokingly asked to look at him. The Earl assured that he kept his word, and asked Julius whether he managed to reach an agreement with Estonia. I heard a completely confident answer. Everything has already been discussed and agreed. Negotiations and correspondence are possible. Based on the response from Estonia, the prince reported that Diana and her satellites were invited to the Estonia. However, there is one condition for which the Earl has addressed for clarification. According to the conditions of negotiations with Estonia, the heir has emphasized that the Abello family will be sure to take part in the future tournament that will take place there. Willie and Nicholas were skeptical of this requirement, and were not confident in her expediency. Yulia noted, a representative from the Abiel's family should inevitably participate in the tournament. Only under this condition, she stressed, they are ready to sit at the talk table. Nikolai's questions were amazing. Why is Estonia in general such conditions? But the heir to the throne of Majestia calmly remarked, if you think about, Abel's family has been taking part in this tournament since ancient times. Willie informed the prince that, of course, their family was well aware of this ancient tournament, which is held every 3 years, collecting craftsmen from different parts of the world. In addition, the heirs of the genus Abel from generation to generation showed their unbreakable strength and remarkable skill in this competition. According to Nick, the initial intention was involved in Albert's involvement this time, but recent events were forced to abandon this idea. For the same reason, as the Count explained, many other states have also refused to participate in the tournament. After that, he asked the prince about Lena and the Empire. The atmosphere immediately issued their true intentions. Everything was obvious even without words. Noticing this, the interlocutor categorically spoke against Ella's participation, but he thought further, adding, despite everything, he soon awaited a trip abroad, which is why he would like to have a loyal satellite. Willie lifted his eyebrows in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh, who could think?" Only a few years ago, Albert became a guardian of the heir of Majesty, and so bought him with his soul. The Count also joined the conversation, noting that he would never believe that the prince was able to find a friend. The interlocutor calmly quit. Discussing such things is not his business. Nicholas intervened between the prince and the earl, reporting that he was forced to leave the conversation. Such a surprise caused a lot of surprise to Villalilabal. He looked at the explanation. Nikolai added, Princess Diana had to protect Princess, but decided that his participation in the tournament would be more important. It is possible that it would be possible to find out about the true intentions of Prince Tobias. Dialogue suddenly cut off Albert. Appearing on the balcony, he categorically noted that he should not do so, contacting his father at the same time. Albert confessed that he had heard their conversation and confidently asked to leave the tournament to him. Willie, in response, said that he had not seen such an initiative from him. In response, Al explained that he was guarding the bride. He asked in the Trinity whether they paid attention, how beautiful the bark with Diana looked together, and how Diana literally shines next to him. Without holding back emotions, he confessed that his heart would flutter from only thought about this couple. Previously, Albert was used to translating all the difficulties on his father's shoulders, but now it was impossible to stay away. It was impossible to stand up for their common future. Meanwhile, Willie turned to Nicholas in the presence of the prince, asking him whether they told him that the engagement of this couple was just a fiction. Julius asked Ella, with her slight seriousness, whether he is aware that this year's tournament can bring completely different trials, this time even life-threatening. In response, a solid voice came. Who, if not a treasure guard, should this call take? After all, the best opportunity to demonstrate the power of a kind and to look. Sigyn deeply, the prince admitted. It is impossible to convince Al. Without hesitation, he agreed to let him go, and Gilbert was released. Since the heir of Oxen to keep and oversees the goat, the branch was reluctant to attribute to it. Despite the image, he acknowledged that he understood the reasons for such a decision. The tournament moved to Albert, a son of Nicholas, who was full of confidence that they were afraid of nothing. Victory would certainly be behind them. Later, in the house of Abel family, in the spacious hall for meetings, Diana announces that they are waiting for a trip to Estonia with Prince Julius. She emphasizes that this trip should be prepared especially carefully. The sudden click of Uncle Willie's fingers broke her words. He immediately suggested discussing further actions in Estonia. However, before moving to the discussion of the action plan, the man addressed Diana with a statement. It was time to destroy the contract concluded between him and the princess in the dungeon. Even if their marriage was only strange, it is impossible to justify that relatives are associated with magical agreements. The princess refused to terminate the treaty, substantiating her decision by graph of enemy by the fact that only family members fall under the contract and none of the people should know the truth about Zika. Turning to the audience, she asked to treat it with understanding. In agreement, her advisor confirmed that they are aware of all the complexity of the situation. The princess emphasized Willie that if only her contract was violated, it is difficult to call fair. The earl persuaded her not to worry in vain. They say that the ZK was not obliged from the beginning. In confirmation of his words confessed, he stretched the boy with a fake contract, and if he guessed the fraud, would not have come to this agreement. Willie refused to put the boy in danger, did not allow him to sign any contract. In response to these words, the princess did not restrain his emotions, and stated that she had hated him for it. The young man with a joking smile commented that such words were involved in the heart. Uncle Willie was already going to start the meeting, and suddenly he was interrupted by Diana advisor, Pavel. He noted that his son, Irmund, would join them as soon as they get Estonia. According to the man, IRM is responsible for suppressing the rebellion. In addition, the advisor's family has already received evidence that confirmed that the princess has nothing to do with the uprising. The advisor continued to explain. His son manages the lands near the border, and the locals trust Irmund completely. However, they should start acting together as suspicions immediately arise. Willie could not hide the surprise. He did not expect that the son of the advisor would interfere with the uprising. Talking about his pride for his son, the man added, Princess Julian II will meet Diana on the border and will certainly invite you to give to her estate. Uncle, suspecting a desire to organize a solemn meeting, expressed the objection. After all, one significant problem arose. Willie reminded everyone of Prince Tobias. Even after learning about Diana and Zika engagement, this young man retained his former attitude. He taught, it seemed that you would finally quench your stubbornness when the princess would lose the right to the throne, and the guy's behavior remained unchanged. The guy added to his words that Princess Diana could hardly inherit the throne, to which the advisor answered the affirmative. They say, yes, that's how it is. Uncle emphasized that the first in the list of heirs is the third Prince Matthias, the son of the queen, first wife of the monarch. However, the young contender, who is barely 13, is too small for the reign of the whole state. With his inherent soundness, Willibald continued the story, opening up new details. Before the birth of Matthias, the heir of the throne was to be the son of a concubine, the first prince of Tobias. Willie spoke of the third heir to the throne, the second prince of Elias. Born in a concubine, he did not sought to gain power. But as the uncle noted, there will be no one who would stand on his side among the inhabitants of the palace. Continuing the story, the young man noted that the first princess married a common man, so her rights to the throne were abolished. Further in the queue stands the second princess, Diana, and behind her, the fifth princess, Julian, daughter of a concubine. Willie's influence in his monologue is the news that the acting king is seriously ill, so most public affairs are now deciding the fifth heir to the throne, Julian. It is supported by the vast majority of the people, responding to it as the best princess. In addition, Willie added that if Estonia suddenly abandons the established tradition of transfer of power, Juliana has the greatest chance of becoming the next ruler. In concluding the story, Uncle stressed that the king's health was forced to recognize Matthias as the next contender for the throne. Tobias sought to regain the throne, lost because of the actions of thee, who deprived him of the 13-year-old heir. Juliana, however, tried to destroy the age-old traditions. Their struggle was concerned about neighboring countries, which closely monitored the development of the conflict. Zik thought that it was because of this that the circumstances forced Princess Diana with a tsapa veil. In response, the girl noted that at any moment the truth about her true look could be asleep. To the words of Princess Willie added that their troubles will only deepen, because Estonia dislikes the beast man, despite the fact that this country at one time emerged through the help of the divine beast. It was at this moment that, taking the opportunity, decided to reveal a horrific secret. By the expression of confusion on her husband's face, Diana realized that something was wrong. Together with all, she turned to him. She did not hide any details if he knows something, especially when it concerns her true essence. Powell, squeezing his fists, confessed that he once dreamed of buried this secret with him. But everything happened differently. According to Paul, Estonia was indeed founded under the protection of the divine beast, and the animal once lived side by side with people. However, 500 years ago, the royal family suddenly betrayed them, declaring an unclean race and becoming hostile to them. He added to these words, "After those events, all the history books mentioned about the divine beast were banned. It seemed that the royal genus deliberately hides its origin, especially one fact, which became the subject of Willery's questions. The revelation of Powell that the real ruler of the kingdom would be the one who is able to change their own appearance struck the present at the gathering. Surprise and surprise involuntarily mastered each of them. The man did not stop, saying that this mystery hid in the depths of the past, and only their race, which witnessed the appearance of such an heir to the world, retains this knowledge. Even other royal blood representatives have no right to find out about it." Pavel added to his stories that the acting king, having learned about the birth of such an unusual child, Diana's very majesty, ordered her ears to hide and lock her daughter in the castle. The girl was forbidden to appear at official events, and her true appearance remained a secret even to members of the royal family. Finishing, Paul noted that Count Tobias somehow managed to unravel this family secret. Uncle finally understood the cause of the obsessive stubbornness of Prince Tobias, who sought to get rid of the young princess. The fact that he was well known. She was the true heir to the Estonian throne. The Palais supported this opinion, emphasizing that it should be borne in mind that members of the royal family are teaching to hate the beastman. In addition, after the loss of the championship in the struggle for the throne, he has the right to boil the rage, and therefore he simply is not able to calmly observe how Diana remains alone. With a sincere admiration, the princess wondered why she was destined to become a queen and what was her special role. The bald man in response confessed that he shared his interest and even delved into the forbidden books, trying to solve this secret. These studies have learned that tradition dates back to the founding of the kingdom and is closely linked to the ancient prophecy of the divine beast. The princesses discovered a prophecy whose words were eagerly and at the same time promising. A person who carries the power of the divine beast heralds disasters, but at the same time becomes hope. Only such a person is able to stop the catastrophe and change the course of fate. Diana could not understand, as possible, to be both misfortune and salvation at the same time. Paul noted that, yes, such a person is indeed considered a harbinger of the inevitable catastrophe, but only she can stop this disaster. In addition, an important opinion was made. This is the mission that the royal genus must fulfill, and the ruler is obliged to be ready to meet the danger. Willie asked the stranger whether this situation was a disaster, which he heard. It was difficult to judge, because anything could happen now. The princess told about a powerful power that was able to distract the catastrophe, but sadly confessed. She never belonged to her, and she did not possess it at all. She continued her opinion, clarifying that there was no special magic or extraordinary abilities in it, so she wondered in a curious way. What could she do in that case? With anxiety in his voice, Paul apologized to the princess, explaining that he hid the truth because of her young age. Realizing how hard this burden could be to her, he was silent all these years. In response, Dai thanked him for finally sharing these important information. The ashamed princess addressed everyone with apology, because after the words of apology from her husband, she was completely lost and did not know how to proceed. The earl wondered why they'd take such great accomplishments, and then he gently supported the girl. They say in such circumstances, no one would find the right decision. In the voice of Villa, a mocking note heard, again spoke, murmuring something that all these gods are the same. They would be roaded without end. They make mysterious puzzles and do not give any direct answers. Watching his uncle with interest, he tried to understand what he was talking about, but he heard only in response. He did not say anything. Uncle advised to finish this. Let Diana Princess first calm down. Pavel made support, suggested that everyone get, and he decided to turn to the count alone. The princess and Zarkpa remained alone with anxious thoughts, worrying what is happening. The young man looks worried about Diana. A wave of anxiety reflects on her face, and this familiar feeling echoes in his heart. Memories of the treasure also do not give him rest, forcing him to wander in thoughts in the deaf corners of his own soul. Involuntarily, the question arises. Will he be able to do something to this girl? The night has come and the events are transferred to the Great School of Magic. The young sorcerer tries to spell persistently, but every time he fails, throwing another unsuccessful illusion. While he is fighting his focus, he is approached by another student of the magic school, and reports that the empires are looking for him. They definitely need a magical force to activate a device. According to the student, it was only through the exceptional talent of the stranger that it was possible to create a masterpiece, which the empire did not even dream of. In addition, he is convinced that quarreling with such a brilliant personality is not the best idea, so it is better not to ignite enmity. There is also a statement that the empire is expecting a clear answer, whether the interlocutor is ready to join their experiment. Without answering his question, he switched to the following. He tried to get the truth on his own, thinking the experiment, and this time, without waiting for the reaction, he admitted with a confused smile. He never realized that he had been doing in his own thoughts, so he could not give a clear explanation. The young man informed that he would return to his classes soon, and the interlocutor called for not to waste time and go to the kingdom of Astana as soon as possible. Absorbed by the experiment, the young researcher confessed as soon as he was left alone. The only thing he wanted is, the events unfold in the cozy outbuilding of the ancestral estate of Abliez. Princess Diana, focusing on volumes in the family library, is in vain looking for at least one book on Estonia's history. Even a respectable collection of Ablies was unsealed to help with this search. A frosty girl does not find a place. The heart is anxious somewhere, because inaction seems to her. The prophecy does not rest. Obsessive thoughts are steadily returning, not allowing you to forget about what can happen. Anxiety envelops the soul. Is her birth a harbinger of disaster? Thought, why did she come to the world? Anxiety envelops her when the evil can happen out of her fault, and she will be powerless to change something. In the comfort of the family library of the Abel, the princess does not look away from the spreading bookshelves, immersed in reflections on the true force that is dozing in it, and its own purpose. Tattooed feelings and uncertainty do not make it possible to take the step to do. At the front door of the library, Emma looks cautious because of them, trying not to give her presence. A bark appears nearby, and when you approach, she is wondering how Daya feels. After noting this, the young man makes it clear that he is close to her feelings. The princess is lost in his own thoughts, and ZK, without stopping, explains. Nevertheless, he consciously takes this burden, because he must protect what is truly XP. The guy, of course, communicated with the princess in the future, but in her voice no longer felt that energy. Zika seemed gloomy and removed, amazed by the fact that even a faithful maid who was near the action all this time could not talk to her and find out about her experiences. The guy is immersed in alarming thoughts. In the chest, it is unpleasant to blink from impotence. Ideas begin to spin in his head. How to help him get a girlfriend to get out of this silence. Emma confesses to the boy who wants to help Miss Diana somehow, but does not imagine where to start. At this point, Zik, surprised by her sincere excitement, is wondering why she is so worried about this woman. The girl only quietly agrees, emphasizing her own anxiety. The girl shares the story with the boy about how the hostess took her maid, though she was confused forever and made nonsense. But even when she did not work, Diana supported her, found the words of encouragement for her, and daily made her sincere conversations. It became the most striking joy in her modest life made. The girl, without hiding sincere emotions, confesses that no person has done as much good for her as Diana, who became much larger for a maid than just a lady. Tears swell in the eyes of Emma. The heart breaks into despair. Now that the hostess suffers, feels powerless. What a maid she is, even if she is not able to correct it. But Zik is gently trying to regain her faith, proposes to unite strength and not give up together. The maid confesses that he can only cook food, but the guy denies. They say that these dishes are really unforgettable. The taste of her cooking, he remembers, especially after long days in the dungeon. Then, after a long separation, even the simplest dish from her hands removed fatigue and gave strength. The guy says the time has come, but Emma cannot understand his words. Zeke, turning to it, asks to cook something delicious. They say, it can be useful. Finally, it adds, no one but Emma will handle it. A little time passed, and the maid took Princess Diana to the courtyard of the estate. The girl looked around with surprise, trying to understand why she was brought here so late. In response, she heard only mysterious, soon you will understand everything. Emma confidently led her to the right place, before Diana's eyes. A neatly served table with 2 wicker chairs, and the tastes, diligently prepared by Emma and Zika, and are tired. Zika says with a smile that he was waiting for her. His princess. As you ask what is happening, Diana hears in response. He just wanted to drink tea with you. In addition, all these delicacies are Emma's hands. Wanting to please Miss Diana, the maid prepared all her favorite dishes of the hostess, trying to make each of them the most delicious in the world. Emma with hope expressed her hope that sweets at least a little cheerful. Diana, these words were quite stunned. The words of the maid Zeke joined the confession. To snatch a minute for conversation was a real difficult task, so he decided to arrange this tea. The idea of how a princess was a little fun from sweets in the dungeon, the guy did not release from memory. Inducing Diana to join, he invited her to sit. The girl, something embarrassed, agreed. The aromatic symphony of dishes did not leave the princess indifferent. A light smile appears on her face. The young man is wondered if she managed to calm down and receives an affirmative answer. In conversation with Emma, the princess shares, such sweets were prepared by the maid in the palace. They always had an extraordinary taste, and with every new day of life, it seemed a little sweeter with them. The princess wraps the warm wave of nostalgia, which does not leave it even now. One of the inhabitants notices 3 friends in the yard. They are still sitting at a table, in depth in conversation. The drainage in his voice assures that he knows how difficult it is for the princess to now, and this confusion is quite clear. Mrs. Diana recognizes that in such moments she should stay steadily, but the imagination does not stubbornly draw any light future. After the words of Paul, accidentally listened to the yard, the severe burden of responsibility presses even more. The princess recognizes that each new word only enhances the sense of their own helplessness. Thoughts are confused, and fear hammers inside. The confusion does not make the way out, because it does not imagine what to do next. Turning in peace, Zik gently calms Diana, reminding that there are many in common between them. He also remembers the treasure that he had previously told you that his story has been delayed in memory. Continuing, shares the memories. For the first time he learned about the secret of the treasure, he failed to grasp her meaning. Fate seemed intact, and even thoughts did not arise that someone would interfere with his life. The confusion was engulfed, because he had no idea of further actions. The surprise of surprise was in Zeke's gaze when Diana confessed. This look was always hated to her. For a long time the girl understood. He would not be able to hide her true essence for a long time. Once the moment would come when everyone will not. It confesses that there are many those who seek to protect around, who became truly expensive for him. Therefore the choice is made, to accept your fate, any difficult it may be, and it is damaged to promise to become stronger. The problem that appeared on the horizon is to become a new chance for Zika rather than an obstacle, because there are always native and devoted comrades next to him. Looking back to Diana, he shares the idea. The princess, in his opinion, is quite capable of similar. These words cause a restrained surprise and some skepticism. He notes that amazing kindness has repeatedly lifted her from her knees, and sincere care of friends and the unbreakable power of the spirit became her driver. He adds that even if there is no great force in her hands now, it is only necessary to master it, and there will be a chance to save the world and build an incredible future. Warm words of support are heard from, which persistently resembles that even if the difficulties of being overlooked will not be carried, loneliness does not threaten her. Finishing his opinion, he confidently adds, even in a moment of fear, he can count on his presence and support. The request to her is to make it in memory, because there are so many people who are ready to stand up for her. The guy assures that you can always seek help from these people. And Emma picks up, promising that in all circumstances he will remain on her side, just like a graph. Powell, still listening to their conversation, barely smiles noticeably. The embarrassment does not leave Diana. When trouble happens, you need to be alert. She thought that she would remain alone with problems, and life gave support. He is nearby, Emma and Powell. To her words, she adds that, as in dark dungeons, they can pass through it together. The princess, with a smile on her face, says she just needs to become decisive. Feeling confidence, the girl turns to Emma, stating that she will not cope without her support. Growing on Zika, Diana asks for a moment of time. In a few moments, she approaches him again, apologizing that she was waiting. The young man turned to the girl and did not rest surprised. She returned in that dress. Ms. Diana confessed that he had not shown her so far, but the guy immediately noted that he was liked. Magic energy enlivens in it, the animal is the essence. Fur on the ears and the moving tail again decorate its figure when it appears before the Zik in all the beauty of the animal form. Thanks to the magical stone of movement, the heroes instantly find themselves on the forest lawn near Estania's borders. This is where their path begins to the mysterious kingdom. Having met with the boy, the girl realized that she would be able to love her own appearance, and now feels the willingness of one day to open up the world. Even if there is no support, she will not give up her intentions. The princess decisively announced to the kingdom of Estonia to finally meet his brother face to face. She also added faith in her own strength, the words with which Zika immediately agreed, promising to trust her. With a smile on her mouth, the guy noticed how perfectly she suits this image. Meanwhile, Powell came out of the estate with Emma. He stated that he would also join the help, because he could not stay away when the lady was ready for everything. The joy bloomed on Mr. Balschmidt, watching the princess smiles again. All this was made possible by meeting with Siegbert, and the real attitude was that their paths had crossed exactly in that dungeon. This was the opinion that the maid was. Remembering the candy, Emma with a smile acknowledged that she had completely forgot to give them to Powell. Counting sweets, she explained that it was the remains of tea party, and advised to eat them so that they would not miss. In addition, she added, it would be a little rest to Powell. Surprising his own weakness, the man acknowledged that years seemed to know himself. Gathering with forces, he added that if Mrs. Diana is full of courage, then others should be the same. Finally, he swore, if everything would happen, he will not allow anyone to hurt it. The Abels family with great care began the meeting, preparing to go to the Kingdom of Estonia. The events are transferred to the capital on the eve of departure. At the ready to use a teleportation stone, which finally boasted the graph, the Zika shines with a premonition of a future journey. This time the stone is set up for Estonia, and soon the royal family will be announced about it. Uncle Willie reassures the guy, encouraging, everything is thoroughly tested, there will be no trips to the dungeon now. From this realistic remark, Zik involuntarily swallows saliva, and lightly, albeit a little nervous, agrees that even better. There was Gilbert next to Crown Printer, reporting that the preparation for departure was almost complete, and a new sample of the teleporting stone was already set up. The prince nodded with gratitude, putting all responsibility for him, especially for organizing preparatory work. Gilbert made it clear that he realized everything, and expressed his hope that all these efforts would not become a waste of time. In response, the prince, slowly twisting in his hands, only noted that he hopes for the same. Thoughts about her do not give Diana rest. Today they have to come to place, but how is a mystery to her. Meanwhile, a guy suddenly appears to the girl and invites you to look at the launch of a new teleporting stone together. The princess agreed to accompany him, and Zik wondered if she was ready for a quick trip to Estania. In response, the girl confidently assured that she would not seem no longer and is ready for any trials. The baby reached out to her, and Diana gratefully accepted the invitation. Together, overflowing with the excitement before the future journey, they moved to a stone of teleportation, because very soon another royal land was waiting for them. Ahead of any reproach, the young man hurried to explain to his uncle that this time with teleporting everything went almost perfectly, a small error when landing near the label. He also added that he will now take up a report, which will then check Weibo. At the very boundary of the magic barrier, Zika embarked on curiosity. I wanted to find out how huge this barrier and what territory it covers. Prince Julius confirmed that they were indeed moved through several countries from the capital itself. To his words, a passionate mention of the incredible power of the sacred tree of Amorite was added. Willie did not resist the question in response. Is the amazing magic of the Count himself amazing? Interested in whether it would be a problem to use teleportation in a foreign territory, ZK raised this issue of the prince. In response, he assured that no obstacles, because they just learned about the tournament, immediately received the hero's consent. In addition, the teleportation stone can only be moved to a place with a pre-installed mark. According to Julius, their glory allowed them a lot, and it was these words that made the guy think, how terrible this heir of the throne is. Smiling at Julius, Powell reported that his son should come and pick them up, and in the meantime, he would have to wait a little. In this moment, Certain turned to a stranger who was noticeably paid after the teleportation, wondering if he feels good. The guy, although he did not recognize the guest, guessed that it was probably someone from a magical detachment. The anger escaped in Marcus. Turning to Zik, he exclaimed that no, of course, everything was not fine. In the heat of rage, he threw at the guy that he was quite capable of handling himself. The young man asked the stranger why he was dressed in the form of a detachment of magicians. In response, he heard an unexpected, "The real question is why the knight of the kingdom in which they found themselves works among the magicians of a completely different country." Nausea rolled again. The world stamped before his eyes. Zik asked to refrain from screaming. Loud sounds only aggravated his poor state of health. The Estonian quietly approached the graph, throwing an ironic phrase. It seems that someone would not hurt to add motivation to work. The guy turned in a confusion. The gaze met Villa, full of surprise. Ahead of any reproach, the young man hurried to explain to his uncle that this time with teleporting everything went almost perfectly. A small error when landing near the label. He also added that he will now take up a report, which will then check Wei. The graph waved up, they say. This is a trifle, at the same time throwing a little more work for the boy. However, Diana suddenly agreed. Recognizing his acquaintance, she rushed to him, gladly convinced that everything was fine with him, and now he could finally see him. Marcus, without hiding the excitement, asked her for the case in the dungeon. Mr. Powell is approached by Willie. He welcomes him with a warm smile and expresses his joy on his return. Meanwhile, Willie turns to Diana, sincerely apologizing for a restless night, and adds that he has an important business, to gain the trust of Prince Julia himself. Involuntarily hears Zeke, and does not forget to thank Marcus for the invaluable help. Thanks to the audience, Marcus noted that he was not worthy of praise. At the same moment, the son of a friend finally joined them, humbly apologizing for making him wait. With a proud look, the man called the owner of these lands, Edmund von Balschmid, and then reported that by order of Her Majesty, Juliana arrived with him. The field became pleased to see her son here, and in response, Ed noted how genuinely glad that his father is in good health. Edmund confessed that having learned about the accusations of betrayal, his heart almost jumped out of his chest, and now he was overwhelmed by the joy that it was false. In response, his father sincerely thanked him for not even believed in his betrayal for a moment. Suddenly, Prince Julius ran up, surprised by the appearance of Edmund, and sincerely thanked him for coming to meet them. With a deep, honorable head, Ed von Balschmid acknowledged the families of getting acquainted with the prince. In response, polite words were heard, the joy was mutual, and his upbringing immediately fell into the eye. Prince Julius's gaze slid on the protective barrier. No matter how much it is to be viewed, the realization that this magical wall envelops the whole country every time fascinated the imagination. Turning to Edmund, he wondered whether it was true that such a barrier exists only in the magical kingdom of Lynn and in distant Estonia. The answer to the question sounds, here she is, the real power of the royal family, isn't it? Balschmed Jr. nodded in agreement, claiming heard. Hearing this, the prince did not keep silent, and again voiced his question. Edmund said that the barrier is certainly under the strict control of the royal family. However, for so many years, it is not at the expense of human efforts. It is so difficult to maintain it that people are being re-inspired. In this defense, hidden power of the divine beast itself. Prince Julius wondered if this divine creature still lived, which, according to legend, appeared in ancient times. Ed's response was calm. They say, all this is only common rumors. Senior Balschmide suggested that you continue the conversation on the road, asking if they would like to look at the barrier from the inside. This was quite expected, of course, willingly, and all the hope, for his accompaniment. Immersed in deep reflections, Nicola drew the alarming attention of a Theo, who impatiently asked that he was concerned. In response, he confessed that he had never felt such a smell on himself, the more puzzled the interlocutor, and she asked what was being about. Meanwhile, Bauschmidt's estate, where the characters already gathered, met Julius guests from Mage, assuring that everyone will be ready for everyone, and the servants will soon spend everyone inside. The joyful boy ran out to them, cheerfully happy to return his father. The prince leaned to the little one with a smile, greeted the warmth with Johann, and reminded that the respected guests came to them today. Having carefully noticing the need for good behavior, and a request not to vote, he heard the boy's shy. Zika's gaze is delayed on Johann. Someone less than himself is in front of him. The curiosity burns the imagination, and the young man cannot take his eyes off the stranger. With his eyes glowing with joy, the boy rushed to Princess Diana and pressed her in sincere embrace. The baby immediately fell asleep with unexpected questions: why she left the castle, what important things brought here, and perhaps whether she came to play with him. Diana noted how they had not seen themselves for a long time, and shared that she had to travel far from her home. She wondered whether the owner was not against the owner if they were left here for a short time. Johann with a smile assured, "Of course, stay forever." Sigbert asked the princess that boy, and she replied that he often visited the castle with Pundus. The harsh look of Hanna glowed into a Zik when he, without hesitation, asked, "Who are you?" I immediately ordered to stay away from the princess, and he himself was even closer to her. The faded concealer, crossing his hands on his chest, told the boy that he was the bride of Dia. The dispute was made. The man insisted on his husband, but in response he heard reproach. "It is not true." Diana exclaimed to Johann, demanding to stop his rudeness until others followed their sharp verbal duel. Among all those present, only Marcus was not aware of children. Marking at his nose, he wondered that these little brawlers were talking about weddings with a princess, as if she were taking the very idea of a senseless joke. After calm, the boy was enthusiastically looking at the hack, not holding back the exclamation, "What a good this cat!" I immediately asked Diana if she managed to hold the handsome man. The princess asked Johann not to boil him, but Kaku, squeezed in the arms of the boy, was literally dissolved in pleasure from such a massage. Irritation covers Zika when he watches his cat caresses, and the betrayal of Daya and Hako is throbbing in memory. Hardly holding back emotions, Zik tries to quench himself. Patience. Only peace. To be angry with an ordinary child is not an adulthood, although he has not grown far to this status. In a silent appeal to his uncle and other loved ones, there is a reproach. Why did none of them warned about this in advance? In the spacious rooms of the estate of von Balschmod's family, Nicholas, with anxiety, asked Sika whether he had caused the pain of the second Korotin. However, in response, he heard the assurance, no one touched his finger. Emmy had fun that it was all right with this, because it is obvious to all. It is the real companion of Mrs. Diana. Hearing this, Zik was even more offended. In one movement, Marcus picks up Johann from the floor and insists that he stopped clinging to the princess. They say, such pranks are not at all. Johann cuts off with dignity, which he belongs to the aristocracy. But when Marcus hears the demand to release, he calmly points out, aristocratic origin does not give the right to behave uneducated. The baby continues to treat the knight boldly, stating that he is not going to listen to such words from Marcus, one who himself is constantly spinning near the princess. The darkness turned to a maid, who still kept Johann over the floor, and asked the boy to give a bright book with pictures to make the baby a little calm. Assured that he would find the book, the maid did not have time to agree. The little one turned away with unexpected determination to Diana. The question of the promise of the girl White Wolf did not suddenly be caught. The princess replied with a light smile. Yes, she knew about this story because it is a well-known Estonian fairy tale, although she never had the opportunity to read it in person. The boy was glad, admiring that he was very pleased with this fairy tale, and suggested that Diana listen to how he reads her for her. The princess was confused and hesitantly asked, "Does he want to read this story for her?" Marcus recalled the summary of history, which caused the Elcon to be a clear dissatisfaction, especially because of his words about how much night it remains hidden. He noted that he has been familiar with this legend since childhood, and said, after a fierce struggle, a country that later became Estonia appeared. It was there that the divine creature passed on to the girl, after which she left the human world and returned to the pantheon of the gods. Diana was immersed in reflection on the power of the divine beast, and in the meantime Marcus completed the story explaining, "The girl called the Child of Light thanks to her golden hair, sincere kindness, and unwavering power of the spirit." The excited Yun could not calm down and wondered if the princess was interesting, and then boasted that he could easily read it, because he was not deprived of his mind. The princess had already opened her mouth to say something, but suddenly the Zik interrupted their conversation, joining the story of how the child saves people. Finally, the princess agreed to listen to what the guy was endlessly glad. Immediately, smiling fun, he ordered Marcus to take him to the bookshelf. This requirement annoyed the servant. With a curve, Marcus promised to throw Johann on the floor. However, no matter how much night she was angry and calling the boy a annoying baby, Marcus still reported Johann to the bookshelf. Already in the evening, in a specially prepared bedroom for him, ZK and the Heodor rested, talking about an unforgettable and eventful day. Sharing his impressions, the guy confessed that he first had the opportunity to have so much fun with so many new friends, and it brought him a lot of pleasure. Agreeing with the guy, Kaku settled on his back, and ZK, looking at him, promised, "Today they will finally get asleep properly." Before bedtime, the young man again remembered the story of a girl and a white divine wolf. Every detail in her coincided with what Kamil told. The young man was thinking about jewelry, imagining the incredible power of divine energy. This mystery truly captured him. Perhaps it was here that the key to the mystery of Dai's power was thinking. But the reflections were cut short in half. A cheerful voice broke into the room, saying that there was a good time from today, uncle. The children were on the bed when it was suddenly apologized. He did not want to break their vacation. He explained that he had already completed the conversation with Edmund, and now came to talk to them. When asked by Zika about the content of the previous conversation, he heard in response, "It was the same as during conversations with the rest before leaving. They discussed all members of the royal family. Uncle mentioned that they also considered the existence of a divine beast." Interested, the guy wondered if such a creature really lives somewhere in the expanses of this country. Willie also suggested that it is quite possible, although no one has met this creature before. Uncle continued to say that traces of this mysterious creature can be found almost everywhere in the country, but Edmund warned everyone to be alert and carefully behave. Zik was inquisitively asked again, trying to understand what means to resist the sacred beast in his country. The uncles mentioned that this is possible and should be ready for this, only added anxiety, especially if the royal family stands behind it. It is almost impossible to overcome such an opponent. Adding another detail, Willie suggested that this case could be connected with the Magical Academy, and also emphasized that the true nature of the enemy is still a mystery to them. Uncle completed his story with amazing confession. If they lack human support, comrades who are not people will come to the rescue. As soon as he tried to find out the details, as he suddenly felt someone's voice, and the cold of fear ran his body. The room suddenly stirred the light flows of air, and the guy was surprised to recognize the spirit of the wind. Fru was in front of him. Asked if she was really, the essence with a smile answered, "Everywhere. Where there is Willibald, there is her presence." Uncle explained her words, explaining that the spirits like her have a special connection with this world. Before the journey to the Kingdom of Estonia, he addressed them for blessing, asking him to give him a tape that he took with him. He emphasized to what he said, "No spirit is committed to people, so negotiating with them is a real test." Passing the boy's tape, he said further that this mascot would protect him from the witchcraft of the spirits if the divine beast suddenly turned out to be one of them. Among other things, Willibald assured that the tape is also able to protect the charm that affect human feelings. Exclaiming from surprise, the thread could not be tired. Is such spells allowed in this country at all? Uncle assured that simple magicians are prohibited, but in all legends about the royal dynasty of Estonia invariably appears the same mysterious figure. That is why the idea came up to write this cartridge, in case of unforeseen circumstances. In addition, this step had to testify to the correctness of his assumptions. Armed with caution, he explained to Zik that no one should know about the magic of the spirits invested in the recording. So he asked to disguise the magic with the help of hiding force. Uncle insisted, through the concealment of Zika should not see anything unnecessary. Frol, meanwhile, picked up the boy in her arms, and with a mysterious smile, asked her to hide her well, promising a reward for it. However, the young man waved. They say it's extra. It would be better if he leaves. Watching Frau playing with the boy, Willie wondered. Perhaps too careful, because he had a spirit of spirit. However, the idea that the disaster should always be prepared did not leave him. Morning light gently touches the estate of von Balschmud family when guests are going to go on the road. The owners of these lands escorted them with sincere wishes, saying goodbye to the next meeting. Johann, with a noticeable note of the sum, turns to Diana. Does she already go? Diana with a gentle smile assures, to say goodbye, they will certainly cross them again. Prince Julius expresses his gratitude to Edmund for everything he did. Balkmud Jr. replies that he should not thank, he just fulfilled his duty. The wishes of the happy road. Edmund say goodbye to the guests, adding that I am genuinely happy to communicate with His Majesty, Prince Julius. The prince is reciprocity. Uncle, looking at all those present, is interested in whether no one has forgotten to wear mascots for good luck. Quietly, ripping away the tense silence, the order is heard, to move forward. The events are transferred to the majestic Estonia Palace. When the procession with Princess Diana enters the hall, the guests are greeted by a mysterious stranger, which is swept away from her throne. The presence of this girl, along with Prince Tobias, caused true embarrassment among the arrivals in the procession. Her heart trembled in anticipation of their arrival. The stranger welcomes the guests, immediately calling himself the second princess of Estonia, Julian von Estonia. With a slight smile, she reports that the king cannot accept them now, so he will be held in the near future. The sedentary prince of the majestic kingdom said that for the first time he saw this girl, declared his title and was already going to name his name, as suddenly he was interrupted by the unexpected exclamation of Tobias, who noticed Diana. Anger. Prince Tobias accuses Diana of instigating to the rebellion and that she dared to appear here. His servant carefully tries to quench him, turning to the prince, but no words affect Tobias. Noticing a familiar man, Zeke immediately recognizes Prince Tobias in him. Compressed fists and faded eyebrows give out the tension that boils in it. However, Princess Diana strongly appears in front of the guy and stops him without letting the ill-advised step. The girl makes a conversation with her brother, assuring him in her unwavering promise. He will never raise weapons against relatives or her own people. Too great for her all this. Too deeply to the family. She is sure that everyone will understand her. The brother does not believe her words and breaks again with anger, and suddenly the dispute interrupts Julian. She interferes with a touching speech, confessing her family quarrels. The second princess appeals to Tobias to help hesitate her thoughts. The man is only dissatisfied with his tongue, passing slowly by Diana, and stops for a moment to whisper in a whisper. Their conversation has not yet been completed. Leaving the palace, he said with passion, "The crown will certainly be it." Juliana, however, appealed to the guests to apologize, explaining that 10 years ago he began to react hard to all around. Finally, she urges, at such times the brothers and sisters should stay together. Uncle Willie asked when Diana was accused of rebellion. According to his assumption, the culprit could be Prince Tobias. However, Julian assured that this was not the case and refused to reveal all the details. After the herd, the girl emphasized that it was a rebellion of the beast people, and among the rebels everyone spoke about Diana. The second princess strongly stated that the words of the crazy were in vain, but for her brother it turned out enough. At the same moment a rage broke out. The uncle wondered if it seems to her that someone was using someone for her own purposes. She suggested that it is likely that, when he learned that he was actually hidden in the dungeon, she confidently denied these accusations as fictional. Returning to Diana, Juliana expressed his compassion with a deep regret for the trials that had fallen to her fate, and in response, Diana thanked for her understanding. Zika enveloped the relief, because the fear of Diana, which could be devoured here, did not leave his thoughts. However, Juliana made the impression of a good man. She appealed to the audience interestedly, asking the family Abel, who dared to try their strength in the tournament. She added one more question. If her family Abel won the tournament, their voice will officially confirm Diana's innocence and her bride. Juliana noted that the winners of the tournament would surely believe. The heir to the throne of Magiast supported this proposal, declaring it right. But at that moment their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the third participant. It was this stranger, who was near Julian in the lobby when the guests appeared in the spotlight, and now he asked if they had completed communication. It was Elias who asked the question, eventually insisted that they be given the opportunity to speak. With confidence in his voice, he stated that they needed to deal with the action and family strife on their own. Juliana did not have to note that such words do not fit the royal descendant. However, Elias just shrugged. For him, this topic has never been interesting as politics at all. Not giving great importance to the issue of the heir of the throne, he decided to leave the throne hall. He only noted that he only needed to contact the responsible person, so he asked to wait a little. Juliana, guessing how tired of the guests from the road, assured they had already prepared a home near the castle for them. The guests barely disappeared behind the closed doors, as His Highness Prince Julius exploded with unbridled laughter, confessing that he could no longer restrain himself. Willie, noticing this, finally realized why the prince was still silent. Turning to his uncle, Julius noted that the action loses its sharpness if the villain is revealed from first, and now the intrigue will become much more interesting. In response, his uncle asked the nephew to keep his emotions under control. Marcus warned with indignation to joke from the royal family. It was forbidden, he wanted to convey it. Nicholas, a little ironically, wondered whether to talk to a younger sister in such a tone, and Emmy meanwhile remained captured by anxiety. In the common room, Edmund shared with others. Surprisingly, Diana's words were perceived much more affectionate than they imagined, and her behavior was distinguished by true maturity. In addition, he emphasized her unbreakable willpower. Gravidly praising the princess for his wit, Zeke smiled with pleasure to her. Diana replied that the cause of the boy near her was the cause of everything. Looking at Willibald, Julius addressed the question that he saw in this trinity, thanks to his vision. However, Willie only said that he did not enjoy his ability. This answer was embarrassed by the prince, because usually the uncle immediately resorts to this when suspicion of someone. Uncle noted that he may really be worth looking at them. However, he said, the country was protected by the blessing of the sacred beast and a powerful magic barrier. So you just need to use these eyes. How they will find out about it. In the case of the slightest suspicion of hostility, the company would be in serious danger. Willie confessed that he did not fully understand the principle of this barrier, so he would not hurry with the conclusions about the royal family. Yulia noted that now it is obvious. The thoughtless use of magic inevitably generates suspicion. From now on, she promised to watch both herself and the nearby. Zik that he listened to the conversation. With these words alerted, a mysterious assistant, invisible to prying eyes, whispered in a whisper if it was true. In response, ZK thought confirmed that no doubt the barrier of the holy beast really has a similar power. The assistant noted that Zik should also refrain from meticulous views. Begging and immersing his face in his palm, he thanked the fate with his relief for forfection for this ability. A young man suddenly broke into the guest hall, suddenly clutching the conversation. Quickly apologizing for the inconvenience, he politely asked him to pay a little attention to him. Julius, returning to the stranger, was surprised to recognize him and already wanted to say a name. But the young man had time to get ahead of him, recognized that he forgot to introduce himself. The guy called himself a prince of the Kingdom of Estonia. Matthias von Estonia. Having apologized for the impoliteness of his older brother, the prince from the majority only waved his hand, assuring that nothing wrong had happened. In his eyes, even a barely noticeable smile flashed. Stopping before the guests, Matthias heard Julius saying that the appearance of the prince himself is a sign of the great importance of the event. Matthias did not argue with this, and only quietly agreed. The prince of the Estonian kingdom politely apologized, asked all those present, except Julia, Siag, Albert and Princess Diana, to leave the hall. Those who did not name in the name were silently agreed and came out. When the question was why only Sagastum and brother Al, Matthias, left all with the princes, Matthias explained. Mr. Albert would participate in the tournament and the bridegroom, so the principals had to get acquainted with him. Upon learning of what was interested, Willie reported that they would wait for those who were still in the hotel, and left Julius with Zick and Albert. Waving as long as everyone else dispersed, Prince Majesty addressed Matthias to the question of why the conversation would be devoted to. According to the Prince of Asteria, the shocking news came. A civil war will soon break in the country, and this news stunned all those present in the hall. Hearing this, he voiced the desire. Before he moves everything from the place, the team has to withdraw from the competition, pick up, and go back to the Mage. Julius immediately clarified whether this information was true. Matthias noted that their father's days, the current king, were almost angry, and these words were hurt by Dai. And then he added, as soon as the monarch leaves, the struggle for the throne will break with new force. In addition, he shared the alarming news. The Tobias's brother is preparing to start a war even against the siblings. The young man stated that as a heir of Estonia intends to gather like-minded people and challenge his own brother. However, in order to protect the DI from all these dangers, he asked to save her. He begs him to pick him up his sister from here and return to the Mage. Hearing the words of Matthias, Zick is immersed in difficult reflections, realizing that the civil war may well become the same catastrophe that was warned. However, Princess Diana suddenly appeared and said she would not leave her people. Stubbornly convinced that if the civil war fell, everyone would get into the maelstrom of events, and royal blood does not allow her to leave the people in trouble. Julius denied it. She lacked the strength to fight. However, stubborn Dai has no limits. Returning, she wants to find true strength. She confidently declares her purpose. Fate obliged her to go forward, so she is not going to run. Finally, he summarizes all the decisions made. Matthias still echoed the words of her true purpose. She appealed to her accompanying, explaining that these difficulties belong to Estanius, and the kingdom of Majestas is not related to, so they can return. However, Albert did not agree to her, strongly assured, this mission is common. In a situation where the danger is dangerous, it is impossible to stay away. Diana invisibly embarrassed embarrassment. She wondered herself and her family. Julius confessed that the sense of justice in them is extremely sharpened. He himself would just like to go, however, when Matthias personally turned to them with such an alarming request. His heart squeezed from pain. Julius suggested that the only cause of everything that happens may be the Magic Academy of Madness. Such words were knocked down by Matthias from the Panther, forcing him to get lost. The Prince of Majesty explained that this brought them to Estonia. At the same time, it was necessary to withdraw the accusations from Princess Diana and to deal with the Academy. In addition, he said, the victory of Al in the tournament would open the door of the Academy. And not just as a student, but as a guest. Julius noted that if the truth about the involvement of their Academy in the events will be pursued, all the blames will be put on Majesto, and he will have to rake the consequences of war between states. Matthew was surprised to ask if they were seeking cooperation. The Prince of the Most Clarity replied that he could not make such a promise. Perhaps their visit is only a test of the Academy's activities. But even if they accidentally manage to prevent civil war and thus help the corporation, Julia has nothing to do with it. Returning to him, Matthias thanked and assured, in this case he would respect the choice of D, even if he seemed inadvertent. Later, he turned to Zika with words of trust. Princess Diana thanked her brother sincerely. Finally, Prince Estonia turned to Mr. Albert, warning him that Tobias could wander something during the tournament and asked to be alert.